Preface of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series by Lafcadio HEARN. Dedication. To the friends whose kindness alone rendered possible my sojourn in the Orient, Paymaster Mitchell MacDonald, U.S.N., and Basil Hall Chamberlain, Esquire, Emeritus Professor of Philology and Japanese in the Imperial University of Tokyo. I dedicate these volumes in token of affection and gratitude. Preface. In the introduction to his charming Tales of Old Japan, Mr. Mitford wrote in 1871, "The books which have been written of late years about Japan have either been compiled from official records or have contained the sketchy impressions of passing travelers. Of the inner life of the Japanese, the world at large knows but little. Their religion, their superstitions, their ways of thought, the hidden springs by which they move, all these are as yet mysteries." This invisible life referred to by Mr. Mitford is the unfamiliar Japan of which I have been able to obtain a few glimpses. The reader may perhaps be disappointed by their rarity, for a residence of little more than 4 years among the people, even by one who tries to adopt their habits and customs, scarcely suffices to enable the foreigner to begin to feel at home in this world of strangeness. None can feel more than the author himself how little has been accomplished in these volumes, and how much remains to do. The popular religious ideas, especially the ideas derived from Buddhism, and the curious superstitions touched upon in these sketches, are little shared by the educated classes of New Japan, except as regards his characteristic indifference toward abstract ideas in general, and metaphysical speculation in particular. The Occidentalized Japanese of today stands almost on the intellectual plane of the cultivated Parisian or Bostonian, but he is inclined to treat with undue contempt all conceptions of the supernatural, and toward the great religious questions of the hour his attitude is one of perfect apathy. Rarely does his university training in modern philosophy impel him to attempt any independent study of relations, either sociological or psychological. For him, superstitions are simply superstitions. Their relation to the emotional nature of the people interests him not at all. Note: in striking contrast to this indifference is the strong, rational, far-seeing conservatism of Viscount Torio, a notable exception. End of note. And this not only because he thoroughly understands that people, but because the class to which he belongs is still unreasoningly, though quite naturally, ashamed of its older beliefs. Most of us who now call ourselves agnostics can recollect the feelings with which, in the period of our fresh emancipation from a faith far more irrational than Buddhism, we looked back upon the gloomy theology of our fathers. Intellectual Japan has become agnostic within only a few decades, and the suddenness of this mental revolution sufficiently explains the principal, though not perhaps all the causes of the present attitude of the superior class towards Buddhism. For the time being, it certainly borders upon intolerance, and while such is the feeling, even to religion as distinguished from superstition, the feeling towards superstition as distinguished from religion must be something stronger still. But the rare charm of Japanese life, so different from that of all other lands, is not to be found in its Europeanized circles. It is to be found among the great common people who represent in Japan, as in all countries, the national virtues, and who still cling to their delightful old customs, their picturesque dresses, their Buddhist images, their household shrines, their beautiful and touching worship of ancestors. This is the life of which a foreign observer can never weary, if fortunate and sympathetic enough to enter into it. The life that forces him sometimes to doubt whether the course of our boasted Western progress is really in the direction of moral development. Each day, while the years pass, there will be revealed to him some strange and unsuspected beauty in it. Like other life, it has its darker side, yet even this is brightness compared with the darker side of Western existence. It has its foibles, its follies, its vices, its cruelties, yet the more one sees of it, the more one marvels at its extraordinary goodness, its miraculous patience, its never-failing courtesy, its simplicity of heart, its intuitive charity, and to our own larger Occidental comprehension, its commonest superstitions, however condemned at Tokyo, have rarest value as fragments of the unwritten literature of its hopes, its fears, its experience with right and wrong, its primitive efforts to find solutions for the riddle of the unseen, flow much the lighter and kindlier superstitions of the people, add to the charm of Japanese life can, indeed, be understood only by one who has long resided in the interior. A few of their beliefs are sinister, such as that in demon foxes, which public education is rapidly dissipating, but a large number are comparable for beauty of fancy, even to those Greek myths in which our noblest poets of today still find inspiration, while many others, which encourage kindness to the unfortunate and kindness to animals, can never have produced any but the happiest moral results. The amusing presumption of domestic animals, and the comparative fearlessness of many wild creatures in the presence of man, the white clouds of gulls that hover about each incoming steamer in expectation of an alms of crumbs, the whirring of doves from temple eaves to pick up the rice scattered for them by pilgrims, the familiar storks of ancient public gardens, the deer of holy shrines awaiting cakes and caresses, the fish which raise their heads from sacred lotus ponds when the stranger's shadow falls upon the water. These and 100 other pretty sights are due to fancies which, though called superstitious, inculcate in simplest form the sublime truth of the unity of life. And even when considering beliefs less attractive than these, superstitions of which the grotesqueness may provoke a smile, the impartial observer would do well to bear in mind the words of Lecky. Many superstitions do undoubtedly answer to the Greek conception of slavish fear of the gods, and have been productive of unspeakable misery to mankind. But there are very many others of a different tendency. Superstitions appeal to our hopes as well as our fears. They often meet and gratify the inmost longings of the heart. They offer certainties where reason can only afford possibilities or probabilities. They supply conceptions on which the imagination loves to dwell. They sometimes impart even a new sanction to moral truths, creating wants which they alone can satisfy, and fears which they alone can quell. They often become essential elements of happiness, and their consoling efficacy is most felt in the languid or troubled hours when it is most needed. We owe more to our illusions than to our knowledge. The imagination, which is altogether constructive, probably contributes more to our happiness than the reason, which, in the sphere of speculation, is mainly critical and destructive. The rude charm which, in the hour of danger or distress, the savage clasps so confidently to his breast, the sacred picture which is believed to shed a hallowing and protecting influence over the poor man's cottage, can bestow a more real consolation in the darkest hour of human suffering than can be afforded by the grandest theories of philosophy. No error can be more grave than to imagine that, when a critical spirit is abroad, the pleasant beliefs will all remain, and the painful ones alone will perish. That the critical spirit of modernized Japan is now indirectly aiding rather than opposing the efforts of foreign bigotry to destroy the simple, happy beliefs of the people and substitute those cruel superstitions which the West has long intellectually outgrown, the fancies of an unforgiving God and an everlasting hell, is surely to be regretted. More than 160 years ago, Camphor wrote of the Japanese, "In the practice of virtue, in purity of life and outward devotion, they far outdo the Christians. And except where native morals have suffered by foreign contamination, as in the open ports, these words are true of the Japanese today. My own conviction, and that of many impartial and more experienced observers of Japanese life, is that Japan has nothing whatever to gain by conversion to Christianity, either morally or otherwise, but very much to lose." Of the 27 sketches composing these volumes, 4 were originally purchased by various newspaper syndicates and reappear in a considerably altered form, and 6 were published in the Atlantic Monthly, 1891 to 1893. The remainder forming the bulk of the work are new. L.H. Kumamoto, Kyushu, Japan, May 1894. End of Preface. Recording by mlcui.
Chapter 1, Part 1 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. Chapter 1, Part 1. My First Day in the Orient.
"Do not fail to write down your first impressions as soon as possible," said a kind English professor, Basil Hall Chamberlain, preparator's note, whom I had the pleasure of meeting soon after my arrival in Japan. "They are evanescent, you know. They will never come to you again, once they have faded out. And yet, of all the strange sensations you may receive in this country, you will feel none so charming as these. I am trying now to reproduce them from the hasty notes of the time, and find that they were even more fugitive than charming. Something has evaporated from all my recollections of them, something impossible to recall. I neglected the friendly advice, in spite of all resolves to obey it. I could not, in those first weeks, resign myself to remain indoors and write, while there was yet so much to see and hear and feel in the sun-steeped ways of the wonderful Japanese city. Still, even could I revive all the lost sensations of those first experiences, I doubt if I could express and fix them in words. The first charm of Japan is intangible and volatile as a perfume. It began for me with my first kuruma ride out of the European quarter of Yokohama into the Japanese town, and so much as I can recall of it is hereafter set down. Section 1. It is with the delicious surprise of the first journey through Japanese streets, unable to make one's kuruma runner understand anything but gestures, frantic gestures, to roll on anywhere, everywhere, since all is unspeakably pleasurable and new, that one first receives the real sensation of being in the Orient, in this far East, so much read of, so long dreamed of, yet, as the eyes bear witness, heretofore all unknown. There is a romance even in the first full consciousness of this rather commonplace fact, but for me this consciousness is transfigured inexpressibly by the divine beauty of the day. There is some charm unutterable in the morning air, cool with the coolness of Japanese spring, and wind waves from the snowy cone of Fuji, a charm perhaps due rather to softest lucidity than to any positive tone, an atmospheric limpidity extraordinary, with only a suggestion of blue in it, through which the most distant objects appear focused with amazing sharpness. The sun is only pleasantly warm. The jinrikisha, or kuruma, is the most cozy little vehicle imaginable, and the street vistas, as seen above the dancing white mushroom-shaped hat of my sandaled runner, have an allurement of which I fancy that I could never weary. Elfish everything seems, for everything, as well as everybody, is small, and queer, and mysterious. The little houses under their blue roofs, the little shop fronts hung with blue, and the smiling little people in their blue costumes, The illusion is only broken by the occasional passing of a tall foreigner and by diverse shop signs bearing announcements in absurd attempts at English. Nevertheless, such discords only serve to emphasize reality. They never materially lessen the fascination of the funny little streets. 'Tis at first a delightfully odd confusion only, as you look down one of them, through an interminable flutter of flags and swaying of dark blue drapery, all made beautiful and mysterious with Japanese or Chinese lettering, for there are no immediately discernible laws of construction or decoration. Each building seems to have a fantastic prettiness of its own. Nothing is exactly like anything else, and all is bewilderingly novel. But gradually, after an hour passed in the quarter, the eye begins to recognize in a vague way some general plan in the construction of these low, light, queerly gabled wooden houses, mostly unpainted, with their first stories all open to the street and thin strips of roofing sloping above each shop front, like awnings, back to the miniature balconies of paper-screened second stories. You begin to understand the common plan of the tiny shops with their matted floors well raised above the street level, and the general perpendicular arrangement of sign lettering, whether undulating on drapery or glimmering on gilded and lacquered signboards. You observe that the same rich dark blue, which dominates in popular costume, rules also in shop draperies, though there is a sprinkling of other tints, bright blue, and white and red, no greens or yellows. And then you note also that the dresses of the laborers are lettered with the same wonderful lettering as the shop draperies. No arabesques could produce such an effect. As modified for decorative purposes, these ideographs have a speaking symmetry which no design without a meaning could possess, as they appear on the back of a workman's frock, pure white on dark blue, and large enough to be easily read at a great distance, indicating some guild or company of which the wearer is a member or employee. They give to the poor, cheap garment a fictitious appearance of splendor. And finally, while you are still puzzling over the mystery of things, there will come to you like a revelation the knowledge that most of the amazing picturesqueness of these streets is simply due to the profusion of Chinese and Japanese characters in white, black, blue, or gold, decorating everything, even surfaces of doorposts and paper screens. Perhaps then, for one moment, you will imagine the effect of English lettering substituted for those magical characters, and the mere idea will give to whatever aesthetic sentiment you may possess a brutal shock, and you will become, as I have become, an enemy of the Romaji Kai, that society founded for ugly utilitarian purpose of introducing the use of English letters in writing Japanese. Section 2. An ideograph does not make upon the Japanese brain any impression similar to that created in the Occidental brain by a letter or combination of letters, dull inanimate symbols of vocal sounds. To the Japanese brain, an ideograph is a vivid picture. It lives, it speaks, it gesticulates, and the whole space of a Japanese street is full of such living characters, figures that cry out to the eyes, words that smile or grimace like faces. What such lettering is, compared with our own lifeless types, can be understood only by those who have lived in the farther East, for even the printed characters of Japanese or Chinese imported texts give no suggestion of the possible beauty of the same characters as modified for decorative inscriptions, for sculptural use, or for the commonest advertising purposes. No rigid convention fetters the fancy of the calligrapher or designer. Each strives to make his characters more beautiful than any others, and generations upon generations of artists have been toiling from time immemorial with like emulation, so that, through centuries and centuries of tireless effort and study, the primitive hieroglyph or ideograph has been evolved into a thing of beauty indescribable. It consists only of a certain number of brushstrokes, but in each stroke There is an undiscoverable secret art of grace, proportion, imperceptible curve, which actually makes it seem alive, and bears witness that even during the lightning moment of its creation, the artist felt with his brush for the ideal shape of the stroke equally along its entire length, from head to tail. But the art of the stroke is not all. The art of their combination is that which produces the enchantment, often so as to astonish the Japanese themselves. It is not surprising, indeed, considering the strangely personal, animate, esoteric aspect of Japanese lettering, that there should be wonderful legends of calligraphy relating how words written by holy experts become incarnate and descended from their tablets to hold converse with mankind. Section 3. My kurumaya calls himself Cha. He has a white hat, which looks like the top of an enormous mushroom, a short blue wide-sleeved jacket, blue drawers, close-fitting as tights, and reaching to his ankles, and light straw sandals bound upon his bare feet with cords of palmetto fiber. Doubtless he typifies all the patience, endurance, and insidious coaxing powers of his class. He has already manifested his power to make me give him more than the law allows, and I have been warned against him in vain. For the first sensation of having a human being for a horse, trotting between shafts, unwearyingly bobbing up and down before you for hours, is alone enough to evoke a feeling of compassion. And when this human being, thus trotting between shafts, with all his hopes, memories, sentiments, and comprehensions, happens to have the gentlest smile, and the power to return the least favor by an apparent display of infinite gratitude, this compassion becomes sympathy, and provokes unreasoning impulses to self-sacrifice. I think the sight of the profuse perspiration has also something to do with the feeling, for it makes one think of the cost of heartbeats and muscle contractions, likewise of chills, congestions, and pleurisy. Cha's clothing is drenched, and he mops his face with a small sky-blue towel with figures of bamboo sprays and sparrows in white upon it, which towel he carries wrapped about his wrist as he runs. That, however, which attracts me in Cha considered not as a motive power at all, but as a personality, I am rapidly learning to discern in the multitudes of faces turned towards us as we roll through these miniature streets, and perhaps the supremely pleasurable impression of this morning is that produced by the singular gentleness of popular scrutiny. Everybody looks at you curiously, but there is never anything disagreeable, much less hostile in the gaze. Most commonly it is accompanied by a smile or half-smile, and the ultimate consequence of all these kindly, curious looks and smiles is that the stranger finds himself thinking of fairyland. Hackneyed to the degree of provocation, this statement no doubt is. Everybody describing the sensations of his first Japanese day talks of the land as fairyland and of its people as fairy folk. Yet there is a natural reason for this unanimity in choice of terms to describe what is almost impossible to describe more accurately at the first essay. To find oneself suddenly in a world where everything is upon a smaller and daintier scale than with us, a world of lesser and seemingly kindlier beings, all smiling at you as if to wish you well, a world where all movement is slow and soft, and voices are hushed, a world where land, life, and sky are unlike all that one has known elsewhere. This is surely the realization, for imaginations nourished with English folklore, of the old dream of a world of elves. Section 4. The traveler who enters suddenly into a period of social change, especially change from a feudal past to a democratic present, is likely to regret the decay of things beautiful and the ugliness of things new. What of both I may yet discover in Japan I know not, but today, in these exotic streets, the old and the new mingle so well that one seems to set off the other. The line of tiny white telegraph poles carrying the world's news to papers printed in a mixture of Chinese and Japanese characters, an electric bell in some tea-house with an oriental riddle of text pasted beside the ivory button, a shop of American sewing machines next to the shop of a maker of Buddhist images, the establishment of a photographer beside the establishment of a manufacturer of straw sandals. All these present no striking incongruities, for each sample of Occidental innovation is set into an Oriental frame that seems adaptable to any picture. But on the first day at least, the old alone is new for the stranger, and suffices to absorb his attention. It then appears to him that everything Japanese is delicate, exquisite, admirable. Even a pair of common wooden chopsticks in a paper bag with a little drawing upon it, even a package of toothpicks of cherry wood, bound with a paper wrapper wonderfully lettered in 3 different colors, even the little sky-blue towel with designs of flying sparrows upon it, which the jinricksha man uses to wipe his face, the bank bills, the commonest copper coins, are things of beauty. Even the piece of plaited colored string used by the shopkeeper in tying up your last purchase is a pretty curiosity. Curiosities and dainty objects bewilder you by their very multitude on either side of you. Wherever you turn your eyes are countless wonderful things as yet incomprehensible. But it is perilous to look at them. Every time you dare to look, something obliges you to buy it, unless, as may often happen, the smiling vendor invites your inspection of so many varieties of one article, each specially and all unspeakably desirable, that you flee away out of mere terror at your own impulses. The shopkeeper never asks you to buy, but his wares are enchanted, and if you once begin buying, you are lost. Cheapness means only a temptation to commit bankruptcy, for the resources of irresistible artistic cheapness are inexhaustible. The largest steamer that crosses the Pacific could not contain what you wish to purchase, for although you may not perhaps confess the fact to yourself, what you really want to buy is not the contents of a shop. You want the shop and the shopkeeper, the streets of shops with their draperies and their inhabitants, the whole city and the bay and the mountains begirdling it, and Fujiyama's white witchery overhanging it in the speckless sky, all Japan in very truth. With its magical trees and luminous atmosphere, with all its cities and towns and temples, and 40 millions of the most lovable people in the universe. Now, there comes to my mind something I once heard said by a practical American on hearing of a great fire in Japan. "Oh, those people can afford fires, their houses are so cheaply built." It is true that the frail wooden houses of the common people can be cheaply and quickly replaced, but that which was within them to make them beautiful cannot, and every fire is an art tragedy, for this is the land of infinite handmade variety. Machinery has not yet been able to introduce sameness and utilitarian ugliness in cheap production, except in response to foreign demand for bad taste to suit vulgar markets. And each object made by the artist or artisan differs still from all others, even of his own making. And each time something beautiful perishes by fire, it is a something representing an individual idea. Happily, the art impulse itself in this country of conflagrations has a vitality which survives each generation of artists, and defies the flame that changes their labor to ashes or melts it to shapelessness. The idea whose symbol has perished will reappear again in other creations, perhaps after the passing of a century, modified indeed, yet recognizably of kin to the thought of the past, and every artist is a ghostly worker. Not by years of groping and sacrifice does he find his highest expression. The sacrificial past is within him, his art is an inheritance, his fingers are guided by the dead in the delineation of a flying bird, of the vapors of mountains, of the colors of the morning and the evening, of the shape of branches and the spring bursts of flowers. Generations of skilled workmen have given him their cunning, and revive in the wonder of his drawing. What was conscious effort in the beginning became unconscious in later centuries, becomes almost automatic in the living man, becomes the art instinctive. Wherefore, one colored print by a Hokusai or Hiroshige, originally sold for less than a cent, may have more real art in it than many a Western painting valued at more than the worth of a whole Japanese street. Section 5. Here are Hokusai's own figures walking about in straw raincoats and immense mushroom-shaped hats of straw and straw sandals, bare-limbed peasants, deeply tanned by wind and sun, and patient-faced mothers with smiling bald babies on their backs, toddling by upon their geta, high, noisy wooden clogs, and robed merchants squatting and smoking their little brass pipes among the countless riddles of their shops. Then I notice how small and shapely the feet of the people are, whether bare brown feet of peasants, or beautiful feet of children wearing tiny, tiny geta, or feet of young girls in snowy tabi. The tabi, the white digitated stocking, gives to a small light foot a mythological aspect, the white cleft grace of the foot of a fondness. Clad or bare, the Japanese foot has the antique symmetry. It has not yet been distorted by the infamous footgear which has deformed the feet of Occidentals. Of every pair of Japanese wooden clogs, one makes in walking a slightly different sound from the other, as kring to krang, so that the echo of the walker's steps has an alternate rhythm of tones. On a pavement, such as that of a railway station, the sound obtains immense sonority, and the crowd will sometimes intentionally fall into step with the drollest conceivable result of drawling wooden noise. Section 6. Tera e yuke? I have been obliged to return to the European hotel, not because of the noon meal, as I really begrudge myself the time necessary to eat it, but because I cannot make Cha understand that I want to visit a Buddhist temple. Now Cha understands. My landlord has uttered the mystical words, Tera e yuke? A few minutes of running along broad thoroughfares lined with gardens and costly, ugly European buildings, then passing the bridge of a canal stocked with unpainted, sharp-prowed craft of extraordinary construction, we again plunge into narrow, low, bright, pretty streets, into another part of the Japanese city, and Cha runs at the top of his speed between more rows of little arc-shaped houses, narrower above than below, between other unfamiliar lines of little open shops, and always over the shops little strips of blue-tiled roof slope back to the paper-screened chamber of upper floors, and from all the facades hang draperies dark blue or white or crimson, footbreadths of texture covered with beautiful Japanese lettering, white on blue, red on black, black on white. But all this flies by swiftly as a dream. Once more we cross a canal, we rush up a narrow street, rising to meet a hill, and Cha, halting suddenly before an immense flight of broad stone steps, sets the shafts of his vehicle on the ground that I may dismount, and pointing to the steps exclaims, Tera! I dismount, and I ascend them, and reaching a broad terrace, find myself face to face with a wonderful gate, topped by a tilted, peaked, many-cornered Chinese roof. It is all strangely carven, this gate. Dragons are intertwined in a frieze above its open doors, and the panels of the doors themselves are similarly sculptured, and there are gargoyles, grotesque lion heads protruding from the eaves, and the whole is grey, stone-colored. To me, nevertheless, the carvings do not seem to have the fixity of sculpture. All the snakeries and dragonries appear to undulate with a swarming motion, elusively, in eddyings as of water. I turn a moment to look back through the glorious light. Sea and sky mingle in the same beautiful pale clear blue. Below me the billowing of bluish roofs reaches to the verge of the unruffled bay on the right, and to the feet of the green wooded hills flanking the city on two sides. Beyond that semicircle of green hills rises a lofty range of serrated mountains, indigo silhouettes, and enormously high above the line of them towers an apparition indescribably lovely, one solitary snowy cone, so filmily exquisite, so spiritually white, that but for its immemorially familiar outline one would surely deem it a shape of cloud. Invisible its base remains, being the same delicious tint as the sky. Only above the eternal snow line its dreamy cone appears, seeming to hang, the ghost of a peak, between the luminous land and the luminous heaven, the sacred and matchless mountain, Fujiyama. And suddenly a singular sensation comes upon me as I stand before this weirdly sculptured portal, a sensation of dream and doubt. It seems to me that the steps, and the dragon's swarming gate, and the blue sky arching over the roofs of the town, and the ghostly beauty of Fuji, and the shadow of myself there stretching upon the grey masonry, must all vanish presently. Why such a feeling? Doubtless because the forms before me, the curved roofs, the coiling dragons, the Chinese grotesqueries of carving, do not really appear to me as things new, but as things dreamed. The sight of them must have stirred to life forgotten memories of picture books. A moment, and the delusion vanishes. The romance of reality returns, with freshened consciousness of all that which is truly and deliciously new, the magical transparencies of distance, the wondrous delicacy of the tones of the living picture, the enormous height of the summer blue, and the white, soft witchery of the Japanese sun.
End of Chapter 1, Part 1.
Chapter 1, Part 2 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Part 2, My First Day in the Orient. Section 7. I pass on and climb more steps to a second gate with similar gargoyles and swarming of dragons, and enter a court where graceful votive lanterns of stone stand like monuments. On my right and left, two great grotesque stone lions are sitting, the lions of Buddha, male and female. Beyond is a long, low, light building with curved and gabled roof of blue tiles and 3 wooden steps before its entrance. Its sides are simple wooden screens covered with thin white paper. This is the temple. On the steps, I take off my shoes. A young man slides aside the screens closing the entrance and bows me a gracious welcome. And I go in, feeling under my feet a softness of matting thick as bedding. An immense square apartment is before me, full of an unfamiliar sweet smell, the scent of Japanese incense. But after the full blaze of the sun, the paper-filtered light here is dim as moonshine. For a minute or two, I can see nothing but gleams of gilding in a soft gloom. Then, my eyes becoming accustomed to the obscurity, I perceive against the paper-paned screens surrounding the sanctuary on 3 sides, shapes of enormous flowers cutting like silhouettes against the vague white light. I approach and find them to be paper flowers, symbolic lotus blossoms beautifully colored, with curling leaves gilded on the upper surface and bright green beneath. At the dark end of the apartment, facing the entrance, is the altar of Buddha, a rich and lofty altar, covered with bronzes and gilded utensils clustered to right and left of a shrine, like a tiny gold temple. But I see no statue, only a mystery of unfamiliar shapes of burnished metal, relieved against darkness, a darkness behind the shrine and altar, whether recess or inner sanctuary I cannot distinguish. The young attendant who ushered me into the temple now approaches, and, to my great surprise, exclaims in excellent English, pointing to a richly decorated gilded object between groups of candelabra on the altar. "That is the shrine of Buddha." "And I would like to make an offering to Buddha," I respond. "It is not necessary," he says with a polite smile. But I insist, and he places the little offering for me upon the altar. Then he invites me to his own room in a wing of the building, a large, luminous room without furniture, beautifully matted. And we sit down upon the floor and chat. He tells me he is a student in the temple. He learned English in Tokyo and speaks it with a curious accent, but with fine choice of words. Finally he asks me, "Are you a Christian?" And I answer truthfully, "No." "Are you a Buddhist?" "Not exactly." "Why do you make offerings if you do not believe in Buddha?" "I revere the beauty of his teaching and the faith of those who follow it." "Are there Buddhists in England and America?" "There are at least a great many interested in Buddhist philosophy." And he takes from an alcove a little book and gives it to me to examine. It is an English copy of Alcott's Buddhist Catechism. "Why is there no image of Buddha in your temple?" I ask. "There is a small one in the shrine upon the altar," the student answers. "But the shrine is closed, and we have several large ones. But the image of Buddha is not exposed here every day, only upon festal days, and some images are exposed only once or twice a year." From my place I can see, between the open paper screens, men and women ascending the steps to kneel and pray before the entrance of the temple. They kneel with such naive reverence, so gracefully and so naturally, that the kneeling of our Occidental devotees seems a clumsy stumbling by comparison. Some only join their hands, others clap them 3 times loudly and slowly. Then they bow their heads, pray silently for a moment, and rise and depart. The shortness of the prayers impresses me as something novel and interesting. From time to time I hear the clink and rattle of brazen coin cast into the great wooden money box at the entrance. I turn to the young student and ask him, "Why do they clap their hands 3 times before they pray?" He answers, 3 times for the Sansai, the 3 powers, heaven, earth, man." "But do they clap their hands to call the gods, as Japanese clap their hands to summon their attendants?" "Oh no," he replied. "The clapping of hands represents only the awakening from the dream of the long night." Note: I do not think this explanation is correct, but it is interesting, as the first which I obtained upon the subject. Properly speaking, Buddhist worshippers should not clap their hands, but only rub them softly together. Shinto worshippers always clap their hands 4 times. End of note. What night? What dream? He hesitates some moments before making answer. The Buddha said, "All beings are only dreaming in this fleeting world of unhappiness." Then the clapping of hands signifies that in prayer the soul awakens from such dreaming? Yes. You understand what I mean by the word soul? Oh yes, Buddhists believe the soul always was, always will be. Even in nirvana? Yes. While we are thus chatting, the chief priest of the temple enters, a very aged man, accompanied by 2 young priests, and I am presented to them, and the 3 bow very low, showing me the glossy crowns of their smoothly shaven heads, before seating themselves in the fashion of gods upon the floor. I observe they do not smile. These are the first Japanese I have seen who do not smile. Their faces are impassive as the faces of images, but their long eyes observe me very closely, while the student interprets their questions, and while I attempt to tell them something about the translations of the sutras in our sacred books of the East, and about the labors of Beale and Burnouf, and Fear and Davids and Kern and others. They listen without change of countenance, and utter no word in response to the young student's translation of my remarks. Tea, however, is brought in and set before me in a tiny cup, placed in a little brazen saucer, shaped like a lotus leaf, and I am invited to partake of some little sugar cakes, kwashi, stamped with a figure which I recognize as the swastika, the ancient Indian symbol of the wheel of the law. As I rise to go, all rise with me, and at the steps the student asks for my name and address. "For," he adds, "you will not see me here again, as I am going to leave the temple, but I will visit you." "And your name?" I ask. "Call me Akira," he answers. At the threshold I bow my goodbye, and they all bow, very, very low, 1 blue-black head, 3 glossy heads like balls of ivory, and as I go, only Akira smiles. Section 8. Tera? Queries Cha, with his immense white hat in his hand, as I resume my seat in the jinrikisha at the foot of the steps. Which no doubt means, do I want to see any more temples? Most certainly I do. I have not yet seen Buddha. Yes, Tera, Cha. And again begins the long panorama of mysterious shops and tilted eaves and fantastic riddles written over everything. I have no idea in what direction Cha is running. I only know that the streets seem to become always narrower as we go, and that some of the houses look like great wickerwork pigeon cages only, and that we pass over several bridges before we halt again at the foot of another hill. There is a lofty flight of steps here also, and before them a structure which I know is both a gate and a symbol, imposing, yet in no manner resembling the great Buddhist gateway seen before. Astonishingly simple all the lines of it are. It has no carving, no coloring, no lettering upon it, yet it has a weird solemnity, an enigmatic beauty. It is a torii. Miya, observes Cha, not a tera this time, but a shrine of the gods of the more ancient faith of the land, a miya. I am standing before a Shinto symbol. I see for the first time, out of a picture at least, a torii. How describe a torii to those who have never looked at one even in a photograph or engraving? Two lofty columns, like gate pillars, supporting horizontally two crossbeams, the lower and lighter beam having its ends fitted into the columns a little distance below their summits, the uppermost and larger beam supported upon the tops of the columns and projecting well beyond them to right and left. That is a torii, the construction varying little in design, whether made of stone, wood, or metal. But this description can give no correct idea of the appearance of a torii, of its majestic aspect, of its mystical suggestiveness as a gateway. The first time you see a noble one, you will imagine, perhaps, that you see the colossal model of some beautiful Chinese letter towering against the sky, for all the lines of the thing have the grace of an animated ideograph, have the bold angles and curves of characters made with 4 sweeps of a master brush. Note: various writers, following the opinion of the Japanologue Sato, have stated that the torii was originally a bird perch for fowls offered up to the gods at Shinto shrines, not as food, but to give warning of daybreak. The etymology of the word is said to be bird rest by some authorities, but Aston, not less of an authority, derives it from words which would give simply the meaning of a gateway. See Chamberlain's Things Japanese, pages 429-430. End of note. Passing the torii, I ascend a flight of perhaps 100 stone steps, and find at their summit a second torii, from whose lower crossbeam hangs festooned the mystic shimenawa. It is, in this case, a hempen rope of perhaps 2 inches in diameter through its greater length, but tapering off at either end like a snake. Sometimes the shimenawa is made of bronze, when the torii itself is of bronze, but according to tradition, it should be made of straw, and most commonly is, for it represents the straw rope which the deity Futotama no Mikoto stretched behind the sun goddess Amaterasu Ohomikami, after Ame no Tajikara o no Kami. The heavenly hand-strength god had pulled her out, as is told in that ancient myth of Shinto, which Professor Chamberlain has translated. Note: Professor Basil Hall Chamberlain has held the extraordinary position of Professor of Japanese in the Imperial University of Japan, no small honor to English philology. End of note. And the shimenawa, in its commoner and simpler form, has pendant tufts of straw along its entire length, at regular intervals, because originally made, tradition declares, of grass pulled up by the roots, which protruded from the twist of it. Advancing beyond this torii, I find myself in a sort of park or pleasure ground on the summit of the hill. There is a small temple on the right. It is all closed up, and I have read so much about the disappointing vacuity of Shinto temples that I do not regret the absence of its guardian, and I see before me what is infinitely more interesting, a grove of cherry trees covered with something unutterably beautiful, a dazzling mist of snowy blossoms clinging like summer cloud fleece about every branch and twig, and the ground beneath them and the path before me is white with a soft, thick, odorous snow of fallen petals. Beyond this loveliness are flower pots surrounding tiny shrines, and marvelous grotto work, full of monsters, dragons, and mythologic beings chiseled in the rock, and miniature landscape work with tiny groves of dwarf trees and Lilliputian lakes, and microscopic brooks and bridges and cascades. Here also are swings for children, and here are belvederes perched on the verge of the hill, wherefrom the whole fair city and the whole smooth bay speckled with fishing sails no bigger than pinheads, and the far, faint, high promontories reaching into the sea, are all visible in one delicious view, blue-penciled in a beauty of ghostly haze indescribable. Why should the trees be so lovely in Japan? With us, a plum or cherry tree in flower is not an astonishing sight, but here it is a miracle of beauty, so bewildering that, however much you may have previously read about it, the real spectacle strikes you dumb. You see no leaves, only one great filmy mist of petals. Is it that the trees have been so long domesticated and caressed by man in this land of the gods, that they have acquired souls, and strive to show their gratitude, like women loved, by making themselves more beautiful for man's sake? Assuredly, they have mastered men's hearts by their loveliness, like beautiful slaves. That is to say, Japanese hearts. Apparently, there have been some foreign tourists of the brutal class in this place, since it has been deemed necessary to set up inscriptions in English announcing that it is forbidden to injure the trees. Section 9. Tera? Yes, cha, tera. But only for a brief while do I traverse Japanese streets. The houses separate, become scattered along the feet of the hills. The city thins away through little valleys, and vanishes at last behind. And we follow a curving road overlooking the sea. Green hills slope steeply down to the edge of the way on the right. On the left, far below, spreads a vast stretch of dun sand and salty pools, to a line of surf so distant that it is discernible only as a moving white thread. The tide is out, and thousands of cockle gatherers are scattered over the sands, at such distances that their stooping figures, dotting the glimmering seabed, appear no larger than gnats, and some are coming along the road before us, returning from their search with well-filled baskets, girls with faces almost as rosy as the faces of English girls. As the jinriksha rattles on, the hills dominating the road grow higher. All at once, Cha halts again before the steepest and loftiest flight of temple steps I have yet seen. I climb and climb and climb, halting perforce betimes, to ease the violent aching of my quadriceps muscles, reach the top completely out of breath, and find myself between two lions of stone, one showing his fangs, the other with jaws closed. Before me stands the temple, at the farther end of a small bare plateau, surrounded on three sides by low cliffs, a small temple, looking very old and gray. From a rocky height to the left of the building, a little cataract rumbles down into a pool, ringed in by a palisade. The voice of the water drowns all other sounds. A sharp wind is blowing from the ocean. The place is chill even in the sun, and bleak and desolate, as if no prayer had been uttered in it for 100 years. Cha taps and calls, while I take off my shoes upon the worn wooden steps of the temple, and after a minute of waiting, we hear a muffled step approaching,
and a hollow cuff behind the paper screens. They slide open, and an old, white-robed priest appears and motions me with a low bow to enter. He has a kindly face, and his smile of welcome seems to me one of the most exquisite I have ever been greeted with. Then he cuffs again, so badly that I think if I ever come here another time, I shall ask for him in vain. I go in, feeling that soft, spotless, cushioned matting beneath my feet with which the floors of all Japanese buildings are covered. I pass the indispensable bell and lacquered reading desk, and before me I see other screens only, stretching from floor to ceiling. The old man, still cuffing, slides back one of these upon the right, and waves me into the dimness of an inner sanctuary, haunted by faint odors of incense. A colossal bronze lamp, with snarling gilded dragons coiled about its columnar stem, is the first object I discern, and in passing it, my shoulder sets ringing a festoon of little bells suspended from the lotus-shaped summit of it. Then I reach the altar, gropingly, unable yet to distinguish forms clearly, but the priest, sliding back screen after screen, pours in light upon the gilded brasses and the inscriptions, and I look for the image of the deity or presiding spirit between the altar groups of convoluted candelabra, and I see only a mirror, a round, pale disk of polished metal, and my own face therein, and behind this mockery of me, a phantom of the far sea. Only a mirror, symbolizing what? Illusion? Or that the universe exists for us solely as the reflection of our own souls? Or the old Chinese teaching that we must seek the Buddha only in our own hearts? Perhaps someday I shall be able to find out all these things. As I sit on the temple steps, putting on my shoes preparatory to going, the kind old priest approaches me again and, bowing, presents a bowl. I hastily drop some coins in it, imagining it to be a Buddhist alms bowl, before discovering it to be full of hot water. But the old man's beautiful courtesy saves me from feeling all the grossness of my mistake. Without a word, and still preserving his kindly smile, he takes the bowl away, and, returning presently with another bowl, empty, fills it with hot water from a little kettle, and makes a sign for me to drink. Tea is most usually offered to visitors at temples, but this little shrine is very, very poor, and I have a suspicion that the old priest suffers betimes for want of what no fellow creature should be permitted to need. As I descend the windy steps to the roadway, I see him, still looking after me, and I hear once more his hollow cough. Then the mockery of the mirror recurs to me. I am beginning to wonder whether I shall ever be able to discover that which I seek, outside of myself, that is, outside of my own imagination. Section 10. Tera? Once more queries Cha. Tera, no, it is getting late. Hotel, Cha. But Cha, turning the corner of a narrow street on our homeward route, halts the jinricksha before a shrine, or a tiny temple scarcely larger than the smallest of Japanese shops, yet more of a surprise to me than any of the larger sacred edifices already visited. For on either side of the entrance stand two monster figures, nude, blood-red, demoniac, fearfully muscled, with feet like lions, and hands brandishing gilded thunderbolts, and eyes of delirious fury, the guardians of holy things, the Ni-O, or two kings. Note: these Ni-O, however, the first I saw in Japan, were very clumsy figures. There are magnificent Ni-O to be seen in some of the great temple gateways in Tokyo, Kyoto, and elsewhere. The grandest of all are those in the Ni-O Mon, or Two Kings Gate, of the huge Todaiji Temple at Nara. They are 800 years old. It is impossible not to admire the conception of stormy dignity and hurricane force embodied in those colossal figures. prayers are addressed to the Ni'o, especially by pilgrims. Most of their statues are disfigured by little pellets of white paper, which people chew into a pulp and then spit at them. There is a curious superstition that if the pellet sticks to the statue, the prayer is heard. If, on the other hand, it falls to the ground, the prayer will not be answered. End of note. And right between these crimson monsters, a young girl stands looking at us, her slight figure, in robe of silver gray and girdle of iris violet, relieved deliciously against the twilight darkness of the interior. Her face, impassive and curiously delicate, would charm wherever seen. But here, by strange contrast with the frightful grotesqueries on either side of her, it produces an effect unimaginable. Then I find myself wondering whether my feeling of repulsion towards those twin monstrosities be altogether lust, seeing that so charming a maiden deems them worthy of veneration, and they even cease to seem ugly as I watch her standing there between them, dainty and slender as some splendid moth, and always naively gazing at the foreigner, utterly unconscious that they might have seemed to him both unholy and uncomely. What are they? Artistically, they are Buddhist transformations of Brahma and of Indra, enveloped by the absorbing, all-transforming magical atmosphere of Buddhism. Indra can now wield his thunderbolts only in defense of the faith which has dethroned him. He has become a keeper of the temple gates, nay, has even become a servant of Bosats, Bodhisattvas, for this is only a shrine of Kwannon, goddess of mercy, not yet a Buddha. "Hotel, Cha, hotel!" I cry out again, for the way is long, and the sun sinking in the softest imaginable glow of topazine light. I have not seen Shaka, so the Japanese have transformed the name Sakyamuni. I have not looked upon the face of the Buddha. Perhaps I may be able to find his image tomorrow, somewhere in this wilderness of wooden streets, or upon the summit of some yet unvisited hill. The sun is gone, the topaz light is gone, and Cha stops to light his lantern of paper, and we hurry on again, between two long lines of painted paper lanterns suspended before the shops. So closely set, so level those lines are, that they seem two interminable strings of pearls of fire. And suddenly a sound, solemn, profound, mighty, peals to my ears over the roofs of the town, the voice of the Tsurigane, the great temple bell of Nogiyama. All too short the day seemed, yet my eyes have been so long dazzled by the great white light, and so confused by the sorcery of that interminable maze of mysterious signs, which made each street vista seem a glimpse into some enormous grimoire, that they are now weary even of the soft glowing of all these paper lanterns, likewise covered with characters that look like texts from a book of magic, and I feel at last the coming of that drowsiness which always follows enchantment. Section 11. Amma, kamishimo ko hyakumon. A woman's voice ringing through the night, chanting in a tone of singular sweetness, words of which each syllable comes through my open window like a wavelet of flute sound. My Japanese servant, who speaks a little English, has told me what they mean, those words. Amma, kamishimo ko hyakumon. And always between these long sweet calls, I hear a plaintive whistle, one long note first, then two short ones in another key. It is the whistle of the Amma, the poor blind woman who earns her living by shampooing the sick or the weary, and whose whistle warns pedestrians and drivers of vehicles to take heed for her sake, as she cannot see, and she sings also that the weary and the sick may call her in. Amma, kamishimo go hyakumon. The saddest melody, but the sweetest voice. Her cry signifies that for the sum of 500 mon, she will come and rub your weary body above and below, and make the weariness or the pain go away. 500 mon are the equivalent of 5 sen, Japanese cents. There are 10 rin to a sen, and 10 mon to 1 rin. The strange sweetness of the voice is haunting, makes me even wish to have some pains, that I might pay 500 mon to have them driven away. I lie down to sleep, and I dream. I see Chinese texts, multitudinous, weird, mysterious, fleeing by me all in one direction, ideographs, white and dark, upon signboards, upon paper screens, upon backs of sandaled men. They seem to live, these ideographs, with conscious life. They are moving their parts, moving with a movement as of insects, monstrously like Phasmidae. I am rolling always through low, narrow, luminous streets in a phantom jinrikisha whose wheels make no sound, and always, always, I see the huge white mushroom-shaped hat of Cha dancing up and down before me as he runs. End of Chapter 1, Part 2.
Chapter 2 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, The Writing of Kobodaishi. Section 1. Kobodaishi, most holy of Buddhist priests, and founder of the Shingon Sho, which is the sect of Akira, first taught the men of Japan to write the writing called hiragana and the syllabary iroha. And Kobodaishi was himself the most wonderful of all writers, and the most skillful wizard among scribes. And in the book Kobodaishi Ichidaiki, it is related that when he was in China, the name of a certain room in the palace of the emperor having become effaced by time, the emperor sent for him and bade him write the name anew. Thereupon Kobodaishi took a brush in his right hand, and a brush in his left, and one brush between the toes of his left foot, and another between the toes of his right, and one in his mouth also, and with those 5 brushes, so holding them, he limned the characters upon the wall, and the characters were beautiful beyond any that had ever been seen in China, smooth flowing as the ripples in the current of a river. And Kobodaishi then took a brush, and with it, from a distance, spattered drops of ink upon the wall, and the drops as they fell became transformed and turned into beautiful characters. And the emperor gave to Kobodaishi the name Goshitsu Osho, signifying the priest who writes with 5 brushes. At another time, while the saint was dwelling in Takawasan, near to Kyoto, the emperor, being desirous that Kobodaishi should write the tablet for the great temple called Kongo Joji, gave the tablet to a messenger and bade him carry it to Kobodaishi, that Kobodaishi might letter it. But when the emperor's messenger, bearing the tablet, came near to the place where Kobodaishi dwelt, he found a river before him so much swollen by rain that no man might cross it. In a little while, however, Kobodaishi appeared upon the farther bank, and, hearing from the messenger what the emperor desired, called to him to hold up the tablet. And the messenger did so, and Kobodaishi, from his place upon the farther bank, made the movements of the letters with his brush, and as fast as he made them, they appeared upon the tablet, which the messenger was holding up. Section 2. Now in that time, Kobodaishi was wont to meditate alone by the riverside. And one day, while so meditating, he was aware of a boy standing before him, gazing at him curiously. The garments of the boy were as the garments worn by the needy, but his face was beautiful. And while Kobodaishi wondered, the boy asked him, "Are you Kobodaishi, whom men call Goshitsu Osho, the priest who writes with 5 brushes at once?" And Kobodaishi answered, "I am he." Then said the boy, "If you be he, write, I pray you, upon the sky." And Kobodaishi, rising, took his brush and made with it movements towards the sky, as if writing, and presently upon the face of the sky the letters appeared, most beautifully wrought. Then the boy said, "Now I shall try." And he wrote also upon the sky as Kobodaishi had done. And he said again to Kobodaishi, "I pray you, write for me, write upon the surface of the river." Then Kobodaishi wrote upon the water a poem in praise of the water, and for a moment the characters remained, all beautiful upon the face of the stream, as if they had fallen upon it like leaves. But presently they moved with the current and floated away. "Now I will try," said the boy. And he wrote upon the water the dragon character, the character Ryu, in the writing which is called Sosho, the grass character. And the character remained upon the flowing surface and moved not. But Kobodaishi saw that the boy had not placed the 10, the little dot belonging to the character, beside it. And he asked the boy, "Why did you not put the 10? "Oh, I forgot," answered the boy. "Please put it there for me." And Kobodaishi then made the dot, and lo, the dragon character became a dragon, and the dragon moved terribly in the waters, and the sky darkened with thunderclouds, and blazed with lightnings, and the dragon ascended in a whirl of tempest to heaven. Then Kobodaishi asked the boy, "Who are you?" And the boy made answer, "I am he whom men worship on the mountain Gotai. I am the Lord of Wisdom, Monju Bosatsu." And even as he spoke, the boy became changed, and his beauty became luminous like the beauty of gods, and his limbs became radiant, shedding soft light about. And smiling, he rose to heaven and vanished beyond the clouds. Section 3. But Kobodaishi himself once forgot to put the 10 beside the character O on the tablet which he painted with the name of the gate Otemon of the emperor's palace. And the emperor at Kyoto, having asked him why he had not put the 10 beside the character, Kobodaishi answered, "I forgot, but I will put it on now." Then the emperor bade letters be brought, for the tablet was already in place high above the gate. But Kobodaishi, standing on the pavement before the gate, simply threw his brush at the tablet, and the brush, so thrown, made the 10 there most admirably, and fell back into his hand. Kobodaishi also painted the tablet of the gate called Kokamon of the emperor's palace at Kyoto. Now there was a man dwelling near that gate, whose name was Kino Momoe, and he ridiculed the characters which Kobodaishi had made, and pointed to one of them, saying, "Why, it looks like a swaggering wrestler." But the same night Momoe dreamed that a wrestler had come to his bedside and leaped upon him, and was beating him with his fists. And crying out with the pain of the blows, he awoke, and saw the wrestler rise in the air, and change into the written character he had laughed at, and go back to the tablet over the gate. And there was another writer, famed greatly for his skill, named Onomotoku, who laughed at some characters on the tablet of the gate Shikakumon, written by Kobodaishi. And he said, pointing to the character Shu, "Verily, Shu looks like the character rice." And that night he dreamed that the character he had mocked at became a man, and that the man fell upon him and beat him, and jumped up and down upon his face many times, even as a kometsuki, a rice cleaner, leaps up and down to move the hammers that beat the rice, saying the while, "Lo, I am the messenger of Kobodaishi." And, waking, he found himself bruised and bleeding, as one that had been grievously trampled. And long after Kobodaishi's death, it was found that the names written by him on the 2 gates of the emperor's palace, Bifukumon, the gate of beautiful fortune, and Kokamon, the gate of excellent greatness, were well nigh effaced by time, and the emperor offered a Dainagon. Note: Dainagon, the title of a high officer in the ancient imperial court. End of note. Whose name was Yukinari, to restore the tablets. But Yukinari was afraid to perform the command of the emperor, by reason of what had befallen other men, and fearing the divine anger of Kobodaishi, he made offerings and prayed for some token of permission. And the same night in a dream, Kobodaishi appeared to him, smiling gently, and said, "Do the work even as the emperor desires, and have no fear." So he restored the tablets in the first month of the 4th year of Kwanko, as is recorded in the book Honcho Bunsui. And all these things have been related to me by my friend Akira. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Jizo. Section 1. I have passed another day in wandering among the temples, both Shinto and Buddhist. I have seen many curious things, but I have not yet seen the face of the Buddha. Repeatedly, after long wearisome climbing of stone steps, and passing under gates full of gargoyles, heads of elephants and heads of lions, and entering shoeless into scented twilight, into enchanted gardens of golden lotus flowers of paper, and there waiting for my eyes to become habituated to the dimness, I have looked in vain for images. Only an opulent glimmering confusion of things half seen, vague altar splendors created by gilded bronzes, twisted into riddles, by vessels of indescribable shape, by enigmatic texts of gold, by mysterious glittering pendant things, all framing in only a shrine with doors fast closed. What has most impressed me is the seeming joyousness of popular faith. I have seen nothing grim, austere, or self-repressive. I have not even noted anything approaching the solemn. The bright temple courts, and even the temple steps, are thronged with laughing children, playing curious games, and mothers, entering the sanctuary to pray, suffer their little ones to creep about the matting and crow. The people take their religion lightly and cheerfully. They drop their cash in the great alms box, clap their hands, murmur a very brief prayer, then turn to laugh and talk and smoke their little pipes before the temple entrance. Into some shrines, I have noticed the worshippers do not enter at all. They merely stand before the doors and pray for a few seconds and make their small offerings. Blessed are they who do not too much fear the gods which they have made. Section 2. Akira is bowing and smiling at the door. He slips off his sandals, enters in his white digitated stockings, and with another smile and bow, sinks gently into the proffered chair. Akira is an interesting boy, with his smooth, beardless face and clear bronze skin, and blue-black hair trimmed into a shock that shadows his forehead to the eyes. He has almost the appearance, in his long, wide-sleeved robe and snowy stockings, of a young Japanese girl. I clap my hands for tea, hotel tea, which he calls Chinese tea. I offer him a cigar which he declines, but with my permission he will smoke his pipe. Thereupon he draws from his girdle a Japanese pipe case and a tobacco pouch combined, pulls out of the pipe case a little brass pipe with a bowl scarcely large enough to hold a pea, pulls out of the pouch some tobacco so finely cut that it looks like hair, stuffs a tiny pellet of this preparation in the pipe, and begins to smoke. He draws the smoke into his lungs and blows it out again through his nostrils. 3 little whiffs, at intervals of about half a minute, and the pipe, emptied, is replaced in its case. Meanwhile, I have related to Akira the story of my disappointments. "Oh, you can see him today," responds Akira, "if you will take a walk with me to the temple of Zotokuin, for this is the Bussoe, the festival of the birthday of Buddha. But he's very small, only a few inches high. If you want to see a great Buddha, you must go to Kamakura. There is a Buddha in that place, sitting upon a lotus, and he is 50 feet high." So I go forth under the guidance of Akira. He says he may be able to show me some curious things. Section 3. There is a sound of happy voices from the temple, and the steps are crowded with smiling mothers and laughing children. Entering, I find women and babies pressing upon a lacquered table in front of the doorway. Upon it is a little tub-shaped vessel of sweet tea, amacha, and standing in the tea is a tiny figure of Buddha, one hand pointing upward and one downward. The women, having made the customary offering, take up some of the tea with a wooden ladle of a curious shape and pour it over the statue, and then, filling the ladle a second time, drink a little and give a sip to their babies. This is the ceremony of washing the statue of Buddha. Near the lacquered stand on which the vessel of sweet tea rests is another and lower stand supporting a temple bell shaped like a great bowl. A priest approaches with a padded mallet in his hand and strikes the bell, but the bell does not sound properly. He starts, looks into it, and stoops to lift out of it a smiling Japanese baby. The mother, laughing, runs to relieve him of his burden, and priest, mother, and baby all look at us with a frankness of mirth in which we join. Akira leaves me a moment to speak with one of the temple attendants, and presently returns with a curious lacquered box, about a foot in length, and 4 inches wide on each of its 4 sides. There is only a small hole in one end of it, no appearance of a lid of any sort. "Now," says Akira, "if you wish to pay 2 sen, we shall learn our future lot according to the will of the gods." I pay the 2 sen, and Akira shakes the box. Out comes a narrow slip of bamboo, with Chinese characters written thereon. "Kits," cries Akira. "Good fortune. The number is 50-1. Again Akira shakes the box. A second bamboo slip issues from the slit. "Dai kits. Great good fortune. The number is 90-9. Once more the box is shaken. Once more the oracular bamboo protrudes. "Kyo," laughs Akira. "Evil will befall us. The number is 60-4. He returns the box to a priest and receives 3 mysterious papers, numbered with numbers corresponding to the numbers of the bamboo slips. These little bamboo slips, or divining sticks, are called mikuji. This, as translated by Akira, is the substance of the text of the paper numbered 50-1. "He who draweth forth this mikuji, let him live according to the heavenly law and worship canon. If his trouble be a sickness, it shall pass from him. If he have lost aught, it shall be found. If he have a suit at law, he shall gain. If he love a woman, he shall surely win her, though he should have to wait. And many happinesses will come to him." The Daikitsu paper reads almost similarly, with the sole difference is that, instead of Kanon, the deities of wealth and prosperity, Daikoku, Bishamon, and Benten, are to be worshipped, and that the fortunate man will not have to wait at all for the woman loved, but the Kyo paper reads thus: "He who draweth forth this mikuji, it will be well for him to obey the heavenly law and to worship Kanon the merciful. If he have any sickness, even much more sick shall he become. If he have lost aught, it shall never be found. If he have a suit at law, he shall never gain it. If he love a woman, let him have no more expectation of winning her. Only by the most diligent piety can he hope to escape the most frightful calamities, and there shall be no felicity in his portion." "All the same, we are fortunate," declares Akira. "Twice out of 3 times we have found luck. Now we will go to see another statue of Buddha." And he guides me through many curious streets to the southern verge of the city. Section 4. Before us rises a hill with a broad flight of stone steps sloping to its summit, between foliage of cedars and maples. We climb, and I see above me the lions of Buddha waiting, the male yawning menace, the female with mouth closed. Passing between them, we enter a large temple court, at whose farther end rises another wooded eminence. And here is the temple, with roof of blue-painted copper tiles, and tilted eaves, and gargoyles and dragons, all weather-stained to one neutral tone. The paper screens are open, but a melancholy rhythmic chant from within tells us that the noonday service is being held. The priests are chanting the syllables of Sanskrit texts transliterated into Chinese, intoning the sutra called the Sutra of the Lotus of the Good Law. One of those who chant keeps time by tapping with a mallet, cotton-wrapped, some grotesque object shaped like a dolphin's head, all lacquered in scarlet and gold, which gives forth a dull, booming tone, a mokugyo. To the right of the temple is a little shrine, filling the air with the fragrance of incense burning. I peer in through the blue smoke that curls up from half a dozen tiny rods planted in a small brazier full of ashes, and far back in the shadow I see a swarthy Buddha, tiara coiffed, with head bowed and hands joined, just as I see the Japanese praying, erect in the sun, before the thresholds of temples. The figure is of wood, rudely wrought and rudely colored. Still, the placid face has beauty of suggestion. Crossing the court to the left of the building, I find another flight of steps before me, leading up a slope to something mysterious still higher, among enormous trees. I ascend these steps also, reach the top, guarded by two small symbolic lions, and suddenly find myself in cool shadow, and startled by a spectacle totally unfamiliar. Dark, almost black soil, and the shadowing of trees immemorially old, through whose vaulted foliage the sun leaks thinly down in rare flecks. A crepuscular light, tender and solemn, revealing the weirdest host of unfamiliar shapes, a vast congregation of gray, columnar, mossy things, stony, monumental, sculptured with Chinese ideographs, and about them, behind them, rising high above them, thickly set as rushes in a marsh verge, tall, slender wooden tablets, like laths, covered with similar fantastic lettering, pierce the green gloom by thousands, by tens of thousands. And before I can note other details, I know that I am in a hakaba, a cemetery, a very ancient Buddhist cemetery. These laths are called in the Japanese tongue sotoba. Note: derived from the Sanskrit stupa. End of note. All have notches cut upon their edges on both sides near the top 5 notches, and all are painted with Chinese characters on both faces. One inscription is always the phrase, "To promote Buddhahood," painted immediately below the dead man's name. The inscription upon the other surface is always a sentence in Sanskrit, whose meaning has been forgotten even by those priests who perform the funeral rites. One such lath is planted behind the tomb as soon as the monument, haka, is set up, then another every 7 days for 49 days, and another one after the lapse of 100 days, then one at the end of a year, and then one after the passing of 3 years, and at successively longer periods others are erected during 100 years. And in almost every group I notice some quite new or freshly planed unpainted white wood, standing beside others gray or even black with age, and there are many still older, from whose surface all the characters have disappeared. Others are lying on the somber clay. Hundreds stand so loose in the soil that the least breeze jostles and clatters them together. Not less unfamiliar in their forms, but far more interesting, are the monuments of stone. One shape I know represents 5 of the Buddhist elements, a cube supporting a sphere which upholds a pyramid on which rests a shallow square cup with 4 crescent edges and tilted corners, and in the cup a pyriform body poised with a point upwards. These successively typify earth, water, fire, wind, ether, the 5 substances wherefrom the body is shapen, and into which it is resolved by death. The absence of any emblem for the 6th element, knowledge, touches more than any imagery conceivable could do. And nevertheless, In the purpose of the symbolism, this omission was never planned with the same idea that it suggests to the Occidental mind. Very numerous also among the monuments are low, square, flat-topped shafts with a Japanese inscription in black or gold, or merely cut into the stone itself. Then there are upright slabs of various shapes and heights, mostly rounded at the top, usually bearing sculptures in relief. Finally, there are many curiously angled stones or natural rocks dressed on one side only, with designs etched upon the smooth surface. There would appear to be some meaning, even in the irregularity of the shape of these slabs. The rock always seems to have been broken out of its bed at 5 angles, and the manner in which it remains balanced perpendicularly upon its pedestal is a secret that the first hasty examination fails to reveal. The pedestals themselves vary in construction. Most have 3 orifices in the projecting surface in front of the monument supported by them, usually one large oval cavity with 2 small round holes flanking it. These smaller holes serve for the burning of incense rods. The larger cavity is filled with water. I do not know exactly why. Only my Japanese companion tells me it is an ancient custom in Japan thus to pour out water for the dead. There are also bamboo cups on either side of the monument in which to place flowers. Many of the sculptures represent Buddha in meditation or in the attitude of exhorting. A few represent him asleep with the placid, dreaming face of a child, a Japanese child. This means nirvana. A common design upon many tombs also seems to be 2 lotus blossoms with stalks intertwined. In one place I see a stone with an English name upon it, and above that name a rudely chiseled cross. Verily the priests of Buddha have blessed tolerance, for this is a Christian tomb. And all is chipped and mouldered and mossed, and the grey stones stand closely in hosts of ranks, only 1 or 2 inches apart, ranks of thousands upon thousands, always in the shadow of the great trees. Overhead, innumerable birds sweeten the air with their trilling, and far below, down the steps behind us, I still hear the melancholy chant of the priests faintly, like a humming of bees. Akira leads the way in silence to where other steps descend into a darker and older part of the cemetery, and at the head of the steps, to the right, I see a group of colossal monuments, very tall, massive, mossed by time, with characters cut more than 2 inches deep into the grey rock of them, and behind them, in lieu of laths, are planted large sotoba, 12 to 14 feet high, and thick as the beams of a temple roof. These are the graves of priests. Section 5. Descending the shadowed steps, I find myself face to face with 6 little statues, about 3 feet high, standing in a row upon one long pedestal. The first holds a Buddhist incense box, the second a lotus, the third a pilgrim's staff, tsue. The fourth is telling the beads of a Buddhist rosary. The fifth stands in the attitude of prayer, with hands joined. The sixth bears in one hand the shakujo, or mendicant priest's staff, having 6 rings attached to the top of it, and in the other hand the mystic jewel, Nioi Hojiu, by virtue whereof all desires may be accomplished. But the faces of the 6 are the same. Each figure differs from the other by the attitude only, an emblematic attribute, and all are smiling the like faint smile. About the neck of each figure a white cotton bag is suspended, and all the bags are filled with pebbles, and pebbles have been piled high also about the feet of the statues, and upon their knees, and upon their shoulders, and even upon their aureoles of stone, little pebbles are balanced. Archaic, mysterious, but inexplicably touching, all these soft, childish faces are. Roku Jizo, the 6 Jizo. These images are called in the speech of the people, and such groups may be seen in many a Japanese cemetery. They are representations of the most beautiful and tender figure in Japanese popular faith, that charming divinity who cares for the souls of little children and consoles them in the place of unrest and saves them from the demons. But why are those little stones piled about the statues, I ask? Well, it is because some say the child ghosts must build little towers of stones for penance in the Sai no Kawara, which is the place to which all children after death must go. And the Oni, who are demons, come to throw down the little stone piles as fast as the children build, and these demons frighten the children and torment them. But the little souls run to Jizo, who hides them in his great sleeves and comforts them and makes the demons go away. And every stone one lays upon the knees or at the feet of Jizo with a prayer from the heart helps some child's soul in the Sai no Kawara to perform its long penance. Note: the real origin of the custom of piling stones before the images of Jizo and other divinities is not now known to the people. The custom is founded upon a passage in the famous sutra, the Lotus of the Good Law. Even the little boys who, in playing, erected here and there heaps of sand, with the intention of dedicating them as stupas to the Ginas, they have all of them reached enlightenment. Sadharma Pundarika, Chapter 2, Volume 81, Kearn's translation, Sacred Books of the East, Volume 21. End of note. All the little children, says the young Buddhist student who tells all this with a smile as gentle as Jizo's own, must go to the Sai no Kawara when they die, and there they play with Jizo. The Sai no Kawara is beneath us, below the ground. Note: the original Jizo has been identified by Orientalists with the Sanskrit Kshitegarbha. As Professor Chamberlain observes, the resemblance in sound between the names Jizo and Jesus is quite fortuitous, but in Japan, Jizo has become totally transformed. He may justly be called the most Japanese of all Japanese divinities. According to the curious old Buddhist book, Sai no Kawara Kuchizu Sam no Den, the whole Sai no Kawara legend originated in Japan and was first written by the priest Kuya Shonin in the 6th year of the period called Tenkei, in the reign of the Emperor Shuyaku, who died in the year 946. Tukuya was revealed in the village of Sai-in near Kyoto during a night passed by the dry bed of the neighboring river Sai no Kawa, said to be the modern Serikawa, the condition of child souls in the Meido. Such is the legend in the book, but Professor Chamberlain has shown that the name Sai no Kawara, as now written, signifies the dry bed of the river of souls, and modern Japanese faith places that river in the Meido. Whatever be the true history of the myth, it is certainly Japanese, and the conception of Jizo as the lover and playfellow of dead children belongs to Japan. There are many other popular forms of Jizo, one of the most common being that Koyasu Jizo, to whom pregnant women pray. There are but few roads in Japan upon which statues of Jizo may not be seen, for he is also the patron of pilgrims. End of note. And Jizo has long sleeves to his robe, and they pull him by the sleeves in their play, and they pile up little stones before him to amuse themselves. And those stones you see heaped about the statues are put there by people for the sake of the little ones, most often by mothers of dead children who pray to Jizo. But grown people do not go to the Sai no Kawara when they die. Note: except those who have never married. End of note. And the young student, leaving the Roku Jizo, leads the way to other strange surprises, guiding me among the tombs, showing me the sculptured divinities. Some of them are quaintly touching, all are interesting, a few are positively beautiful. The greater number have nimbi. Many are represented kneeling, with hands joined exactly like the figures of saints in old Christian art. Others, holding lotus flowers, appear to dream the dream that are meditations. One figure reposes on the coils of a great serpent. Another, coiffed with something resembling a tiara, has 6 hands, one pair joined in prayer, the rest extended, holding out various objects. And this figure stands upon a prostrate demon, crouching face downwards. Yet another image, cut in low relief, has arms innumerable. The first pair of hands are joined, with the palms together, while from behind the line of the shoulders, as if shadowily emanating therefrom, multitudinous arms reach out in all directions, vapory, spiritual, holding forth all kinds of objects, as in answer to supplication, and symbolizing, perhaps, the omnipotence of love. This is but one of the many forms of Kwannon, the goddess of mercy, the gentle divinity who refused the rest of nirvana to save the souls of men, and who is most frequently pictured as a beautiful Japanese girl. But here she appears as Senju Kwannon, Kwannon of the 1,000 hands. Close by stands a great slab bearing upon the upper portion of its chiseled surface an image in relief of Buddha, meditating upon a lotus, and below are carven 3 weird little figures, one with hands upon its eyes, one with hands upon its ears, one with hands upon its mouth. These are apes. What do they signify? I inquire. My friend answers vaguely, mimicking each gesture of the 3 sculptured shapes. I see no bad thing. I hear no bad thing. I speak no bad thing. Gradually, by dint of reiterated explanations, I myself learned to recognize some of the gods at sight. The figure seated upon a lotus, holding a sword in its hand, and surrounded by bickering fire, is Fudo-sama, Buddha as the unmoved, the immutable. The sword signifies intellect, the fire, power. Here is a meditating divinity, holding in one hand a coil of ropes. The divinity is Buddha. Those are the ropes which bind the passions and desires. Here also is Buddha slumbering, with the gentlest, softest Japanese face, a child face, and eyes closed, a hand pillowing the cheek, in nirvana. Here is a beautiful virgin figure standing upon a lily, Kwannon-sama, the Japanese Madonna. Here is a solemn seated figure, holding in one hand a vase and lifting the other with the gesture of a teacher, Yakushi-sama, Buddha, the all-healer, physician of souls. Also, I see figures of animals. The deer of Buddhist birth stories stands, all grace, in snowy stone, upon the summit of toro, or votive lamps. On one tomb I see, superbly chiseled, the image of a fish, or rather the idea of a fish, made beautifully grotesque for sculptural purposes, like the dolphin of Greek art. It crowns the top of a memorial column. The broad, open jaws, showing serrated teeth, rest on the summit of the block, bearing the dead man's name. The dorsal fin and elevated tail are elaborated into decorative impossibilities. Mokugyo, says Akira. It is the same Buddhist emblem as that hollow wooden object, lacquered scarlet and gold, on which the priests beat with a padded mallet while chanting the sutra. And finally, in one place, I perceive a pair of sitting animals of some mythological species, supple of figure as greyhounds. Kitsune, says Akira, foxes. So they are, now that I look upon them with knowledge of their purpose. Idealized foxes, foxes spiritualized, impossibly graceful foxes. They are chiseled in some gray stone. They have long, narrow, sinister, glittering eyes. They seem to snarl. They are weird, very weird creatures, the servants of the rice god, retainers of Inari-sama, and properly belong, not to Buddhist iconography, but the imagery of Shinto. No inscriptions upon these tombs corresponding to our epitaphs, only family names, the names of the dead and their relatives, and a sculptured crest, usually a flower. On the sotoba, only Sanskrit words. Farther on, I find other figures of Jizo, single reliefs, sculptured upon tombs. But one of these is a work of art so charming that I feel a pain at being obliged to pass it by. More sweet, assuredly, than any imaged Christ, this dream in white stone of the playfellow of dead children, like a beautiful young boy with gracious eyelids half closed, and a face made heavenly by such a smile as only Buddhist art could have imagined, the smile of infinite lovingness and supremest gentleness. Indeed, so charming the ideal of Jizo is, that in the speech of the people, a beautiful face is always likened to his, Jizo Kao, as the face of Jizo. End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Jizo, Section 6. And we come to the end of the cemetery, to the verge of the great grove. Beyond the trees, what caressing sun, what spiritual loveliness in the tender day. A tropic sky always seemed to me to hang so low that one could almost bathe one's fingers in its lukewarm liquid blue by reaching upward from any dwelling roof. But this sky, softer, fainter, arches so vastly as to suggest the heaven of a larger planet, and the very clouds are not clouds, but only dreams of clouds, so filmy they are, ghosts of clouds, diaphanous specters, illusions. All at once I become aware of a child standing before me, a very young girl who looks up wonderingly at my face, so light her approach that the joy of the birds and whispering of the leaves quite drown the soft sound of her feet. Her ragged garb is Japanese, but her gaze, her loose, fair hair, are not of Nippon only. The ghost of another race, perhaps my own, watches me through her flower blue eyes. A strange playground surely is this for thee, my child. I wonder if all these shapes about thee do not seem very weird, very strange, to that little soul of thine. But no, 'tis only I who seem strange to thee. Thou hast forgotten the other birth, and thy father's world. Half caste and poor and pretty, in this foreign port, better thou wert with the dead about thee, child. Better than the splendor of this soft blue light, the unknown darkness for thee. There the gentle Jizo would care for thee, and hide thee in his great sleeves, and keep all evil from thee, and play shadowy play with thee. And this thy forsaken mother, who now comes to ask an alms for thy sake, dumbly pointing to thy strange beauty with her patient Japanese smile, would put little stones upon the knees of the dear God, that thou mightest find rest. Section 7. Oh, Akira, you must tell me something more about Jizo and the ghosts of the children in the Sai no Kawara. I cannot tell you much more, answers Akira, smiling at my interest in this charming divinity. But if you will come with me now to Kuboyama, I will show you in one of the temples there pictures of the Sai no Kawara and of Jizo and the judgment of souls. So we take our way in 2 jinrikisha to the temple Rinkoji on Kuboyama. We roll swiftly through a mile of many-colored, narrow Japanese streets, then through a half-mile of pretty suburban ways, lined with gardens, behind whose clipped hedges are homes light and dainty as cages of wickerwork, and then, leaving our vehicles, we ascend green hills on foot by winding paths, and traverse a region of fields and farms. After a long walk in the hot sun, we reach a village almost wholly composed of shrines and temples. The outlying sacred place, 3 buildings in one enclosure of bamboo fences, belongs to the Shingon sect. A small open shrine to the left of the entrance first attracts us. It is a dead house. A Japanese bier is there. But almost opposite the doorway is an altar covered with startling images. What immediately rivets the attention is a terrible figure, all vermilion red, towering above many smaller images. A goblin shape with immense cavernous eyes. His mouth is widely opened, as if speaking in wrath, and his brows frown terribly. A long red beard descends upon his red breast, and on his head is a strangely shaped crown, a crown of black and gold, having 3 singular lobes, the left lobe bearing an image of the moon, the right an image of the sun. The central lobe is all black, but below it, upon the deep gold-rimmed black band, flames the mystic character signifying king. Also, from the same crown band protrude at descending angles to left and right 2 gilded scepter-shaped objects. In one hand, the king holds an object similar of form but larger, his shaku or regal wand, and Akira explains, "This is Emma-O, Lord of Shadows, Judge of Souls, King of the Dead." Note: in Sanskrit, Yama-Raja, but the Indian conception has been totally transformed by Japanese Buddhism. End of note. Of any man having a terrible countenance, the Japanese are wont to say, "His face is the face of Emma." At his right hand, white Jizo-sama stands upon a many-petaled, rosy lotus. At his left is the image of an aged woman, weird Sotsu-baba, she who takes the garments of the dead away by the banks of the river of the 3 roads, which flows through the phantom world. Pale blue her robe is, her hair and skin are white, her face is strangely wrinkled, her small keen eyes are hard. The statue is very old, and the paint is scaling from it in places, so as to lend it a ghastly, leprous aspect. There are also images of the sea goddess Benten and of Kanon-sama, seated on summits of mountains, forming the upper part of miniature landscapes made of some unfamiliar composition and beautifully colored, the whole being protected from careless fingering by strong wire nettings stretched across the front of the little shrines containing the panorama. Benten has 8 arms. 2 of her hands are joined in prayer. The others, extended above her, hold different objects: a sword, a wheel, a bow, an arrow, a key, and a magical gem. Below her, standing on the slopes of her mountain throne, are her 10 robed attendants, all in the attitude of prayer. Still farther down appears the body of a great white serpent, with its tail hanging from one orifice in the rocks, and its head emerging from another. At the very bottom of the hill lies a patient cow. Kanon appears as Senju Kanon, offering gifts to men with all the multitude of her arms of mercy. But this is not what we came to see. The pictures of heaven and hell await us in the Zenshu temple close by, whither we turn our steps. On the way, my guide tells me this: when one dies, the body is washed and shaven, and attired in white, in the garments of a pilgrim, and a wallet, sanshabukuro, like the wallet of a Buddhist pilgrim, is hung about the neck of the dead, and in this wallet are placed 3 rin. Note: funeral customs, as well as the beliefs connected with them, vary considerably in different parts of Japan. Those of the eastern provinces differ from those of the western and southern. The old practice of placing articles of value in the coffin, such as the metal mirror formerly buried with a woman, or the sword buried with a man of the samurai caste, has become almost obsolete, but the custom of putting money in the coffin still prevails. In Izumo, the amount is always 6 rin, and these are called rokudo kane, or the money for the 6 roads. End of note. And these coins are buried with the dead. For all who die must, except children, pay 3 rin at the Sanzunokawa, the river of the 3 roads. When souls have reached that river, they find there the old woman of the 3 roads, Sotsu-baba, waiting for them. She lives on the banks of that river with her husband, Tendatsuba, and if the old woman is not paid the sum of 3 rin, she takes away the clothes of the dead and hangs them upon the trees. Section 8. The temple is small, neat, luminous with the sun pouring into its widely opened shoji, and Akira must know the priests well, so affable their greeting is. I make a little offering, and Akira explains the purpose of our visit. Thereupon we are invited into a large bright apartment in a wing of the building, overlooking a lovely garden. Little cushions are placed on the floor for us to sit upon, and a smoking box is brought in, and a tiny lacquered table about 8 inches high. And while one of the priests opens a cupboard, or alcove with doors, to find the kakemono, another brings us tea, and a plate of curious confectionery consisting of various pretty objects made of a paste of sugar and rice flour. One is a perfect model of a chrysanthemum blossom, another is a lotus, others are simply large, thin, crimson lozenges bearing admirable designs, flying birds, wading storks, fish, even miniature landscapes. Akira picks out the chrysanthemum and insists that I shall eat it, and I begin to demolish the sugary blossom, petal by petal, feeling all the while an acute remorse for spoiling so beautiful a thing. Meanwhile, 4 kakemono have been brought forth, unrolled, and suspended from pegs upon the wall, and we rise to examine them. They are very, very beautiful kakemono, miracles of drawing and of color, subdued color, the color of the best period of Japanese art, and they are very large, fully 5 feet long, and more than 3 broad, mounted upon silk. And these are the legends of them. First kakemono. In the upper part of the painting is a scene from the Shaba, the world of men, which we are wont to call the real, a cemetery with trees in blossom, and mourners kneeling before tombs, all under the soft blue light of Japanese day. Underneath is the world of ghosts. Down through the earth crust souls are descending. Here they are flitting all white through inky darknesses. Here farther on, through weird twilight, they are wading the flood of the phantom river of the 3 roads, Sanzu no Kawa. And here on the right is waiting for them Sotsubaba, the old woman of the 3 roads, ghastly and gray, and tall as a nightmare. From some she is taking their garments. The trees about her are heavily hung with the garments of the others gone before. Farther down I see fleeing souls, overtaken by demons, hideous blood-red demons, with feet like lions, with faces half human, half bovine, the physiognomy of minotaurs in fury. One is rending a soul asunder, another demon is forcing souls to reincarnate themselves in bodies of horses, of dogs, of swine, and as they are thus reincarnated, they flee away into shadow. Second kakemono. Such a gloom as the diver sees in deep sea water, a lurid twilight. In the midst a throne, ebon-colored, and upon it an awful figure seated, Emma Dai-O, Lord of Death and Judge of Souls, unpitying, tremendous. Frightful guardian spirits hover about him, armed goblins. On the left, in the foreground below the throne, stands the wondrous mirror, Tabarino Kagami, reflecting the state of souls and all the happenings of the world. A landscape now shadows its surface, a landscape of cliffs and sand and sea, with ships in the offing. Upon the sand a dead man is lying, slain by a sword slash. The murderer is running away. Before this mirror a terrified soul stands in the grasp of a demon who compels him to look and to recognize in the murderer's features his own face. To the right of the throne, upon a tall-stemmed, flat stand, such as offerings to the gods are placed upon in the temples, a monstrous shape appears, like a double-faced head, freshly cut off, and set upright upon the stump of the neck. The 2 faces are the witnesses. The face of the woman, Mirume, sees all that goes on in the Shaba, and the other face is the face of a bearded man, the face of Kaguhana, who smells all odors, and by them is aware of all that human beings do. Close to them, upon a reading stand, a great book is open, the record book of deeds, and between the mirror and the witnesses, white, shuddering souls await judgment. Farther down I see the sufferings of souls already sentenced. One, in lifetime a liar, is having his tongue torn out by a demon armed with heated pincers. Other souls, flung by scores into fiery carts, are being dragged away to torment. The carts are of iron, but resemble in form certain hand wagons, which one sees every day being pulled and pushed through the streets by bare-limbed Japanese laborers, chanting always the same melancholy alternating chorus, "Hai dek hei, hai dek hei." But these demon wagoners, naked, blood-colored, having the feet of lions and the heads of bulls, move with their flaming wagons at a run, like jinriksha men. All the souls so far represented are souls of adults. Third kakemono. A furnace with souls for fuel, blazing up into darkness. Demons stir the fire with poles of iron. Down through the upper blackness, other souls are falling head downward into the flames. Below this scene opens a shadowy landscape, a faint blue and faint gray world of hills and vales, through which a river serpentines, the Sai no Kawara. Thronging the banks of the pale river are ghosts of little children, trying to pile up stones. They are very, very pretty, the child souls, pretty as real Japanese children are. It is astonishing how well is child beauty felt and expressed by the artists of Japan. Each child has one little short white dress. In the foreground, a horrible devil with an iron club has just dashed down and scattered a pile of stones built by one of the children. The little ghost, seated by the ruin of its work, is crying, with both pretty hands to its eyes. The devil appears to sneer. Other children also are weeping nearby. But lo, Jizo comes, all light and sweetness, with a glory moving behind him like a great full moon, and he holds out his shakujo, his strong and holy staff, and the little ghosts catch it and cling to it, and are drawn into the circle of his protection. And other infants have caught his great sleeves, and one has been lifted to the bosom of the god. Below this Sai no Kawara scene appears yet another shadow world, a wilderness of bamboos. Only white-robed shapes of women appear in it. They are weeping. The fingers of all are bleeding. With fingernails plucked out, must they continue through centuries to pick the sharp-edged bamboo grass. Fourth kakemono. Floating in glory, Dainichi Nyorai, Kwanon-sama, Amida Buddha. Far below them, as hell from heaven, surges a lake of blood in which souls float. The shores of this lake are precipices studded with sword blades thickly set as teeth in the jaws of a shark, and demons are driving naked ghosts up the frightful slopes. But out of the crimson lake something crystalline rises, like a beautiful clear waterspout, the stem of a flower, a miraculous lotus, bearing up a soul to the feet of a priest, standing above the verge of the abyss. By virtue of his prayer was shaped the lotus, which thus lifted up and saved a sufferer. Alas, there are no other kakemonos. There were several others. They have been lost. No, I am happily mistaken. The priest has found, in some mysterious recess, one more kakemono, a very large one, which he unrolls and suspends beside the others. A vision of beauty indeed, but what has this to do with faith or ghosts? In the foreground, a garden by the waters of the sea of some vast blue lake, a garden like that at Kanagawa, full of exquisite miniature landscape work, cascades, grottos, lily ponds, carved bridges, and trees snowy with blossom, and dainty pavilions outjutting over the placid azure water. Long, bright, soft bands of clouds swim athwart the background. Beyond and above them rises a fairy magnificence of palatial structures, roof above roof, through an aureate haze like summer vapor, creation's aerial blue, light as dreams. And there are guests in these gardens, lovely beings, Japanese maidens, but they wear aureoles, star-shining. They are spirits. For this is paradise, the Gokuraku, and all those divine shapes are bosats. And now, looking closer, I perceive beautiful weird things which at first escaped my notice. They are gardening, these charming beings. They are caressing the lotus buds, sprinkling their petals with something celestial, helping them to blossom. and what lotus buds with colors not of this world. Some have burst open, and in their luminous hearts, in a radiance like that of dawn, tiny naked infants are seated, each with a tiny halo. These are souls, new Buddhas, Hotoke, born into bliss. Some are very, very small, others larger. All seem to be growing visibly, for their lovely nurses are feeding them with something ambrosial. I see one which has left its lotus cradle, being conducted by a celestial Jizo towards the higher splendors far away. Above, in the loftiest blue, are floating tennin, angels of the Buddhist heaven, maidens with phoenix wings. One is playing with an ivory plectrum upon some stringed instrument, just as a dancing girl plays her samisen, and others are sounding those curious Chinese flutes, composed of 17 tubes, which are used still in sacred concerts at the great temples. Akira says this heaven is too much like earth. The gardens, he declares, are like the gardens of temples, in spite of the celestial lotus flowers, and in the blue roofs of the celestial mansions he discovers memories of the tea houses of the city of Saikyo. Note: literally, Western capital, modern name of Kyoto, ancient residence of the emperors. The name Tokyo, on the other hand, signifies Eastern capital. End of note. Well, what after all is the heaven of any faith but ideal reiteration and prolongation of happy experiences remembered, the dream of dead days resurrected for us and made eternal? And if you think this Japanese ideal too simple, too naive, if you say there are experiences of the material life more worthy of portrayal in a picture of heaven than any memory of days passed in Japanese gardens and temples and tea houses, it is perhaps because you do not know Japan, the soft, sweet blue of its sky, the tender color of its waters, the gentle splendor of its sunny days, the exquisite charm of its interiors, where the least object appeals to one's sense of beauty with the air of something not made, but caressed into existence. Section 9. Now there is a wazan of Jizo, says Akira, taking from a shelf in the temple alcove some much-worn, blue-covered Japanese book. A wazan is what you would call a hymn or psalm. This book is 200 years old. It is called Sai no Kawara Kuchizu Sami no Den, which is literally the legend of the humming of the Sai no Kawara. And this is the wazan. And he reads me the hymn of Jizo, the legend of the murmur of the little ghosts, the legend of the humming of the Sai no Kawara rhythmically, like a song. Note: these first 10 lines of the original will illustrate the measure of the wazan. これはこの世のことならず、しでの山路の裾のなる、才の河原の物語、聞くにつけても哀れなり、2つや3つや4つ5つ、とにもたなる緑子が才の河原に集まりて、父恋しい、母恋しい、恋しい恋しい、と泣く声は、この世の声とはこと変わり。End of note. Not of this world is the story of sorrow, the story of the Sai no Kawara, at the roots of the mountain of Shide. Not of this world is the tale, yet 'tis most pitiful to hear. For together in the Sai no Kawara are assembled children of tender age in multitude, infants but 2 or 3 years old, infants of 4 or 5, infants of less than 10. In the Sai no Kawara, they are gathered together, and the voice of their longing for their parents, the voice of their crying for their mothers and their fathers, Chichi koishi, haha koishi, is never as the voice of the crying of children in this world, but a crying so pitiful to hear, that the sound of it would pierce through flesh and bone, and sorrowful indeed the task which they perform, gathering the stones of the bed of the river, therewith to heap the tower of prayers. Saying prayers for the happiness of father, they heap the first tower. Saying prayers for the happiness of mother, they heap the second tower. Saying prayers for their brothers, their sisters, and all whom they loved at home, they heap the third tower. Such, by day, are their pitiful diversions. But ever as the sun begins to sink below the horizon, then do the Oni, the demons of the hells, appear, and say to them, "What is this that you do here? Lo, your parents still living in the Shaba world. Take no thought of pious offering or holy work. They do not but mourn for you from the morning unto the evening. Oh, how pitiful! Alas, how unmerciful! Verily, the cause of the pains that you suffer is only the mourning, the lamentation of your parents." And saying also, "Blame never us." The demons cast down the heaped-up towers. They dash the stones down with their clubs of iron. But lo, the teacher Jizo appears. All gently he comes, and says to the weeping infants, "Be not afraid, dears, be never fearful. Poor little souls, your lives were brief indeed. Too soon you were forced to make the weary journey to the Meido, the long journey to the region of the dead. Trust to me, I am your father and mother in the Meido, father of all children in the region of the dead." And he folds the skirt of his shining robe about them, so graciously takes he pity on the infants. To those who cannot walk he stretches forth his strong shakujo, and he pets the little ones, caresses them, takes them to his loving bosom. So graciously he takes pity on the infants. Namu Amida Butsu. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, A Pilgrimage to Enoshima. Section 1, Kamakura. A long, straggling country village, between low wooded hills, with a canal passing through it. Old Japanese cottages, dingy, neutral-tinted, with roofs of thatch, very steeply sloping, above their wooden walls and paper shoji. Green patches on all the roof slopes, some sort of grass, and on the very summits, on the ridges, luxurious growths of yane shobu. Note: Yane, roof. Shobu, sweet flag. Acorus calamus. End of note. The roof plant, bearing pretty purple flowers. In the lukewarm air, a mingling of Japanese odors, smells of sake, smells of seaweed soup, smells of daikon, the strong native radish, and, dominating all, a sweet, thick, heavy scent of incense from the shrines of gods. Akira has hired 2 jinricksha for our pilgrimage. A speckless azure sky arches the world, and the land lies glorified in a joy of sunshine, and yet a sense of melancholy, of desolation unspeakable, weighs upon me as we roll along the bank of the tiny stream, between the moldering lines of wretched little homes with grass growing on their roofs. For this moldering hamlet represents all that remains of the million-peopled streets of Yoritomo's capital, the mighty city of the shogunate, the ancient seat of feudal power, whither came the envoys of Kublai Khan demanding tribute, to lose their heads for their temerity, and only some of the unnumbered temples of the once magnificent city now remain, saved from the conflagrations of the 15th and 16th centuries, doubtless because built in high places, or because isolated from the maze of burning streets by vast courts and groves. Here still dwell the ancient gods in the great silence of their decaying temples, without worshippers, without revenues, surrounded by desolations of rice fields, where the chanting of frogs replaces the sea-like murmur of the city that was and is not. Section 2. The first great temple, Engakuji, invites us to cross the canal by a little bridge facing its outward gate, a roofed gate with fine Chinese lines, but without carving. Passing it, we ascend a long, imposing succession of broad steps leading up through a magnificent grove to a terrace, where we reach the second gate. This gate is a surprise, a stupendous structure of 2 stories, with huge sweeping curves of roof and enormous gables. Antique, Chinese, magnificent. It is more than 400 years old, but seems scarcely affected by the wearing of the centuries. The whole of the ponderous and complicated upper structure is sustained upon an open work of round, plain pillars and crossbeams. The vast eaves are full of birds' nests, and the storm of twittering from the roofs is like a rushing of water. Immense the work is, and imposing in its aspect of settled power, but, in its way, it has great severity. There are no carvings, no gargoyles, no dragons, and yet the maze of projecting timbers below the eaves will both excite and delude expectation. So strangely does it suggest the grotesqueries and fantasticalities of another art. You look everywhere for the heads of lions, elephants, dragons, and see only the 4-angled ends of beams, and feel rather astonished than disappointed. The majesty of the edifice could not have been strengthened by any such carving. After the gate, another long series of wide steps, and more trees, millennial, thick shadowing, and then the terrace of the temple itself, with 2 beautiful stone lanterns, toro, at its entrance. The architecture of the temple resembles that of the gate, although on a lesser scale. Over the doors is a tablet with Chinese characters, signifying great, pure, clear, shining treasure. But a heavy framework of wooden bars closes the sanctuary, and there is no one to let us in. Peering between the bars I see, in a sort of twilight, first a pavement of squares of marble, then an aisle of massive wooden pillars upholding the dim, lofty roof. And at the farther end, between the pillars, Shaka, colossal, black-visaged, gold-robed, enthroned upon a giant lotus fully 40 feet in circumference. At his right hand, some white mysterious figure stands, holding an incense box. At his left, another white figure is praying with clasped hands. Both are of superhuman stature, but it is too dark within the edifice to discern who they may be, whether disciples of the Buddha, or divinities, or figures of saints. Beyond this temple extends an immense grove of trees, ancient cedars and pines, with splendid bamboos thickly planted between them, rising perpendicularly as masts to mix their plumes with the foliage of the giants. The effect is tropical, magnificent. Through this shadowing, a flight of broad stone steps slant up gently to some yet older shrine, and ascending them we reach another portal, smaller than the imposing Chinese structure through which we already passed, but wonderful, weird, full of dragons of a form which sculptors no longer carve, which they have even forgotten how to make. Winged dragons rising from a storm whirl of waters, or thereinto descending. The dragon upon the panel of the left gate has her mouth closed. The jaws of the dragon on the panel of the right gate are open and menacing. Female and male they are, like the lions of Buddha. And the whirls of the eddying water, and the crests of the billowing, stand out from the panel in astonishing boldness of relief, in loops and curlings of grey wood, time-seasoned to the hardness of stone. The little temple beyond contains no celebrated image, but a shari only, or relic of Buddha, brought from India, and I cannot see it, having no time to wait until the absent keeper of the shari can be found. Section 3. Now we shall go to look at the big bell, says Akira. We turn to the left as we descend along a path cut between hills, faced for the height of 7 or 8 feet, with protection walls made green by moss, and reach a flight of extraordinarily dilapidated steps, with grass springing between their every joint and break, steps so worn down and displaced by countless feet that they have become ruins, painful and even dangerous to mount. We reach the summit, however, without mishap, and find ourselves before a little temple, on the steps of which an old priest awaits us, with a smiling bow of welcome. We return his salutation, but ere entering the temple turn to look at the Tsurigane on the right, the famous bell. Under a lofty, open shed, with a tilted Chinese roof, the great bell is hung. I should judge it to be fully 9 feet high, and about 5 feet in diameter, with lips about 8 inches thick. The shape of it is not like that of our bells, which broaden toward the lips. This has the same diameter through all its height, and it is covered with Buddhist texts cut into the smooth metal of it. It is rung by means of a heavy swinging beam, suspended from the roof by chains, and moved like a battering ram. There are loops of palm fiber rope attached to this beam to pull it by, and when you pull hard enough, so as to give it a good swing, it strikes a molding like a lotus flower on the side of the bell. This it must have done many 100 times, for the square flat end of it, though showing the grain of a very dense wood, has been battered into a convex disc with the ragged protruding edges, like the surface of a long-used printer's mallet. A priest makes a sign to me to ring the bell. I first touch the great lips with my hand very lightly, and a musical murmur comes from them. Then I set the beam swinging strongly, and a sound deep as thunder, rich as the bass of a mighty organ, a sound enormous, extraordinary, yet beautiful, rolls over the hills and away. Then swiftly follows another and lesser and sweeter billowing of tone, then another, then an eddying of waves of echoes. Only once was it struck, the astounding bell, yet it continues to sob and moan for at least 10 minutes. And the age of this bell is 650 years. Note: at the time this paper was written, nearly 3 years ago, I had not seen the mighty bells at Kyoto and Nara. The largest bell in Japan is suspended in the grounds of the Grand Jodo Temple of Chion-in in Kyoto. Visitors are not allowed to sound it. It was cast in 1633. It weighs 74 tons and requires, they say, 25 men to ring it properly. Next in size ranks the bell of the Daibutsu Temple in Kyoto, which visitors are allowed to ring on payment of a small sum. It was cast in 1615 and weighs 63 tons. The wonderful bell at Todaiji at Nara, although ranking only third, is perhaps the most interesting of all. It is 13 feet 6 inches high and 9 feet in diameter, and its inferiority to the Kyoto bells is not in visible dimensions, so much as in weight and thickness. It weighs 37 tons. It was cast in 733 and is therefore 1,160 years old. Visitors pay 1 cent to sound it once. End of note. In the little temple nearby, the priest shows us a series of curious paintings representing the 600th anniversary of the casting of the bell, for this is a sacred bell, and the spirit of a god is believed to dwell within it. Otherwise, the temple has little of interest. There are some kakemono representing Ieyasu and his retainers, and on either side of the door, separating the inner from the outward sanctuary, there are life-size images of Japanese warriors in antique costume. On the altars of the inner shrine are small images, grouped upon a miniature landscape work of painted wood, the Jugo Doji, or 15 youths, the sons of the goddess Benten. There are gohei before the shrine, and a mirror upon it, emblems of Shinto. The sanctuary has changed hands in the great transfer of Buddhist temples to the state religion. In nearly every celebrated temple, little Japanese prints are sold, containing the history of the shrine and its miraculous legends. I find several such things on sale at the door of the temple, and in one of them, ornamented with a curious engraving of the bell, I discover, with Akira's aid, the following traditions. Section 4. In the 12th year of Bummei, this bell rang itself, and one who laughed on being told of the miracle met with misfortune, and another who believed thereafter prospered and obtained all his desires. Now in that time there died in the village of Tamanawa a sick man whose name was Ono no Kimi. And Ono no Kimi descended to the region of the dead and went before the judgment seat of Emma O. And Emma, judge of souls, said to him, "You come too soon. The measure of life allotted you in the Shaba world has not yet been exhausted. Go back at once." But Ono no Kimi pleaded, saying, "How may I go back, not knowing my way through the darkness?" And Emma answered him, "You can find your way back by listening to the sound of the bell of Engakuji, which is heard in the Nanenbudi world, going south." And Ono no Kimi went south and heard the bell and found his way through the darknesses and revived in the Shaba world. Also in those days there appeared in many provinces a Buddhist priest of giant stature, whom none remembered to have seen before, and whose name no man knew, traveling through the land, and everywhere exhorting the people to pray before the bell of Engakuji. And it was at last discovered that the giant pilgrim was the holy bell itself, transformed by supernatural power into the form of a priest. And after these things had happened, many prayed before the bell and obtained their wishes. Section 5. Oh, there is something still to see, my guide exclaims as we reach the great Chinese gate again, and he leads the way across the grounds by another path to a little hill previously hidden from view by trees. The face of the hill, a mass of soft stone perhaps 100 feet high, is hollowed out into chambers, full of images. These look like burial caves, and the images seem funereal monuments. There are 2 stories of chambers, 3 above, 2 below, and the former are connected with the latter by a narrow interior stairway cut through the living rock. And all around the dripping walls of these chambers on pedestals are gray slabs, shaped exactly like the haka in Buddhist cemeteries, and chiseled with figures of divinities in high relief. All have glory discs. Some are naive and sincere, like the work of our own medieval image makers. Several are not unfamiliar. I have seen before, in the cemetery of Kuboyama, this kneeling woman with countless shadowy hands, and this figure tiara coiffed, slumbering with one knee raised and cheek pillowed upon the left hand, the placid and pathetic symbol of the perpetual rest. Others, like Madonnas, hold lotus flowers, and their feet rest upon the coils of a serpent. I cannot see them all, for the rock roof of one chamber has fallen in, and a sunbeam entering the ruin reveals a host of inaccessible sculptures half buried in rubbish. But no, this grotto work is not for the dead, and these are not haka, as I imagined, but only images of the goddess of mercy. These chambers are chapels, and these sculptures are the Engakuji no Hyaku Kwanon, the 100 kanons of Engakuji. And I see in the upper chamber above the stairs a granite tablet in a rock niche, chiseled with an inscription in Sanskrit, transliterated into Chinese characters. Adoration to the great merciful Kwanseon, who looketh down above the sound of prayer. Note: in Sanskrit, Avalokitesvara, the Japanese Kwannon or Kwanseon, is identical in origin with the Chinese virgin goddess Kuan Yin, adopted by Buddhism as an incarnation of the Indian Avalokitesvara. See Eitel's Handbook of Chinese Buddhism. But the Japanese Kwannon has lost all Chinese characteristics, has become artistically an idealization of all that is sweet and beautiful in the women of Japan. End of note. Section 6. Entering the grounds of the next temple, the temple of Kenchoji, through the gate of the forest of contemplative words, and the gate of the great mountain of wealth, one might almost fancy one's self re-entering, by some queer mistake, the grounds of Engakuji. For the third gate before us, and the imposing temple beyond it, constructed upon the same models as those of the structures previously visited, were also the work of the same architect. Passing this third gate, colossal, severe, superb, we come to a fountain of bronze before the temple doors, an immense and beautiful lotus leaf of metal, forming a broad shallow basin kept full to the brim by a jet in its midst. This temple is also paved with black and white square slabs, and we can enter it with our shoes. Outside it is plain and solemn as that of Engakuji, but the interior offers a more extraordinary spectacle of faded splendor. In lieu of the black shaka throned against the background of flamelets is a colossal Jizo-sama with a nimbus of fire, a single gilded circle, large as a wagon wheel, breaking into fire tongues at 3 points. He is seated upon an enormous lotus of tarnished gold, over the lofty edge of which the skirt of his robe trails down. Behind him, standing on ascending tiers of golden steps, are glimmering hosts of miniature figures of him, reflections, multiplications of him, ranged there by ranks of hundreds, the 1,000 Jizo. From the ceiling above him droop the dingy splendors of a sort of dais work, a streaming circle of pendants like a fringe, shimmering faintly through the webbed dust of centuries, and the ceiling itself must once have been a marvel, all beamed in caissons, each caisson containing, upon a gold ground, the painted figure of a flying bird. Formerly, the 8 great pillars supporting the roof were also covered with gilding, but only a few traces of it linger still upon the worm-pierced surfaces, and about the bases of their capitals. And there are wonderful friezes above the doors, from which all color has long since faded away. Marvelous gray old carvings in relief, floating figures of tennin, or heavenly spirits, playing upon flutes and biwa. There is a chamber separated by a heavy wooden screen from the aisle on the right, and the priest in charge of the building slides the screen aside and bids us enter. In this chamber is a drum, elevated upon a brazen stand, the hugest I ever saw, fully 18 feet in circumference. Beside it hangs a big bell, covered with Buddhist texts. I am sorry to learn that it is prohibited to sound the great drum. There is nothing else to see except some dingy paper lanterns figured with the swastika, the sacred Buddhist symbol called by the Japanese manji. Section 7. Akira tells me that in the book called Jizo-kyo Kosui, this legend is related of the great statue of Jizo in this same ancient temple of Kenchoji. Formerly, there lived at Kamakura the wife of a ronin. Note: let the reader consult Mitford's admirable Tales of Old Japan for the full meaning of the term ronin. End of note. Named Soga Sadayoshi, she lived by feeding silkworms and gathering the silk. She used often to visit the temple of Kenchoji, and one very cold day that she went there, she thought that the image of Jizo looked like one suffering from cold, and she resolved to make a cap to keep the god's head warm, such a cap as the people of the country wear in cold weather. And she went home and made the cap, and covered the god's head with it, saying, "Would I were rich enough to give thee a warm covering for all thine august body, but alas, I am poor, and even this which I offer thee is unworthy of thy divine acceptance." Now this woman very suddenly died in the 50th year of her age, in the 12th month of the 5th year of the period called Chisho. But her body remained warm for 3 days, so that her relatives would not suffer her to be taken to the burning ground, and on the evening of the 3rd day she came to life again. Then she related that on the day of her death she had gone before the judgment seat of Emma, king and judge of the dead, and Emma, seeing her, became wroth, and said to her, "You have been a wicked woman, and have scorned the teaching of the Buddha. All your life you have passed in destroying the lives of silkworms by putting them into heated water. Now you shall go to the Kwakto Jikoku, and there burn until your sins shall be expiated." Forthwith she was seized and dragged by demons to a great pot filled with molten metal, and thrown into the pot, and she cried out horribly. And suddenly Jizo-sama descended into the molten metal beside her, and the metal became like a flowing of oil and ceased to burn. And Jizo put his arms about her and lifted her out. And he went with her before King Emma and asked that she should be pardoned for his sake, forasmuch as she had become related to him by one act of goodness. So she found pardon and returned to the Shaba world. Akira, I ask, it cannot then be lawful, according to Buddhism, for anyone to wear silk. Assuredly not, replies Akira, and by the law of Buddha, priests are expressly forbidden to wear silk. Nevertheless, he adds with that quiet smile of his, in which I am beginning to discern suggestions of sarcasm, nearly all the priests wear silk. Section 8. Akira also tells me this. It is related in the 7th volume of the book Kamakurashi that there was formerly at Kamakura a temple called Emmeiji, in which there was enshrined a famous statue of Jizo, called Hadaka Jizo, or Naked Jizo. The statue was indeed naked, but clothes were put upon it, and it stood upright with its feet upon a chessboard. Now, when pilgrims came to the temple and paid a certain fee, the priest of the temple would remove the clothes of the statue, and then all could see that, though the face was the face of Jizo, the body was the body of a woman. Now this was the origin of the famous image of Hadaka Jizo standing upon the chessboard. On one occasion, the great prince, Taira no Tokyori, was playing chess with his wife in the presence of many guests, and he made her agree, after they had played several games, that whosoever should lose the next game would have to stand naked on the chessboard. And in the next game they played, his wife lost, and she prayed to Jizo to save her from the shame of appearing naked. And Jizo came in answer to her prayer, and stood upon the chessboard, and disrobed himself, and changed his body suddenly into the body of a woman. Section 9. As we travel on, the road curves and narrows between higher elevations and becomes more somber. Oi, mat! My Buddhist guide calls softly to the runners, and our 2 vehicles halt in a band of sunshine, descending through an opening in the foliage of immense trees, over a flight of ancient mossy steps. Here, says my friend, is the temple of the King of Death. It is called Enma-do, and it is a temple of the Zen sect, Zen-oji, and it is more than 700 years old, and there is a famous statue in it. We ascend to a small, narrow court in which the edifice stands. At the head of the steps to the right is a stone tablet, very old, with characters cut at least an inch deep into the granite of it, Chinese characters signifying, "This is the temple of Emma, king." The temple resembles outwardly and inwardly the others we have visited, and, like those of Shaka and of the colossal Jizo of Kamakura, has a paved floor, so that we are not obliged to remove our shoes on entering. Everything is worn, dim, vaguely gray. There is a pungent scent of moldiness. The paint has long ago peeled away from the naked wood of the pillars. Thrown to the right and left against the high walls tower 9 grim figures, 5 on one side, 4 on the other, wearing strange crowns with trumpet-shapen ornaments, figures hoary with centuries, and so like to the icon of Emma, which I saw at Kuboyama, that I ask, "Are all these Emma?" "Oh no," my guide answers. "These are his attendants only, the Ju-o, the 10 kings." "But there are only 9, I query. 9, and Emma completes the number. You have not yet seen Emma. "Where is he?" "I see at the farther end of the chamber an altar elevated upon a platform, approached by wooden steps. But there is no image, only the usual altar furniture of gilded bronze and lacquerware. Behind the altar I see only a curtain about 6 feet square, a curtain once dark red, now almost without any definite hue, probably veiling some alcove. A temple guardian approaches and invites us to ascend the platform. I remove my shoes before mounting upon the matted surface, and follow the guardian behind the altar in front of the curtain. He makes me a sign to look, and lifts the veil with a long rod, and suddenly, out of the blackness of some mysterious profundity masked by that somber curtain, there glowers upon me an apparition at the sight of which I involuntarily start back, a monstrosity exceeding all anticipation. A face. Note: There is a delicious Japanese proverb, the full humor of which is only to be appreciated by one familiar with the artistic representations of the divinities referred to. Karu toki no Jizo gao, nasu toki no Emma gao. Borrowing time, the face of Jizo. Repaying time, the face of Enma. End of note. A face tremendous, menacing, frightful, dull red, as with the redness of heated iron cooling into gray. The first shock of the vision is no doubt partly due to the somewhat theatrical manner in which the work is suddenly revealed out of darkness by the lifting of the curtain. But as the surprise passes, I begin to recognize the immense energy of the conception, to look for the secret of the grim artist. The wonder of the creation is not in the tiger frown, nor in the violence of the terrific mouth, nor in the fury and ghastly color of the head as a whole. It is in the eyes of nightmare. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, A Pilgrimage to Enoshima. Section 10. Now, this weird old temple has its legend. 700 years ago, 'tis said, there died the great image maker, the great Bushi, Unke Sosei. And Unke Sosei signifies Unke who returned from the dead. For when he came before Emma, the judge of souls, Emma said to him, Living, thou madest no image of me. Go back unto earth and make one, now that thou hast looked upon me. And Unke found himself suddenly restored to the world of men, and they that had known him before, astonished to see him alive again, called him Unke Sosei. And Unke Sosei, bearing with him always the memory of the countenance of Emma, wrought this image of him, which still inspires fear in all who behold it. And he made also the images of the grim Ju-o, the 10 kings obeying Emma, which sit throned about the temple. I want to buy a picture of Emma, and make my wish known to the temple guardian. Oh yes, I may buy a picture of Emma, but I must first see the Oni. I follow the guardian out of the temple, down the mossy steps, and across the village highway into a little Japanese cottage, where I take my seat upon the floor. The guardian disappears behind a screen, and presently returns, dragging with him the Oni, the image of a demon, naked, blood-red, indescribably ugly. The Oni is about 3 feet high. He stands in an attitude of menace, brandishing a club. He has a head shaped something like the head of a bulldog, with brazen eyes, and his feet are like the feet of a lion. Very gravely, the guardian turns the grotesquerie round and round, that I may admire its every aspect, while a naive crowd collects before the open door to look at the stranger and the demon. Then the guardian finds me a rude woodcut of Emma, with a sacred inscription printed upon it, and as soon as I have paid for it, he proceeds to stamp the paper with the seal of the temple. The seal he keeps in a wonderful lacquered box, covered with many wrappings of soft leather. These having been removed, I inspect the seal, an oblong vermilion red polished stone, with the design cut in intaglio upon it. He moistens the surface with red ink, presses it upon the corner of the paper bearing the grim picture, and the authenticity of my strange purchase is established forever. Section 11. You do not see the Daibutsu as you enter the grounds of his long-vanished temple, and proceed along a paved path across stretches of lawn. Great trees hide him. But very suddenly, at a turn, he comes into full view, and you start. No matter how many photographs of the Colossus you may have already seen, this first vision of the reality is an astonishment. Then you imagine that you are already too near, though the image is at least 100 yards away. As for me, I retire at once 30 or 40 yards back to get a better view, and the jinriksha man runs after me, laughing and gesticulating, thinking that I imagine the image alive and am afraid of it. But even were that shape alive, none could be afraid of it. The gentleness, the dreamy passionlessness of those features, the immense repose of the whole figure, are full of beauty and charm, and contrary to all expectation, the nearer you approach the giant Buddha, the greater his charm becomes. You look up into the solemnly beautiful face, into the half-closed eyes that seem to wash you through their eyelids of bronze as gently as those of a child, and you feel that the image typifies all that is tender and calm in the soul of the East. Yet you feel also that only Japanese thought could have created it. Its beauty, its dignity, its perfect repose reflect the higher life of the race that imagined it. And though doubtless inspired by some Indian model, as the treatment of the hair and various symbolic marks reveal, the art is Japanese. So mighty and beautiful the work is that you will not for some time notice the magnificent lotus plants of bronze, fully 15 feet high, planted before the figure, on either side of the great tripod in which the incense rods are burning. Through an orifice in the right side of the enormous lotus blossom on which the Buddha is seated, you can enter into the statue. The interior contains a little shrine of Kwannon and a statue of the priest Yuten, and a stone tablet bearing in Chinese characters the sacred formula, Namu Amida Butsu. A ladder enables the pilgrim to ascend into the interior of the colossus as high as the shoulders, in which are 2 little windows commanding a wide prospect of the grounds, while a priest who acts as guide states the age of the statue to be 630 years and asks for some small contribution to aid in the erection of a new temple to shelter it from the weather. For this Buddha once had a temple. A tidal wave following an earthquake swept walls and roof away, but left the mighty Amida unmoved, still meditating upon his lotus. Section 12. And we arrive at the far-famed Kamakura Temple of Kwannon, Kwannon, who yielded up her right to the eternal peace, that she might save the souls of men, and renounced nirvana to suffer with humanity for other myriad million ages, Kwannon, the goddess of pity and mercy. I climb 3 flights of steps leading to the temple, and a young girl, seated at the threshold, rises to greet us. Then she disappears within the temple to summon the guardian priest, a venerable man, white-robed, who makes me a sign to enter. The temple is large as any that I have yet seen, and, like the others, gray with the wearing of 600 years. From the roof there hang down votive offerings, inscriptions, and lanterns in multitude, painted with various pleasing colors. Almost opposite to the entrance is a singular statue, a seated figure, of human dimensions and most human aspect, looking upon us with small weird eyes set in a wondrously wrinkled face. This face was originally painted flesh tint, and the robes of the image pale blue, but now the whole is uniformly gray with age and dust, and its colorlessness harmonizes so well with the senility of the figure that one is almost ready to believe oneself gazing at a living mendicant pilgrim. It is Benzuru, the same personage whose famous image at Asakusa has been made featureless by the wearing touch of countless pilgrim fingers. To left and right of the entrance are the Ni-o, enormously muscled, furious of aspect. Their crimson bodies are speckled with a white scum of paper pellets spat at them by worshippers. Above the altar is a small but very pleasing image of Kwannon, with her entire figure relieved against an oblong halo of gold, imitating the flickering of flame. But this is not the image for which the temple is famed. There is another to be seen upon certain conditions. The old priest presents me with a petition, written in excellent and eloquent English, praying visitors to contribute something to the maintenance of the temple and its pontiff, and appealing to those of another faith to remember that any belief which can make men kindly and good is worthy of respect. I contribute my mite, and I ask to see the great Kwannon. Then the old priest lights a lantern and leads the way, through a low doorway on the left of the altar, into the interior of the temple, into some very lofty darkness. I follow him cautiously a while, discerning nothing whatever but the flicker of the lantern. Then we halt before something which gleams. A moment, and my eyes, becoming more accustomed to the darkness, begin to distinguish outlines. The gleaming object defines itself gradually as a foot, an immense golden foot, and I perceive the hem of a golden robe undulating over the instep. Now the other foot appears. The figure is certainly standing. I can perceive that we are in a narrow but also very lofty chamber, and that out of some mysterious blackness overhead ropes are dangling down into the circle of lantern light illuminating the golden feet. The priest lights 2 more lanterns and suspends them upon hooks attached to a pair of pendant ropes about a yard apart. Then he pulls up both together slowly. More of the golden robe is revealed as the lanterns ascend, swinging on their way. Then the outlines of 2 mighty knees, then the curving of columnar thighs under chiseled drapery, and, as with the still waving ascent of the lanterns, the golden vision towers ever higher through the gloom, expectation intensifies. There is no sound but the sound of invisible pulleys overhead, which squeak like bats. Now above the golden girdle, the suggestion of a bosom, then the glowing of a golden hand uplifted in benediction, then another golden hand holding a lotus, and at last a face, golden, smiling with eternal youth and infinite tenderness, the face of Kwannon. So revealed out of the consecrated darkness, this ideal of divine femininity, creation of a forgotten art and time, is more than impressive. I can scarcely call the emotion which it produces admiration. It is rather reverence. But the lanterns, which paused a while at the level of the beautiful face, now ascend still higher, with a fresh squeaking of pulleys, and lo, the tiara of the divinity appears, with strangest symbolism. It is a pyramid of heads, of faces, charming faces of maidens, miniature faces of Kwannon herself. For this is the Kwannon of the 11 faces, Juichimen Kwannon. Section 13. Most sacred this statue is held, and this is its legend. In the reign of Emperor Gensei, there lived in the province of Yamato a Buddhist priest, Tokudo Shonin, who had been in a previous birth called Bosatz, who had been reborn among common men to save their souls. Now at that time, in a valley in Yamato, Tokudo Shonin, walking by night, saw a wonderful radiance, and going toward it, found that it came from the trunk of a great fallen tree, a kusunoki, or camphor tree. A delicious perfume came from the tree, and the shining of it was like the shining of the moon. And by these signs, Tokudo Shonin knew that the wood was holy, and he bethought him that he should have the statue of Kwannon carved from it. And he recited a sutra, and repeated the Nembutsu, praying for inspiration. And even while he prayed, there came and stood before him an aged man and an aged woman, and these said to him, "We know that your desire is to have the image of Kwannon-sama carved from this tree with the help of heaven. Continue therefore to pray, and we shall carve the statue." And Tokudo Shonin did as they bade him, and he saw them easily split the vast trunk into 2 equal parts, and begin to carve each of the parts into an image. And he saw them so labor for 3 days, and on the 3rd day the work was done, and he saw the 2 marvelous statues of Kwannon made perfect before him. And he said to the strangers, "Tell me, I pray you, by what names you are known." Then the old man answered, "I am Kasuga Myojin." And the woman answered, "I am called Tensho Kotaijin. I am the goddess of the sun." And as they spoke, both became transfigured and ascended to heaven and vanished from the sight of Tokudo Shonin. Note: this old legend has peculiar interest as an example of the efforts made by Buddhism to absorb the Shinto divinities, as it had already absorbed those of India and China. These efforts were, to a great extent, successful prior to the disestablishment of Buddhism and the revival of Shinto as the state religion, but in Izumo and other parts of Western Japan, Shinto has always remained dominant, and has even appropriated and amalgamated much belonging to Buddhism. End of note. And the emperor, hearing of these happenings, sent his representative to Yamato to make offerings and have a temple built. Also the great priest Gyogi Bosatsu came and consecrated the images and dedicated the temple, which by order of the emperor was built. And one of the statues he placed in the temple, enshrining it and commanding it, "Stay thou here always to save all living creatures." But the other statue he cast into the sea, saying to it, "Go thou whithersoever it is best, to save all the living." Now the statue floated to Kamakura, and there arriving by night, it shed a great radiance all about it, as if there were sunshine upon the sea. And the fishermen of Kamakura were awakened by the great light, and they went out in boats, and found the statue floating, and brought it to shore. And the emperor ordered that a temple should be built for it, the temple called Shin Hasei-dera, on the mountain called Kaiko-san, at Kamakura. Section 14. As we leave the temple of Kwannon behind us, there are no more dwellings visible along the road. The green slopes to the left and right become steeper, and the shadows of the great trees deepen over us. But still at intervals, some flight of venerable mossy steps, a carven Buddhist gateway, or a lofty torii, signals the presence of sanctuaries we have no time to visit. Countless crumbling shrines are all around us, dumb witnesses to the antique splendor and vastness of the dead capital, and everywhere, mingled with perfume of blossoms, hovers the sweet, resinous smell of Japanese incense. Betimes we pass a scattered multitude of sculptured stones, like segments of four-sided pillars, old haka, the forgotten tombs of a long-abandoned cemetery, or the solitary image of some Buddhist deity, a dreaming Amida, or faintly smiling Kwannon. All are ancient, time-discolored, mutilated. A few have been weather-worn into unrecognizability. I halt a moment to contemplate something pathetic, a group of 6 images of the charming divinity who cares for the ghosts of little children, the Jizo. Oh, how chipped and scuffed and mossed they are! 5 stand buried almost up to their shoulders in a heaping of little stones, testifying to the prayers of generations, and votive yodarekake, infant bibs of divers colors, have been put about the necks of these for the love of children lost. But one of the gentle god's images lies shattered and overthrown in its own scattered pebble pile, broken perhaps by some passing wagon. Section 15. The road slopes before us as we go, sinking down between cliffs steep as the walls of a canyon, and curves. Suddenly we emerge from the cliffs and reach the sea. It is blue like the unclouded sky, a soft, dreamy blue, and our path turns sharply to the right and winds along cliff summits overlooking a broad beach of dun-colored sand, and the sea wind blows deliciously with a sweet saline scent, urging the lungs to fill themselves to the very utmost. And far away before me I perceive a beautiful high green mass, an island foliage-covered, rising out of the water about a quarter of a mile from the mainland. Enoshima, the holy island sacred to the goddess of the sea, the goddess of beauty. I can already distinguish a tiny town, gray sprinkling its steep slope. Evidently it can be reached today on foot, for the tide is out, and has left bare a long broad reach of sand, extending to it from the opposite village which we are approaching, like a causeway. At Katase, the little settlement facing the island, we must leave our jinriksha and walk, The dunes between the village and the beach are too deep to pull the vehicle over. Scores of other jinriksha are waiting here in the little narrow street for pilgrims who have preceded me. But today I am told I am the only European who visits the shrine of Benten. Our two men lead the way over the dunes, and we soon descend upon damp, firm sand. As we near the island, the architectural details of the little town define delightfully through the faint sea haze. Curved bluish sweeps of fantastic roofs, angles of airy balconies, high-peaked, curious gables, all above a fluttering of queerly shaped banners, covered with mysterious lettering. We pass the sand flats, and the ever-open portal of the sea city. The city of the dragon goddess is before us, a beautiful torii. All of bronze it is, with shimenawa of bronze above it, and a brazen tablet inscribed with characters declaring, "This is the palace of the goddess of Enoshima." About the bases of the ponderous pillars are strange designs in relievo, eddyings of waves with tortoises struggling in the flow. This is really the gate of the city, facing the shrine of Benten by the land approach, but it is only the third torii of the imposing series through Katase. We did not see the others, having come by way of the coast. And lo, we are in Enoshima. High before us slopes the single street, a street of broad steps, a street shadowy, full of multicolored flags and dank blue drapery dashed with white fantasticalities, which are words fluttered by the sea wind. It is lined with taverns and miniature shops. At every one I must pause to look, and to dare to look at anything in Japan is to want to buy it. So I buy and buy and buy. For verily, 'tis the city of mother of pearl, this Enoshima. In every shop, behind the letter draperies, there are miracles of shell work for sale at absurdly small prices. The glazed cases laid flat upon the matted platforms, the shelved cabinets set against the walls, are all opalescent with nacreous things, extraordinary surprises, incredible ingenuities, strings of mother-of-pearl fish, strings of mother-of-pearl birds, all shimmering with rainbow colors. There are little kittens of mother-of-pearl, and little foxes of mother-of-pearl, and little puppies of mother-of-pearl, and girls' hair combs and cigarette holders and pipes, too beautiful to use. There are little tortoises, not larger than a shilling, made of shells that, when you touch them, however lightly, begin to move head, legs, and tail all at the same time, alternately withdrawing or protruding their limbs, so much like real tortoises as to give one a shock of surprise. There are storks and birds, and beetles and butterflies, and crabs and lobsters, made so cunningly of shells that only touch convinces you they are not alive. There are bees of shell, poised on flowers of the same material, poised on wire in such a way that they seem to buzz if moved only with the tip of a feather. There is a shell-work jewelry indescribable, things that Japanese girls love, enchantments in mother-of-pearl, hairpins carven in 100 forms, brooches, necklaces, and there are photographs of Enoshima. Section 16. This curious street ends at another torii, a wooden torii, with a steeper flight of stone steps ascending to it. At the foot of the steps are votive stone lamps and a little well, and a stone tank at which all pilgrims wash their hands and rinse their mouths before approaching the temples of the gods. And hanging beside the tank are bright blue towels, with large white Chinese characters upon them. I ask Akira what these characters signify. Hokkeng is the sound of the characters in the Chinese, but in Japanese, the same characters are pronounced kenjitate matsuru, and signify that those towels are mostly humbly offered to Benten. They are what you call votive offerings, and there are many kinds of votive offerings made to famous shrines. Some people give towels, some give pictures, some give vases, some offer lanterns of paper or bronze or stone. It is common to promise such offerings when making petitions to the gods, and it is usual to promise a torii. The torii may be small or great according to the wealth of him who gives it. The very rich pilgrim may offer to the gods a torii of metal, such as that below, which is the gate of Enoshima. Akira, do the Japanese always keep their vows to the gods? Akira smiles a sweet smile and answers, there was a man who promised to build a torii of good metal if his prayers were granted, and he obtained all that he desired. And then he built a torii with 3 exceedingly small needles. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 3 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, A Pilgrimage to Enoshima, Section 17. Ascending the steps, we reach a terrace overlooking all the city roofs. There are Buddhist lions of stone and stone lanterns, mossed and chipped, on either side of the torii, and the background of the terrace is the sacred hill, covered with foliage. To the left is a balustrade of stone, old and green, surrounding a shallow pool covered with scum of waterweed. And on the farther bank above it, out of the bushes, protrudes a strangely shaped stone slab, poised on edge and covered with Chinese characters. It is a sacred stone, and is believed to have the form of a great frog, Gama, wherefore it is called Gamaishi, the frog stone. Here and there along the edge of the terrace are other graven monuments, one of which is the offering of certain pilgrims who visited the shrine of the sea goddess 100 times. On the right, other flights of steps lead to loftier terraces, and an old man who sits at the foot of them, making bird cages of bamboo, offers himself as guide. We follow him to the next terrace, where there is a school for the children of Enoshima, and another sacred stone, huge and shapeless, Fukuishi, the stone of good fortune. In old times, pilgrims who rubbed their hands upon it believed they would thereby gain riches, and the stone is polished and worn by the touch of innumerable palms. More steps, and more green mossed lions and lanterns, and another terrace with a little temple in its midst, the first shrine of Benten. Before it, a few stunted palm trees are growing. There is nothing in the shrine of interest, only Shinto emblems, but there is another well beside it with other votive towels, and there is another mysterious monument, a stone shrine brought from China 600 years ago. Perhaps it contained some far-famed statue before this place of pilgrimage was given over to the priests of Shinto. There is nothing in it now. The monolith slab forming the back of it has been fractured by the falling of rocks from the cliff above, and the inscription cut therein has been almost effaced by some kind of scum. Akira reads, Dai Nippon Goku Enoshima no Reiseki Ken. The rest is undecipherable. He says there is a statue in the neighboring temple, but it is exhibited only once a year, on the 15th day of the 7th month. Leaving the court by a rising path to the left, we proceed along the verge of a cliff overlooking the sea. Perched upon this verge are pretty tea-houses, all widely open to the sea wind, so that, looking through them, over their matted floors and lacquered balconies, one sees the ocean as in a picture frame, and the pale clear horizon specked with snowy sails, and a faint blue-peaked shape also, like a phantom island, the far vapory silhouette of Oshima. Then we find another torii, and other steps leading to a terrace almost black with shade of enormous evergreen trees, and surrounded on the seaside by another stone balustrade, velveted with moss. On the right, more steps, another torii, another terrace, and more mossed green lions and stone lamps, and the monument inscribed with the record of the change whereby Enoshima passed away from Buddhism to become Shinto. Beyond, in the center of another plateau, the second shrine of Benten. But there is no Benten. Benten has been hidden away by Shinto hands. The second shrine is void as the first. Nevertheless, in a building to the left of the temple, strange relics are exhibited: feudal armor, suits of plate and chainmail, helmets with visors which are demoniac masks of iron, helmets crested with dragons of gold, two-handed swords worthy of giants, and enormous arrows, more than 5 feet long, with shafts nearly an inch in diameter. One has a crescent head about 9 inches from horn to horn, the interior edge of the crescent being sharp as a knife. Such a missile would take off a man's head, and I can scarcely believe Akira's assurance that such ponderous arrows were shot from a bow by hand only. There is a specimen of writing of Nichiren, the great Buddhist priest, gold characters on a blue ground, and there is in a lacquered shrine a gilded dragon said to have been made by that still greater priest and writer and master wizard, Kobodaishi. A path shaded by overarching trees leads from this plateau to the third shrine. We pass a torii and beyond it come to a stone monument covered with figures of monkeys, chiseled in relief. What the signification of this monument is, even our guide cannot explain. Then another torii. It is of wood, but I am told it replaces one of metal, stolen in the night by thieves. Wonderful thieves! That torii must have weighed at least a ton. More stone lanterns, then an immense count, on the very summit of the mountain, and there in its midst the third and chief temple of Benten. And before the temple is a large vacant space surrounded by a fence in such a manner as to render the shrine totally inaccessible. Vanity and vexation of spirit. There is, however, a little haiden, or place of prayer, with nothing in it but a money box and a bell before the fence and facing the temple steps. Here the pilgrims make their offerings and pray. Only a small raised platform covered with a Chinese roof, supported upon 4 plain posts, the back of the structure being closed by a lattice about breast high. From this praying station we can look into the temple of Benten and see that Benten is not there. But I perceive that the ceiling is arranged in caissons, and in a central caisson I discover a very curious painting, a foreshortened tortoise, gazing down at me. And while I am looking at it, I hear Akira and the guide laughing, and the latter exclaims, "Benten-sama!" A beautiful little damask snake is undulating upon the lattice work, poking its head through betimes to look at us. It does not seem in the least afraid, nor has it much reason to be, seeing that its kind are deemed the servants and confidants of Benten. Sometimes the great goddess herself assumes the serpent form. Perhaps she has come to see us. Nearby is a singular stone set on a pedestal in the court. It has the form of the body of a tortoise, and markings like those of the creature's shell, and it is held a sacred thing, and is called the tortoise stone. But I fear exceedingly that in all this place we shall find nothing save stones and serpents. Section 18. Now we are going to visit the Dragon Cavern. Not so called, Akira says, because the dragon of Benten ever dwelt therein, but because the shape of the cavern is the shape of a dragon. The path descends toward the opposite side of the island, and suddenly breaks into a flight of steps, cut out of the pale hard rock, exceedingly steep, and worn and slippery and perilous, overlooking the sea. A vision of low pale rocks, and surf bursting among them, and a toro, or votive stone lamp, in the center of them, all seen as in a bird's eye view, over the verge of an awful precipice. I see also deep, round holes in one of the rocks. There used to be a tea-house below, and the wooden pillars supporting it were fitted into those holes. I descend with caution, The Japanese seldom slip in their straw sandals, but I can only proceed with the aid of the guide. At almost every step I slip. Surely these steps could never have been thus worn away by the straw sandals of pilgrims who come to see only stones and serpents. At last we reach a plank gallery carried along the face of the cliff above the rocks and pools, and following it round a projection of the cliff, enter the sacred cave. The light dims as we advance, and the sea waves, running after us into the gloom, make a stupefying roar, multiplied by the extraordinary echo. Looking back, I see the mouth of the cavern like a prodigious, sharply angled rent in blackness, showing a fragment of azure sky. We reach a shrine with no deity in it, pay a fee, and lamps being lighted and given to each of us, we proceed to explore a series of underground passages. So black they are that even with the light of 3 lamps, I can at first see nothing. In a while, however, I can distinguish stone figures in relief, chiseled on slabs like those I saw in the Buddhist graveyard. These are placed at regular intervals along the rock walls. The guide approaches his light to the face of each one and utters a name: Daikoku-sama, Fudo-sama, Kwannon-sama. Sometimes, in lieu of a statue, there is an empty shrine only, with a money box before it, and these void shrines have names of Shinto gods: Daijingu, Hachiman, Inari-sama. All the statues are black, or seem black in the yellow lamplight, and sparkle as if frosted. I feel as if I were in some mortuary pit, some subterranean burial place of dead gods. Interminable the corridor appears, yet there is at last an end with a shrine in it, where the rocky ceiling descends so low that to reach the shrine one must go down on hands and knees, and there is nothing in the shrine. This is the tale of the dragon. We do not return to the light at once, but enter into other lateral black corridors, the wings of the dragon. More sable effigies of dispossessed gods, more empty shrines, more stone faces covered with saltpeter, and more money boxes, possible only to reach by stooping, where more offerings should be made. And there is no benten, either of wood or stone. I am glad to return to the light. Here our guide strips naked and suddenly leaps head foremost into a black, deep, swirling current between rocks. 5 minutes later he reappears, and clambering out, lays at my feet a living, squirming sea snail and an enormous shrimp. Then he resumes his robe, and we reascend the mountain. Section 19. And this, the reader may say, this is all that you went forth to see? A torii, some shells, a small damask snake, some stones? It is true, and nevertheless I know that I am bewitched. There is a charm indefinable about the place, that sort of charm which comes with a little ghostly thrill, never to be forgotten. Not of strange sights alone is this charm made, but of numberless subtle sensations and ideas interwoven and interblended. The sweet, sharp scents of grove and sea, the blood-brightening, vivifying touch of the free wind, the dumb appeal of ancient, mystic, mossy things, vague reverence evoked by knowledge of treading soil, called holy for 1,000 years, and a sense of sympathy as a human duty, compelled by the vision of steps of rock worn down into shapelessness by the pilgrim feet of vanished generations, and other memories ineffaceable. The first sight of the sea-girt city of pearl through a fairy veil of haze, the windy approach to the lovely island over the velvety, soundless brown stretch of sand, the weird majesty of the giant gate of bronze, the queer, high-sloping, fantastic, quaintly gabled street, flinging down sharp shadows of aerial balconies, the flutter of colored draperies in the sea wind, and the flags with their riddles of lettering, the pearly glimmering of the astonishing shops, and impressions of the enormous day, the day of the land of the gods, a loftier day than ever our summers know, and the glory of the view from those green sacred silent heights between sea and sun, and the remembrance of the sky, a sky spiritual as holiness, a sky with clouds, ghost pure and white as the light itself, seeming indeed not clouds, but dreams, or souls of bodhisattvas about to melt forever into some blue nirvana. And the romance of Benten, too. The deity of beauty, the divinity of love, the goddess of eloquence. Rightly is she likewise named Goddess of the Sea. For is not the sea most ancient and most excellent of speakers? The eternal poet, chanter of that mystic hymn whose rhythm shakes the world, whose mighty syllables no man may learn. Section 20. We return by another route. For a while the way winds through a long, narrow, winding valley between wooded hills. The whole extent of bottomland is occupied by rice farms. The air has a humid coolness, and one hears only the chanting of frogs, like a clattering of countless castanets, as the jinricksha jolts over the rugged elevated paths separating the flooded rice fields. As we skirt the foot of a wooded hill upon the right, my Japanese comrade signals to our runners to halt, and himself dismounting, points to the blue-peaked roof of a little temple high perched on the green slope. "Is it really worth while to climb up there in the sun?" I ask. "Oh yes," he answers. "It is the temple of Kishibojin. Kishibojin, the mother of demons." We ascend a flight of broad stone steps, meet the Buddhist guardian lions at the summit, and enter the little court in which the temple stands. An elderly woman with a child clinging to her robe comes from the adjoining building to open the screens for us, and taking off our footwear, we enter the temple. Without, the edifice looked old and dingy, but within, all is neat and pretty. The June sun, pouring through the open shoji, illuminates an artistic confusion of brasses, gracefully shaped and multicolored things, images, lanterns, paintings, gilded inscriptions, pendant scrolls. There are 3 altars. Above the central altar, Amida Buddha sits enthroned on his mystic golden lotus in the attitude of the teacher. On the altar to the right gleams a shrine of 5 miniature golden steps, where little images stand in rows, tier above tier, some seated, some erect, male and female, attired like goddesses or like daimyo. The Sanju Banjin, or 30 guardians. Below, on the facade of the altar, is the figure of a hero slaying a monster. On the altar to the left is the shrine of the Mother of Demons. Her story is a legend of horror. For some sin committed in a previous birth, she was born a demon, devouring her own children. But, being saved by the teaching of Buddha, she became a divine being, especially loving and protecting infants, and Japanese mothers pray to her for their little ones, and wives pray to her for beautiful boys. The face of Kishibojin. Note: in Sanskrit, Hariti, Karite Bo is the Japanese name for one form of Kishibojin. End of note. Is the face of a comely woman, but her eyes are weird. In her right hand she bears a lotus blossom. With her left she supports in a fold of her robe, against her half-veiled breast, a naked baby. At the foot of her shrine stands Jizo-sama, leaning upon his shakujo. But the altar and its images do not form the startling feature of the temple interior. What impresses the visitor in a totally novel way are the votive offerings. High before the shrine, suspended from strings stretched taut between tall poles of bamboo, are scores, no, hundreds, of pretty, tiny dresses, Japanese baby dresses of many colors. Most are made of poor material, for these are the thank offerings of very poor, simple women, poor country mothers, whose prayers to Kishibojin for the blessing of children have been heard. And the sight of all those little dresses, each telling so naively its story of joy and pain, those tiny kimono shaped and sewn by docile, patient fingers of humble mothers, touches irresistibly like some unexpected revelation of the universal mother love, and the tenderness of all the simple hearts that have testified thus to faith and thankfulness seems to thrill all about me softly, like a caress of summer wind. Outside, the world appears to have suddenly grown beautiful. The light is sweeter. It seems to me there is a new charm, even in the azure of the eternal day. Section 21. Then, having traversed the valley, we reach a main road so level and so magnificently shaded by huge old trees that I could believe myself in an English lane, a lane in Kent or Surrey, perhaps, but for some exotic detail breaking the illusion at intervals. A torii, towering before temple steps descending to the highway, or a signboard lettered with Chinese characters, or the wayside shrine of some unknown god. All at once I observe by the roadside some unfamiliar sculptures in relief, a row of chiseled slabs protected by a little bamboo shed, and I dismount to look at them, supposing them to be funereal monuments. They are so old that the lines of their sculpturing are half obliterated, their feet are covered with moss, and their visages are half effaced. But I can discern that these are not haka, but 6 images of one divinity, and my guide knows him, Koshin, the god of roads. So chipped and covered with scurf he is, that the upper portion of his form has become indefinably vague. His attributes have been worn away, but below his feet, on several slabs, chiseled cunningly, I can still distinguish the figures of the 3 apes, his messengers, and some pious soul has left, before one image, a humble votive offering, the picture of a black cock and a white hen, painted upon a wooden shingle. It must have been left here very long ago. The wood has become almost black, and the painting has been damaged by weather and by the droppings of birds. There are no stones piled at the feet of these images, as before the images of Jizo. They seem like things forgotten, crusted over by the neglect of generations, archaic gods who have lost their worshippers. But my guide tells me, the temple of Koshin is near, in the village of Fujisawa. Assuredly, I must visit it. Section 22. The temple of Koshin is situated in the middle of the village, in a court opening upon the main street. A very old wooden temple it is, unpainted, dilapidated, gray with the grayness of all forgotten and weather-beaten things. It is some time before the guardian of the temple can be found to open the doors. For this temple has doors in lieu of shoji, old doors that moan sleepily at being turned upon their hinges. And it is not necessary to remove one's shoes. The floor is matless, covered with dust, and squeaks under the unaccustomed weight of entering feet. All within is crumbling, moldering, worn. The shrine has no image, only Shinto emblems, some poor paper lanterns whose bright colors have vanished under a coating of dust, some vague inscriptions. I see a circular frame of a metal mirror, but the mirror itself is gone. Whither? The guardian says, no priest lives now in this temple, and thieves might come in the night to steal the mirror, so we have hidden it away. I ask about the image of Koshin. He answers it is exposed but once in every 61 years, so I cannot see it, but there are other statues of the god in the temple court. I go to look at them, a row of images, much like those upon the public highway, but better preserved. One figure of Koshin, however, is different from the others I have seen. Apparently, made after some Hindu model, judging by the Indian coiffure, mitre-shaped and lofty, the god has 3 eyes, one in the center of his forehead, opening perpendicularly instead of horizontally. He has 6 arms. With one hand he supports a monkey, with another he grasps a serpent, and the other hands hold out symbolic things: a wheel, a sword, a rosary, a scepter, and serpents are coiled about his wrists and about his ankles, and under his feet is a monstrous head, the head of a demon, a manjako, sometimes called utatesa, sadness. Upon the pedestal below, the 3 apes are carven, and the face of an ape appears also upon the front of the god's tiara. I see also tablets of stone, graven only with the god's name, votive offerings, and nearby in a tiny wooden shrine is the figure of the earth god Kenro-jijin, gray, primeval, vaguely wrought, holding in one hand a spear, and in the other a vessel containing something indistinguishable. Section 23. Perhaps to the uninitiated eyes these many-headed, many-handed gods at first may seem, as they seem always in the sight of Christian bigotry, only monstrous. But when the knowledge of their meaning comes to one who feels the divine in all religions, then they will be found to make appeal to the higher aestheticism, to the sense of moral beauty, with a force never to be divined by minds knowing nothing of the Orient and its thought. To me, the image of Kwannon of the 1,000 Hands is not less admirable than any other representation of human loveliness, idealized bearing her name, the peerless, the majestic, the peace-giving, or even white Swigetz, who sails the moonlit waters in her rosy boat, made of a single lotus petal. And in the triple-headed Shaka I discern and revere the mighty power of that truth, whereby, as by a conjunction of suns, the 3 worlds have been illuminated. But vain to seek to memorize the names and attributes of all the gods. They seem self-multiplying, to mock the seeker. Kwannon the Merciful is revealed as the 100 Kwannon. The 6 Jizo become the 1,000, and as they multiply before research, they vary and change, less multiform, less complex, less elusive the moving of waters than the visions of this Oriental faith. Into it, as into a fathomless sea, mythology after mythology from India and China and the farther east has sunk and been absorbed, and the stranger, peering into its deeps, finds himself, as in the tale of Undine, contemplating a flood in whose every surge rises and vanishes a face, weird or beautiful or terrible, a most ancient shoreless sea of forms, incomprehensibly interchanging and intermingling, but symbolizing the protean magic of that infinite unknown that shapes and reshapes forever all cosmic being. Section 24. I wonder if I can buy a picture of Koshin. In most Japanese temples, little pictures of the tutelar deity are sold to pilgrims, cheap prints on thin paper. But the temple guardian here tells me, with a gesture of despair, that there are no pictures of Koshin for sale. There is only an old kakemono on which the god is represented. If I would like to see it, he will go home and get it for me. I beg him to do me the favor, and he hurries into the street. While awaiting his return, I continue to examine the queer old statues, with a feeling of mingled melancholy and pleasure. To have studied and loved an ancient faith only through the labors of paleographers and archaeologists, and as a something astronomically remote from one's own existence, and then suddenly, in after years, to find the same faith a part of one's human environment, to feel that its mythology, though senescent, is alive all around you, is almost to realize the dream of the Romantics, to have the sensation of returning through 20 centuries into the life of a happier world. For these quaint gods of roads and gods of earth are really living still, though so worn and mossed and feebly worshipped. In this brief moment, at least, I am really in the elder world. Perhaps just at that epoch of it, when the primal faith is growing a little old-fashioned, crumbling slowly before the corrosive influence of a new philosophy, and I know myself a pagan still, loving these simple old gods, these gods of a people's childhood. And they need some human love, these naive, innocent, ugly gods. The beautiful divinities will live forever by that sweetness of womanhood idealized in the Buddhist art of them, eternal are Kwannon and Benten. They need no help of man. They will compel reverence when the great temples shall all have become voiceless and priestless, as this shrine of Koshin is. But these kind, queer, artless, mouldering gods, who have given ease to so many troubled minds, who have gladdened so many simple hearts, who have heard so many innocent prayers, how gladly would I prolong their beneficent lives, in spite of the so-called laws of progress and the irrefutable philosophy of evolution. The guardian returns, bringing with him a kakemono, very small, very dusty, and so yellow-stained by time that it must be 1,000 years old. But I am disappointed as I unroll it. There is only a very common print of the god within, all outline. And while I am looking at it, I become for the first time conscious that a crowd has gathered about me, tanned, kindly-faced laborers from the fields, and mothers with their babies on their backs, and school children and jinriksha men, all wondering that a stranger should be thus interested in their gods. And although the pressure about me is very, very gentle, like a pressure of tepid water for gentleness, I feel a little embarrassed. I give back the old kakemono to the guardian, make my offering to the god, and take my leave of Koshin and his good servant. All the kind oblique eyes follow me as I go, and something like a feeling of remorse seizes me at this abruptly abandoning the void, dusty, crumbling temple, with its mirrorless altar and its colorless lanterns, and the decaying sculptures of its neglected court, and its kindly guardian whom I see still watching my retreating steps, with a yellow kakemono in his hand. The whistle of a locomotive warns me that I shall just have time to catch the train, for Western civilization has invaded all this primitive peace, with its webs of steel, with its ways of iron. This is not of thy roads, O Koshin. The old gods are dying along its ash-strewn verge. End of Chapter 4, Part 3. Chapter 5 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, At the Market of the Dead. Section 1. It is just past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Through the open door of my little study, the rising breeze of evening is beginning to disturb the papers on my desk, and the white fire of the Japanese sun is taking that pale amber tone which tells that the heat of the day is over. There is not a cloud in the blue, not even one of those beautiful white filamentary things, like ghosts of silken floss, which usually swim in this most ethereal of earthly skies, even in the driest weather. A sudden shadow at the door. Akira, the young Buddhist student, stands at the threshold, slipping his white feet out of his sandal thongs, preparatory to entering, and smiling like the god Jizo. Ah, konban, Akira. Tonight, says Akira, seating himself upon the floor, in the posture of Buddha upon the lotus. The Bon-ichi will be held. Perhaps you would like to see it? Oh, Akira, all things in this country I should like to see. But tell me, I pray you, unto what may the Bon-ichi be likened? The Bon-ichi, answers Akira, is a market at which will be sold all things required for the Festival of the Dead. And the Festival of the Dead will begin tomorrow, when all the altars of the temples and all the shrines in the homes of good Buddhists will be made beautiful. Then, I want to see the Bonichi Akira, and I should also like to see a Buddhist shrine, a household shrine. Yes, will you come to my room? Asks Akira. It is not far, in the street of the aged men, beyond the street of the stony river, and near to the street everlasting. There is a Butsuma there, a household shrine, and on the way I will tell you about the Bonku. So, for the first time, I learned those things, which I am now about to write. Section 2. From the 13th to the 15th day of July is held the Festival of the Dead, the Bon Matsuri or Bonku, by some Europeans, called the Feast of Lanterns. But in many places, there are 2 such festivals annually. For those who still follow the ancient reckoning of time by moons, hold that the Bon Matsuri should fall on the 13th, 14th, and 15th days of the 7th month of the antique calendar, which corresponds to a later period of the year. Early on the morning of the 13th, new mats of purest rice straw, woven expressly for the festival, are spread upon all Buddhist altars, and within each Butsuma or Butsudan, the little shrine before which the morning and evening prayers are offered up in every believing home. Shrines and altars are likewise decorated with beautiful embellishments of colored paper and with flowers and sprigs of certain hallowed plants, always real lotus flowers when obtainable. Otherwise, lotus flowers of paper and fresh branches of shikimi, anise, and of misohagi, lespedeza. Then a tiny lacquered table, a zen, such as Japanese meals are usually served upon, is placed upon the altar, and the food offerings are laid on it. But in the smaller shrines of Japanese homes, the offerings are more often simply laid upon the rice matting, wrapped in fresh lotus leaves. These offerings consist of the foods called somen, resembling our vermicelli, gozen, which is boiled rice, dango, a sort of tiny dumpling, eggplant and fruits according to season, frequently uri and saikua, slices of melon and watermelon, and plums and peaches. Often, sweet cakes and dainties are added. Sometimes the offering is only oshojingu, honorable uncooked food. More usually it is oryogu, honorable boiled food. But it never includes, of course, fish, meats, or wine. Clear water is given to the shadowy guest, and is sprinkled from time to time upon the altar or within the shrine with a branch of misohagi. Tea is poured out every hour for the viewless visitors, and everything is daintily served up in little plates and cups and bowls. As for the living guests, with hashi, chopsticks, laid beside the offering. So, for 3 days, the dead are feasted. At sunset, pine torches fixed in the ground before each home are kindled to guide the spirit visitors. Sometimes, also, on the first evening of the Bon Matsuri, welcome fires, mukaebi, are lighted along the shore of the sea or lake or river, by which the village or city is situated, neither more nor less than 108 fires, this number having some mystic signification in the philosophy of Buddhism. And charming lanterns are suspended each night at the entrances of homes, the lanterns of the Festival of the Dead, lanterns of special forms and colors, beautifully painted with suggestions of landscape and shapes of flowers, and always decorated with a peculiar fringe of paper streamers. Also, on the same night, those who have dead friends go to the cemeteries to make offerings there, and pray and burn incense, and pour out water for the ghosts. Flowers are placed there in the bamboo vases set beside each haka, and lanterns are lighted and hung up before the tombs, but these lanterns have no designs upon them. At sunset, on the evening of the 15th, only the offerings called segaki are made in the temples. Then are fed the ghosts of the circle of penance, called Gakido, the place of hungry spirits. And then also are fed by priests those ghosts having no other friends among the living to care for them. Very, very small these offerings are, like offerings to the gods. Section 3. Now this, Akira tells me, is the origin of the Segaki, as the same is related in the holy book, Busetsu Ran Bongyo. Dai Mokenren, the great disciple of Buddha, obtained by merit the 6 supernatural powers, and by virtue of them it was given him to see the soul of his mother in the Gakido, the world of spirits doomed to suffer hunger in expiation of faults committed in a previous life. Mokenren saw that his mother suffered much. He grieved exceedingly because of her pain, and he filled a bowl with the choicest food and sent it to her. He saw her try to eat, but each time that she tried to lift the food to her lips, it would change into fire and burning embers, so that she could not eat. Then Mokenren asked the teacher what he could do to relieve his mother from pain, and the teacher made answer, "On the 15th day of the 7th month, feed the ghosts of the great priests of all countries." And Mokenren, having done so, saw that his mother was freed from the state of Gaki, and that she was dancing for joy. Note: it is related in the same book that Ananda, having asked the Buddha how came Mokenren's mother to suffer in the Gakido, the teacher replied that in a previous incarnation she had refused, through cupidity, to feed certain visiting priests. End of note. This is the origin also of the dances called Bon Odori, which are danced on the 3rd night of the Festival of the Dead throughout Japan. Upon the 3rd and last night, there is a weirdly beautiful ceremony, more touching than that of the Segaki, stranger than the Bon Odori, the ceremony of farewell. All that the living may do to please the dead has been done. The time allotted by the powers of the unseen worlds unto the ghostly visitants is well nigh past, and their friends must send them all back again. Everything has been prepared for them. In each home, small boats made of barley straw, closely woven, have been freighted with supplies of choice food, with tiny lanterns, and written messages of faith and love. Seldom more than 2 feet in length are these boats, but the dead require little room, and the frail craft are launched on canal, lake, sea, or river, each with a miniature lantern glowing at the prow, and incense burning at the stern. And if the night be fair, they voyage long. Down all the creeks and rivers and canals, the phantom fleets go glimmering to the sea, and all the sea sparkles to the horizon with the lights of the dead, and the sea wind is fragrant with incense. But alas, it is now forbidden in the great seaports to launch the Shoryobune, the boats of the blessed ghosts. Section 4. It is so narrow, the street of the aged men, that by stretching out one's arms, one can touch the figured sign draperies before its tiny shops on both sides at once. And these little arc-shaped houses really seem toy houses. That in which Akira lives is even smaller than the rest, having no shop in it, and no miniature 2nd story. It is all closed up. Akira slides back the wooden amado which forms the door, and then the paper pane screens behind it. And the tiny structure thus opened, with its light, unpainted woodwork and painted paper partitions, looks something like a great birdcage. But the rush matting of the elevated floor is fresh, sweet-smelling, spotless, and as we take off our footgear to mount upon it, I see that all within is neat, curious, and pretty. "The woman has gone out," says Akira, setting the smoking box, hibachi, in the middle of the floor, and spreading beside it a little mat for me to squat upon. "But what is this, Akira?" I ask, pointing to a thin board suspended by a ribbon on the wall, a board so cut from the middle of a branch as to leave the bark along its edges. There are 2 columns of mysterious signs exquisitely painted upon it. "Oh, that is a calendar," answers Akira. "On the right side are the names of the months, having 31 days, and on the left are the names of those having less. Now, here is a household shrine." Occupying the alcove, which is an indispensable part of the structure of Japanese guest rooms, is a native cabinet painted with figures of flying birds, and on this cabinet stands the butsuma. It is a small lacquered and gilded shrine, with little doors modeled after those of a temple gate. A shrine very quaint, very much dilapidated. One door has lost its hinges, but still a dainty thing, despite its crackled lacquer and faded gilding. Akira opens it with a sort of compassionate smile, and I look inside for the image. There is none, only a wooden tablet with a band of white paper attached to it, bearing Japanese characters, the name of a dead baby girl, and a vase of expiring flowers, a tiny print of Kwannon, the goddess of mercy, and a cup filled with the ashes of incense. Tomorrow, Akira says, she will decorate this and make the offerings of food to the little one. Hanging from the ceiling, on the opposite side of the room, and in front of the shrine, is a wonderful, charming, funny, white and rosy mask, the face of a laughing, chubby girl, with 2 mysterious spots upon her forehead, the face of Otafuku. Note: a deity of good fortune. End of note. It twirls round and round in the soft air current coming through the open shoji, and every time those funny black eyes, half shut with laughter, look at me, I cannot help smiling. And hanging still higher, I see little Shinto emblems of paper, gohei, a miniature mitre-shaped cap in likeness of those worn in the sacred dances, a pasteboard emblem of the magic gem, Nioi Hoju, which the gods bear in their hands, a small Japanese doll, and a little wind wheel which will spin around with the least puff of air, and other indescribable toys, mostly symbolic, such as are sold on festal days in the courts of the temples, the playthings of the dead child. "Konban!" exclaims a very gentle voice behind us. The mother is standing there, smiling as if pleased at the stranger's interest in her butsuma, a middle-aged woman of the poorest class, not comely, but with a most kindly face. We return her evening greeting, and while I sit down upon the little mat laid before the hibachi, Akira whispers something to her, with the result that a small kettle is at once set to boil over a very small charcoal furnace. We are probably going to have some tea. As Akira takes his seat before me on the other side of the hibachi, I ask him, "What was the name I saw on the tablet?" "The name which you saw," he answers, "was not the real name. The real name is written upon the other side. After death, another name is given by the priest. A dead boy is called Ryochi Doji, a dead girl Myoyo Donyo." While we are speaking, the woman approaches the little shrine, opens it, arranges the objects in it, lights the tiny lamp, and with joined hands and bowed head begins to pray. Totally unembarrassed by our presence and our chatter, she seems, as one accustomed to do what is right and beautiful, heedless of human opinion, praying with that brave, true frankness which belongs to the poor only of this world, those simple souls who never have any secret to hide, either from each other or from heaven, and of whom Ruskin nobly said, "These are our holiest." I do not know what words her heart is murmuring. I hear only at moments that soft, sibilant sound made by gently drawing the breath through the lips, which among this kind people is a token of humblest desire to please. As I watch the tender little rite, I become aware of something dimly astir in the mystery of my own life, vaguely, indefinably familiar, like a memory ancestral, like the revival of a sensation forgotten 2,000 years. Blended in some strange way it seems to be with my faint knowledge of an elder world, whose household gods were also the beloved dead, and there is a weird sweetness in this place, like a shadowing of Lares. Then, her brief prayer over, she turns to her miniature furnace again. She talks and laughs with Akira. She prepares the tea, pours it out in tiny cups, and serves it to us, kneeling in that graceful attitude, picturesque, traditional, which for 600 years has been the attitude of the Japanese woman serving tea. Verily, no small part of the life of the woman of Japan is spent thus, in serving little cups of tea. Even as a ghost, she appears in popular prints, offering to somebody spectral teacups of spectral tea. Of all Japanese ghost pictures, I know of none more pathetic than that in which the phantom of a woman, kneeling humbly, offers to her haunted and remorseful murderer a little cup of tea. "Now, let us go to the Boichi," says Akira, rising. She must go there herself soon, and it is already getting dark. Sayonara! It is indeed almost dark as we leave the little house. Stars are pointing in the strip of sky above the street, but it is a beautiful night for a walk, with a tepid breeze blowing at intervals, and sending long flutterings through the miles of shop draperies. The market is in the narrow street at the verge of the city, just below the hill where the Buddhist temple of Zotokuin stands, in the Motomachi, only 10 squares away. Section 5. The curious narrow street is one long blaze of lights, lights of lantern signs, lights of torches and lamps illuminating unfamiliar rows of little stands and booths set out in the thoroughfare before all the shop fronts on each side, making 2 far converging lines of multicolored fire. Between these moves a dense throng, filling the night with a clatter of geta that drowns even the tide-like murmuring of voices and the cries of the merchant. But how gentle the movement! There is no jostling, no rudeness. Everybody, even the weakest and smallest, has a chance to see everything. And there are many things to see. Hasu no hana, hasu no hana. Here are the vendors of lotus flowers for the tombs and the altars, of lotus leaves in which to wrap the food of the beloved ghosts. The leaves, folded into bundles, are heaped upon tiny tables. The lotus flowers, buds and blossoms intermingled, are fixed upright in immense bunches, supported by light frames of bamboo. Ogara, ogaraya! White sheaves of long-peeled rods. These are hemp sticks. The thinner ends can be broken up into hashi for the use of the ghosts. The rest must be consumed in the mukaebi. Rightly, all these sticks should be made of pine. But pine is too scarce and dear for the poor folk of the district, so the ogara are substituted. Kawarake! Kawarake ya! The dishes of the ghosts. Small, red, shallow platters of unglazed earthenware. Primeval pottery. Tsukumakemasu. Eh? What is all this? A little booth, shaped like a sentry box, all made of laths, covered with red and white chess pattern of paper. And out of this frail structure issues a shrilling keen as the sound of leaking steam. "Oh, that is only insects," says Akira, laughing. "Nothing to do with the bonku. Insects, yes, in cages." The shrilling is made by scores of huge green crickets, each prisoned in a tiny bamboo cage by itself. "They are fed with eggplant and melon rind," continues Akira, "and sold to children to play with. And there are also beautiful little cages full of fireflies, cages covered with brown mosquito netting, upon each of which some simple but very pretty design in bright colors has been dashed by a Japanese brush. 1 cricket in cage, 2 cents. 15 fireflies in cage, 5 cents. Here on a street corner squats a blue-robed boy behind a low wooden table, selling wooden boxes about as big as matchboxes, with red paper hinges. Beside the piles of these little boxes on the table are shallow dishes filled with clear water, in which extraordinary thin flat shapes are floating. Shapes of flowers, trees, birds, boats, men and women. Open a box. It costs only 2 cents. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper, are bundles of little pale sticks, like round matchsticks with pink ends. Drop one into the water. It instantly unrolls and expands into the likeness of a lotus flower. Another transforms itself into a fish. A third becomes a boat. A fourth changes to an owl. A fifth becomes a tea plant, covered with leaves and blossoms. So delicate are these things that, once immersed, you cannot handle them without breaking them. They are made of seaweed. Tsukurihana wa irimasen ka? The sellers of artificial flowers, marvelous chrysanthemums, and lotus plants of paper, imitations of bud and leaf and flower, so cunningly wrought that the eye alone cannot detect the beautiful trickery. It is only right that these should cost much more than their living counterparts. Section 6. High above the thronging and the clamor and the myriad fires of the merchants, the great Shingon Temple, at the end of the radiant street, towers upon its hill against the starry night, weirdly, like a dream, strangely illuminated by rows of paper lanterns hung all along its curving eaves, and the flowing of the crowd bears me thither. Out of the broad entrance, over a dark gliding mass, which I know to be heads and shoulders of crowding worshippers, beams a broad band of yellow light, and before reaching the lion-guarded steps, I hear the continuous clanging of the temple gong, each clang the signal of an offering and a prayer. Doubtless, a cataract of cash is pouring into the great alms chest, for tonight is the festival of Yakushi Nyorai, the physician of souls. Borne to the steps at last, I find myself able to halt a moment, despite the pressure of the throng, before the stand of a lantern seller, selling the most beautiful lanterns that I have ever seen. Each is a gigantic lotus flower of paper, so perfectly made in every detail as to seem a great living blossom freshly plucked. The petals are crimson at their bases, paling to white at their tips. The calyx is a faultless mimicry of nature, and beneath it hangs a beautiful fringe of paper cuttings, colored with the colors of the flower, green below the calyx, white in the middle, crimson at the ends. In the heart of the blossom is set a microscopic oil lamp of baked clay, and this being lighted, all the flower becomes luminous, diaphanous, a lotus of white and crimson fire. There is a slender gilded wooden hoop by which to hang it up, and the price is 4 cents. How can people afford to make such things for 4 cents, even in this country of astounding cheapness? Akira is trying to tell me something about the Hyaku Hachi no Mukaebi, the 108 fires to be lighted tomorrow evening, which bear some figurative relation unto the 108 foolish desires. But I cannot hear him for the clatter of the geta and the komageta, the wooden clogs and wooden sandals of the worshippers ascending to the shrine of Yakushi Nyorai. The light straw sandals of the poorer men, the zori and the waraji, are silent. The great clatter is really made by the delicate feet of women and girls, balancing themselves carefully upon their noisy geta. And most of these little feet are clad with spotless tabi, white as a white lotus. White feet of little blue-robed mothers they mostly are, mothers climbing patiently and smilingly, with pretty placid babies at their backs, up the hill to Buddha. And while through the tinted lantern light I wander on with the gentle, noisy people, Up the great steps of stone, between other displays of lotus blossoms, between other high hedgerows of paper flowers, my thought suddenly goes back to the little broken shrine in the poor woman's room, with the humble playthings hanging before it, and the laughing, twirling mask of Otafuku. I see the happy, funny little eyes, oblique and silky shadowed, like Otafuku's own, which used to look at those toys in which the fresh child senses found the charm that I can but faintly divine, a delight hereditary, ancestral. I see the tender little creature being born, as it was doubtless born many times, through just such a peaceful throng as this, in just such a lukewarm, luminous night, peeping over the mother's shoulder, softly clinging at her neck with tiny hands. Somewhere among this multitude she is, the mother. She will feel again tonight the faint touch of little hands, yet will not turn her head to look and laugh, as in other days. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Bon Odori. Section 1. Over the mountains to Izumo, the land of the Kamiyo. Note: the period in which only deities existed. End of note. The land of the ancient gods. A journey of 4 days by kuruma, with strong runners, from the Pacific to the Sea of Japan, for we have taken the longest and least frequented route. Through valleys, most of this long route lies, valleys always open to higher valleys, while the road ascends, valleys between mountains with rice fields ascending their slopes by successions of diked terraces which look like enormous green flights of steps. Above them are shadowing somber forests of cedar and pine, and above these wooded summits loom indigo shapes of farther hills, overtopped by peaked silhouettes of vapory gray. The air is lukewarm and windless, and distances are gauzed by delicate mists, and in this tenderest of blue skies, this Japanese sky, which always seems to me loftier than any other sky which I ever saw, there are only, day after day, some few filmy, spectral, diaphanous white wandering things, like ghosts of clouds, riding on the wind. But sometimes as the road ascends, the rice fields disappear a while. Fields of barley and of indigo, and of rye and of cotton, fringe the route for a little space, and then it plunges into forest shadows. Above all else, the forests of cedar, sometimes bordering the way, are astonishments. Never outside of the tropics did I see any growths comparable for density and perpendicularity with these. Every trunk is straight and bare as a pillar. The whole front presents the spectacle of an immeasurable massing of pallid columns towering up into a cloud of somber foliage so dense that one can distinguish nothing overhead but branchings lost in shadow. And the profundities beyond the rare gaps in the palisade of blanched trunks are night black, as in Dore's pictures of fir woods. No more great towns, only thatched villages nestling in the folds of the hills, each with its Buddhist temple, lifting a tilted roof of blue-gray tiles above the congregation of thatched homesteads, and its miya, or Shinto shrine, with a torii before it like a great ideograph shaped in stone or wood. But Buddhism still dominates. Every hilltop has its tera, and the statues of Buddhas or Bodhisattvas appear by the roadside as we travel on, with the regularity of milestones. Often a village tera is so large that the cottages of the rustic folk about it seem like little outhouses, and the traveler wonders how so costly an edifice of prayer can be supported by a community so humble,
and everywhere the signs of the gentle faith appear. Its ideographs and symbols are chiseled upon the faces of the rocks. Its icons smile upon you from every shadowy recess by the way. Even the very landscape betimes would seem to have been molded by the soul of it, where hills rise softly as a prayer, and the summits of some are domed like the head of Shaka, and the dark bossy frontage that clothes them might seem the clustering of his curls. But gradually, with the passing of the days, as we journey into the loftier west, I see fewer and fewer tera. Such Buddhist temples as we pass appear small and poor, and the wayside images become rarer and rarer. But the symbols of Shinto are more numerous, and the structure of its miya larger and loftier, and the torii are visible everywhere, and tower higher, before the approaches to villages, before the entrances of courts guarded by strangely grotesque lions and foxes of stone, and before stairways of old, mossed rock, upsloping between dense growths of ancient cedar and pine, to shrines that molder in the twilight of holy groves. At one little village I see, just beyond, the torii leading to a great Shinto temple, a particularly odd small shrine, and feel impelled by curiosity to examine it. Leaning against its closed doors are many short, gnarled sticks in a row, miniature clubs. Irreverently removing these and opening the little doors, Akira bids me look within. I see only a mask, the mask of a goblin, a tengu, grotesque beyond description, with an enormous nose, so grotesque that I feel remorse for having looked at it. The sticks are votive offerings. By dedicating one to the shrine, it is believed that the tengu may be induced to drive one's enemies away. Goblin-shaped though they appear in all Japanese paintings and carvings of them, the tengu-sama are divinities, lesser divinities, lords of the art of fencing and the use of all weapons. And other changes gradually become manifest. Akira complains that he can no longer understand the language of the people. We are traversing regions of dialects. The houses are so architecturally different from those of the country folk of the northeast. Their high, thatched roofs are curiously decorated with bundles of straw fastened to a pole of bamboo parallel with the roof ridge and elevated about a foot above it. The complexion of the peasantry is darker than in the northeast, and I see no more of those charming rosy faces one observes among the women of the Tokyo districts. And the peasants wear different hats pointed like the straw roofs of those little wayside temples, curiously enough called an, which means a straw hat. The weather is more than warm, rendering clothing oppressive, and as we pass through the little villages along the road, I see much healthy, cleanly nudity. Pretty naked children, brown men and boys with only a soft, narrow white cloth about their loins, asleep on the matted floors, all the paper screens of the houses having been removed to admit the breeze. The men seem to be lightly and supply built, but I see no saliency of muscles. The lines of the figure are always smooth. Before almost every dwelling, indigo spread out upon little mats of rice straw may be seen drying in the sun. The country folk gaze wonderingly at the foreigner. At various places where we halt, old men approach to touch my clothes, apologizing with humble bows and winning smiles for their very natural curiosity, and asking my interpreter all sorts of odd questions. Gentler and kindlier faces I never beheld, and they reflect the souls behind them. Never yet have I heard a voice raised in anger, nor observed an unkindly act. And each day as we travel, the country becomes more beautiful, beautiful with that fantasticality of landscape only to be found in volcanic lands. But for the dark forests of cedar and pine, and this far faint dreamy sky, and the soft whiteness of the light, there are moments of our journey when I could fancy myself again in the West Indies, ascending some winding way over the morns of Dominica or of Martinique, And indeed, I find myself sometimes looking against the horizon glow for shapes of palms and ceibas, but the brighter green of the valleys and of the mountain slopes beneath the woods is not the green of young cane, but of rice fields, thousands upon thousands of tiny rice fields, no larger than cottage gardens, separated from each other by narrow serpentine dikes. Section 2. In the very heart of a mountain range, while rolling along the verge of a precipice above rice fields, I catch sight of a little shrine in a cavity of the cliff overhanging the way, and halt to examine it. The sides and sloping roof of the shrine are formed by slabs of unhewn rock. Within smiles a rudely chiseled image of Bato Kwannon with the horse's head, and before it bunches of wild flowers have been placed, and an earthen incense cup, and scattered offerings of dry rice. Contrary to the idea suggested by the strange name, this form of Kwannon is not horse-headed, but the head of a horse is sculptured upon the tiara worn by the divinity, and the symbolism is fully explained by a large wooden sotoba planted beside the shrine, and bearing, among other inscriptions, the words Bato Kwanze Ombosatsu Gyuba Bodai Hanye. For Bato Kwannon protects the horses and the cattle of the peasant, and he prays her not only that his dumb servants may be preserved from sickness, but also that their spirits may enter after death into a happier state of existence. Near the sotoba, there has been erected a wooden framework about 4 feet square, filled with little tablets of pine set edge to edge so as to form one smooth surface, and on these are written in rows of hundreds the names of all who subscribed for the statue and its shrine. The number announced is 10,000, but the whole cost could not have exceeded 10 Japanese dollars, yen, wherefore I surmise that each subscriber gave not more than 1 rin, 1/10 of a sen or cent, for the hyakusho are unspeakably poor. Note: hyakusho, a peasant, husbandman. The 2 Chinese characters forming the word signify respectively 100, hyaku, and family name, sei. One might be tempted to infer that the appellation is almost equivalent to our phrase, their name is legion, and a Japanese friend assures me that the inference would not be far wrong. Anciently, the peasants had no family name. Each was known by his personal appellation, coupled with the name of his lord as possessor or ruler. Thus, 100 peasants on one estate would all be known by the name of their master. End of note. In the midst of these mountain solitudes, the discovery of that little shrine creates a delightful sense of security. Surely, nothing save goodness can be expected from a people gentle-hearted enough to pray for the souls of their horses and cows. Note: this custom of praying for the souls of animals is by no means general, but I have seen in the western provinces several burials of domestic animals at which such prayers were said. After the earth was filled in, some incense rods were lighted above the grave in each instance, and the prayers were repeated in a whisper. A friend in the capital sends me the following curious information. At the Eko-in Temple in Tokyo, prayers are offered up every morning for the souls of certain animals whose ihai, mortuary tablets, are preserved in the building. A fee of 30 sen will procure burial in the temple ground and a short service for any small domestic pet. Doubtless similar temples exist elsewhere. Certainly, no one capable of affection for our dumb friends and servants can mock these gentle customs. End of note. As we proceed rapidly down a slope, my kurumaya swerves to one side with a suddenness that gives me a violent start. For the road overlooks a sheer depth of several hundred feet. It is merely to avoid hurting a harmless snake making its way across the path. The snake is so little afraid that on reaching the edge of the road, it turns its head to look after us. Section 3. And now strange signs begin to appear in all these rice fields. I see everywhere, sticking up above the ripening grain, objects like white feathered arrows, arrows of prayer. I take one up to examine it. The shaft is a thin bamboo, split down for about 1/3 of its length. Into the slit, a strip of strong white paper with ideographs upon it. An ofuda, a Shinto charm, is inserted, and the separated ends of the cane are then rejoined and tied together just above it. The whole, at a little distance, has exactly the appearance of a long, light, well-feathered arrow. That which I first examined bears the words Yu Asaki Jinja, Kozen Son Chuan Zen, from the god whose shrine is before the village of peace. Another reads Miho Jinja Shogwanjo Ju Go Kito Shugo, signifying that the deity of the temple, Miho Jinja, granteth fully every supplication made unto him. Everywhere as we proceed, I see the white arrows of prayer glimmering above the green level of the grain, and always they become more numerous. Far as the eye can reach, the fields are sprinkled with them, so that they make upon the verdant surface a white speckling as of flowers. Sometimes also, around a little rice field, I see a sort of magical fence, formed by little bamboo rods supporting a long cord from which long straws hang down like a fringe, and paper cuttings, which are symbols, gohei, are suspended at regular intervals. This is the Shimenawa, sacred emblem of Shinto. Within the consecrated space enclosed by it, no blight may enter, no scorching sun wither the young shoots. And where the white arrows glimmer, the locust shall not prevail, nor shall hungry birds do evil. But now I look in vain for the Buddhas. No more great Tera, no Shaka, no Amida, no Dainichi Nyorai. Even the Bosatsu have been left behind. Kwannon and her holy kin have disappeared. Koshin, Lord of the Roads, is indeed yet with us, but he has changed his name and become a Shinto deity. He is now Sarda Hiko no Mikoto, and his presence is revealed only by the statues of the 3 mystic apes, which are his servants. Mizaru, who sees no evil, covering his eyes with his hands. Kikazaru, who hears no evil, covering his ears with his hands. Iwazaru, who speaks no evil, covering his mouth with his hands. Yet no, one Bosatsu survives in this atmosphere of magical Shinto. Still by the roadside I see at long intervals the image of Jizo-sama, the charming playfellow of dead children. But Jizo also is a little changed, even in his sextuple representation. Note: why 6 Jizo instead of 5 or 3 or any other number, the reader may ask. I myself asked the question many times before receiving any satisfactory reply. Perhaps the following legend affords the most satisfactory explanation. According to the book Taijo Hoshi Mingyo Nembutsuden, Jizo Bosatsu was a woman 10,000 ko, kalpas, before this era, and became filled with desire to convert all living beings of the 6 worlds and the 4 births, and by virtue of the supernatural powers she multiplied herself and simultaneously appeared in all the rokusho, or 6 states of sentient existence at once, namely in the Jigoku, Gaki, Chikusho, Shura, Ningen, Tenjo, and converted the dwellers thereof. A friend insists that in order to have done this, Jizo must first have become a man. Among the many names of Jizo, such as the Never Slumbering, the Dragon Praiser, the Shining King, Diamond of Pity, I find the significant appellation of the Countless Bodied. End of note. The Roku Jizo, he appears not standing, but seated upon his lotus flower, and I see no stones piled up before him, as in the eastern provinces. Section 4. At last, from the verge of an enormous ridge, the roadway suddenly slopes down into a vista of high-peaked roofs of thatch and green-mossed eaves, into a village like a colored printout of old Hiroshige's picture books, a village with all its tints and colors precisely like the tints and colors of the landscape in which it lies. This is Kamiichi, in the land of Hoki. We halt before a quiet, dingy little inn, whose host, a very aged man, comes forth to salute me, while a silent, gentle crowd of villagers, mostly children and women, gather about the kuruma to see the stranger, to wonder at him, even to touch his clothes, with timid, smiling curiosity. One glance at the face of the old innkeeper decides me to accept his invitation. I must remain here until tomorrow. My runners are too wearied to go farther tonight. Weather-worn as the little inn seemed without, it is delightful within. Its polished stairway and balconies are speckless, reflecting, like mirror surfaces, the bare feet of the maid-servants. Its luminous rooms are fresh and sweet-smelling as when their soft mattings were first laid down. The carven pillars of the alcove, toko, in my chamber, leaves and flowers, chiseled in some black, rich wood, are wonders, and the kakemono, or scroll picture, hanging there is an ideal, Hote, god of happiness, drifting in a bark down some shadowy stream into evening mysteries of vapory purple. Far as this hamlet is from all art centers, there is no object visible in the house which does not reveal the Japanese sense of beauty in form. The old gold-flowered lacquerware, the astonishing box in which sweetmeats, kwashi, are kept, the diaphanous porcelain wine cups dashed with a single tiny gold figure of a leaping shrimp, the teacup holders, which are curled lotus leaves of bronze, even the iron kettle, with its figurines of dragons and clouds, and the brazen hibachi, whose handles are heads of Buddhist lions, delight the eye and surprise the fancy. Indeed, wherever today in Japan one sees something totally uninteresting in porcelain or metal, something commonplace and ugly, one may be almost sure that detestable something has been shaped under foreign influence. But here I am in ancient Japan. Probably no European eyes ever looked upon these things before. A window shaped like a heart peeps out upon the garden, a wonderful little garden with a tiny pond and miniature bridges and dwarf trees, like the landscape of a teacup. Also some shapely stones, of course, and some graceful stone lanterns or toro, such as are placed in the courts of temples. And beyond these, through the warm dusk, I see lights, colored lights, the lanterns of the bonku, suspended before each home to welcome the coming of beloved ghosts. For by the antique calendar, according to which in this antique place the reckoning of time is still made, this is the first night of the festival of the dead. As in all the other little country villages where I have been stopping, I find the people here kind to me, with a kindness and a courtesy unimaginable, indescribable, unknown in any other country, and even in Japan itself, only in the interior. Their simple politeness is not an art. Their goodness is absolutely unconscious goodness. Both come straight from the heart. And before I have been 2 hours among these people, their treatment of me, coupled with the sense of my utter inability to repay such kindness, causes a wicked wish to come into my mind. I wish these charming folk would do me some unexpected wrong, something surprisingly evil, something atrociously unkind, so that I should not be obliged to regret them, which I feel sure I must begin to do so as soon as I go away. While the aged landlord conducts me to the bath, where he insists upon washing me himself, as if I were a child, The wife prepares for us a charming little repast of rice, eggs, vegetables, and sweetmeats. She is painfully in doubt about her ability to please me, even after I have eaten enough for 2 men, and apologizes too much for not being able to offer me more. "There is no fish," she says, "for today is the first day of the Bonku, the festival of the dead, being the 13th day of the month. On the 13th, 14th, and 15th of the month, nobody may eat fish, but on the morning of the 16th day, the fishermen go out to catch fish, and everybody who has both parents living may eat of it. But if one has lost one's father or mother, then one must not eat fish, even upon the 16th day." While the good soul is thus explaining, I become aware of a strange, remote sound from without, a sound I recognize through memory of tropical dances, a measured clapping of hands, but this clapping is very soft, and at long intervals, and at still longer intervals there comes to us a heavy muffled booming, the tap of a great drum, a temple drum. "Oh, we must go to see it," cries Akira. "It is the Bon Odori, the dance of the festival of the dead, and you will see the Bon Odori danced here as it is never danced in cities, the Bon Odori of ancient days, for customs have not changed here, but in the cities all is changed." So I hasten out, wearing only, like the people about me, one of those light, wide-sleeved summer robes, yukata, which are furnished to male guests at all Japanese hotels. But the air is so warm that even thus lightly clad, I find myself slightly perspiring, and the night is divine, still, clear, vaster than nights of Europe, with a big white moon flinging down queer shadows of tilted eaves and horned gables and delightful silhouettes of robed Japanese. A little boy, the grandson of our host, leads the way with a crimson paper lantern, and the sonorous echoing of geta, the korokoro of wooden sandals, fills all the street, for many are going whither we are going, to see the dance. A little while we proceed along the main street, then, traversing a narrow passage between 2 houses, we find ourselves in a great open space flooded by moonlight. This is the dancing place, but the dance has ceased for a time. Looking about me, I perceive that we are in the court of an ancient Buddhist temple. The temple building itself remains intact, a low, long-peaked silhouette against the starlight, but it is void and dark and unhallowed now. It has been turned, they tell me, into a schoolhouse. The priests are gone. The great bell is gone. The Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas have vanished, all save one, a broken-handed Jizo of stone, smiling with eyelids closed under the moon. In the center of the court is a framework of bamboo supporting a great drum, and about it benches have been arranged, benches from the schoolhouse, on which villagers are resting. There is a hum of voices, voices of people speaking very low, as if expecting something solemn, and cries of children betimes, and soft laughter of girls, and far behind the court, beyond a low hedge of somber evergreen shrubs, I see soft white lights, and a host of tall gray shapes throwing long shadows, and I know that the lights are the white lanterns of the dead, those hung in cemeteries only, and that the gray shapes are the shapes of tombs. Suddenly, a girl rises from her seat and taps the huge drum once. It is the signal for the dance of souls. Section 5. Out of the shadow of the temple, a processional line of dancers files into the moonlight, and as suddenly halts, all young women or girls, clad in their choicest attire. The tallest leads, her comrades follow in order of stature. Little maids of 10 or 12 years compose the end of the procession, figures lightly poised as birds, figures that somehow recall the dreams of shapes circling about certain antique vases. Those charming Japanese robes, close clinging about the knees, might seem, but for the great fantastic drooping sleeves and the curious broad girdles confining them, designed after the drawing of some Greek or Etruscan artist, and at another tap of the drum, there begins a performance impossible to picture in words, something unimaginable, phantasmal, a dance, an astonishment. All together glide the right foot forward one pace, without lifting the sandal from the ground, and extend both hands to the right, with a strange floating motion and a smiling, mysterious obeisance. Then the right foot is drawn back, with a repetition of the waving of hands and the mysterious bow. Then all advance the left foot and repeat the previous movements, half turning to the left. Then all take 2 gliding paces forward, with a single simultaneous soft clap of the hands, and the first performance is reiterated alternately to right and left, all the sandaled feet gliding together, all the supple hands waving together, all the pliant bodies bowing and swaying together, and so slowly, weirdly, the processional movement changes into a great round, circling about the moonlit court and around the voiceless crowd of spectators. Note: since this sketch was written, I have seen the Bon Odori in many different parts of Japan, but I have never witnessed exactly the same kind of dance. Indeed, I would judge from my experiences in Izumo, in Oki, in Tottori, in Hoki, in Bingo, and elsewhere, that the Bon Odori is not danced in the same way in any 2 provinces. Not only do the motions and gestures vary according to locality, but also the airs of the songs sung, and this even when the words are the same. In some places the measure is slow and solemn, in others it is rapid and merry, and characterized by a queer jerky swing, impossible to describe. But everywhere both the motion and the melody are curious and pleasing enough to fascinate the spectator for hours. Certainly these primitive dances are of far greater interest than the performances of geisha. Although Buddhism may have utilized them and influenced them, they are beyond doubt incomparably older than Buddhism. End of note. And always the white hands sinuously wave together, as if weaving spells, alternately without and within the round, now with palms upward, now with palms downward, and all the elfish sleeves hover duskily together with a shadowing as of wings, and all the feet poised together with such a rhythm of complex motion that, in watching it, one feels a sensation of hypnotism, as while striving to watch a flowing and shimmering of water. And this soporous allurement is intensified by a dead hush. No one speaks, not even a spectator, and in the long intervals between the soft clapping of hands, one hears only the shrilling of the crickets in the trees and the sh-sh of sandals lightly stirring the dust. Unto what, I ask myself, may this be likened? Unto nothing, yet it suggests some fancy of somnambulism, dreamers who dream themselves flying, dreaming upon their feet. And there comes to me the thought that I am looking at something immemorially old, something belonging to the unrecorded beginnings of this Oriental life, perhaps to the crepuscular cameo itself, to the magical age of the gods, a symbolism of motion whereof the meaning has been forgotten for innumerable years. Yet more and more unreal the spectacle appears, with its silent smilings, with its silent bowings, as if obeisance to watchers invisible, and I find myself wondering whether, were I to utter but a whisper, all would not vanish forever, save the grey mouldering court, and the desolate temple, and the broken statue of Jizo, smiling always the same mysterious smile I see upon the faces of the dancers. Under the wheeling moon, in the midst of the round, I feel as one within the circle of a charm, and verily this is enchantment. I am bewitched, bewitched by the ghostly weaving of hands, by the rhythmic gliding of feet, above all by the flitting of the marvelous sleeves, apparitional, soundless, velvety as a flitting of great tropical bats. No, nothing I ever dreamed of could be likened to this. And with the consciousness of the ancient Hakaba behind me, and the weird invitation of his lanterns, and the ghostly beliefs of the hour and the place, there creeps upon me a nameless, tingling sense of being haunted. But no, these gracious, silent, waving, weaving shapes are not of the shadowy folk, for whose coming the white fires were kindled. A strain of song, full of sweet, clear quavering, like the call of a bird, gushes from some girlish mouth, and 50 soft voices join the chant. Sorota, soroimashita, Odori ko ga sorota, soroi kite, kitahare yukata. Uniform to view, as ears of young rice ripening in the field, all clad alike in summer festal robes, the company of dancers have assembled. Again only the shrilling of the crickets, the shush of feet, the gentle clapping, and the wavering, hovering measure proceeds in silence, with mesmeric lentor, with a strange grace, which, by its very naivete, seems old as the encircling hills. Those who sleep the sleep of centuries out there, under the grey stones where the white lanterns are, and their fathers and their fathers of their fathers' fathers, and the unknown generations behind them, buried in cemeteries of which the place has been forgotten for 1,000 years, doubtless looked upon a scene like this. Nay, the dust stirred by those young feet was human life, and so smiled and so sang under this self-same moon, with woven paces and with waving hands. Suddenly, a deep male chant breaks the hush. 2 giants have joined the round and now lead it. 2 superb young mountain peasants, nearly nude, towering head and shoulders above the whole of the assembly. Their kimono are rolled about their waist-like girdles, leaving their bronzed limbs and torsos naked to the warm air. They wear nothing else save their immense straw hats and white tabi, donned expressly for the festival. Never before among these people saw I such men, such thews, but their smiling beardless faces are comely and kindly as those of Japanese boys. They seem brothers, so like in frame, in movement, in the timbre of their voices, as they intone the same song. No demo, yama demo, ko wa umi o keo, senryo kura yori, ko ga takara. Whether brought forth upon the mountain or in the field, it matters nothing. More than a treasure of 1,000 ryo, a baby precious is. And Jizo, the lover of children's ghosts, smiles across the silence. Souls close to nature's soul are these, artless and touching their thought, like the worship of that Kishibojin to whom wives pray. And after the silence, the sweet thin voices of the women answer. O mu otoko ni so wa sanu oya wa, oya de gozaranu ko no kataki. The parents who will not allow their girl to be united with her lover, they are not the parents, but the enemies of their child. As song follows song, and the round ever becomes larger, and the hours pass unfelt, unheard, while the moon wheels slowly down the blue steeps of the night, a deep low boom rolls suddenly across the court, the rich tone of some temple bell telling the 12th hour. Instantly the witchcraft ends, like the wonder of some dream broken by a sound. The chanting ceases, the round dissolves in an outburst of happy laughter, and chatting, and softly voweled callings of flower names, which are the names of girls, and farewell cries of sayonara, as dancers and spectators alike betake themselves homeward, with a great korokoro of getas. And I, moving with the throng, in the bewildered manner of one suddenly roused from sleep, know myself ungrateful. These silvery laughing folk who now toddle along beside me upon their noisy little clogs, stepping very fast to get a peep at my foreign face, these but a moment ago were visions of archaic grace, illusions of necromancy, delightful phantoms, and I feel a vague resentment against them for thus materializing into simple country girls. Section 6. Lying down to rest, I ask myself the reason of the singular emotion inspired by that simple peasant chorus, utterly impossible to recall the air, with its fantastic intervals and fractional tones, as well attempt to fix in memory the purlings of a bird, but the indefinable charm of it lingers with me still. Melodies of Europe awaken within us feelings we can utter, sensations familiar as mother speech, inherited from all the generations behind us. But how explain the emotion evoked by a primitive chant totally unlike anything in Western melody, impossible even to write in those tones, which are the ideographs of our music tongue? And the emotion itself, what is it? I know not, yet I feel it to be something infinitely more old than I, something not of only one place or time, but vibrant to all common joy or pain of being under the universal sun. Then I wonder if the secret does not lie in some untaught, spontaneous harmony of that chant with nature's most ancient song, in some unconscious kinship to the music of solitudes, all trillings of summer life that blend to make the great, sweet cry of the land. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, The Chief City of the Province of the Gods. Section 1. The first of the noises of a Matsue day comes to the sleeper like the throbbing of a slow, enormous pulse exactly under his ear. It is a great, soft, dull buffet of sound, like a heartbeat in its regularity, in its muffled depth, in the way it quakes up through one's pillow, so as to be felt rather than heard. It is simply the pounding of the ponderous pestle of the kometsuki, the cleaner of rice, a sort of colossal wooden mallet with a handle about 15 feet long horizontally balanced on a pivot. By treading with all his force on the end of the handle, the naked kometsuki elevates the pestle, which is then allowed to fall back by its own weight into the rice tub. The measured, muffled echoing of its fall seems to me the most pathetic of all sounds of Japanese life. It is the beating, indeed, of the pulse of the land. Then the boom of the great bell of Tokoji, the Zenshu temple, shakes over the town. Then come melancholy echoes of drumming from the tiny little temple of Jizo in the street Zaimokcho, near my house, signaling the Buddhist hour of morning prayer. And finally the cries of the earliest itinerant vendors begin. Daikoyai! Kabuya! Kabu! The sellers of daikon and other strange vegetables. Moya! Moya! The plaintive call of the women who sell little thin slips of kindling wood for the lighting of charcoal fires. Section 2. Roused thus by these earliest sounds of the city's wakening life, I slide open my little Japanese paper window to look out upon the morning over a soft green cloud of spring foliage rising from the river-bounded garden below. Before me, tremulously mirroring everything upon its farther side, glimmers the broad glassy mouth of the Ohashigawa, opening into the grand Shinji Lake, which spreads out broadly to the right in a dim gray frame of peaks. Just opposite to me, across the stream, the blue-pointed Japanese dwellings have their to. Note: thick, solid sliding shutters of unpainted wood, which in Japanese houses serve both as shutters and doors. End of note. All closed. They are still shut up like boxes, for it is not yet sunrise, although it is day. But oh, the charm of the vision, those first ghostly love colors of a morning steeped in mist, soft as sleep itself, resolved into a visible exhalation. Long reaches of faintly tinted vapor cloud the far lake verge. Long nebulous bands, such as you may have seen in old Japanese picture books, and must have deemed only artistic whimsicalities, unless you had previously looked upon the real phenomena. All the bases of the mountains are veiled by them, and they stretch athwart the loftier peaks at different heights, like immeasurable lengths of gauze. This singular appearance the Japanese term shelving. Note: tanabiku. End of note. So that the lake appears incomparably larger than it really is, and is not an actual lake, but a beautiful spectral sea of the same tint as the dawn sky, and mixing with it, while peak tips rise like islands from the brume, and visionary strips of hill ranges figure as league-long causeways stretching out of sight, an exquisite chaos, ever-changing aspect as the delicate fogs rise, slowly, very slowly, as the sun's yellow rim comes into sight, fine thin lines of warmer tone, spectral violets and opalines, shoot across the flood, tree-tops take tender fire, and the unpainted facades of high edifices across the water change their wood color to vapory gold through the delicious haze. Looking sunward, up the long Ohashigawa, beyond the many-pillared wooden bridge, one high-pooped junk, just hoisting sail, seems to me the most fantastically beautiful craft I ever saw, a dream of Orient seas, so idealized by the vapor is it, the ghost of a junk, but a ghost that catches the light as clouds do, a shape of gold mist, seemingly semi-diaphanous and suspended in pale blue light. Section 3. And now from the riverfront, touching my garden, there rises to me a sound of clapping of hand. 1, 2, 3, 4 claps. But the owner of the hands is screened from view by the shrubbery. At the same time, however, I see men and women descending the stone steps of the wharves on the opposite side of the Ohashigawa, all with the little blue towels tucked into their girdles. They wash their faces and hands and rinse their mouths, the customary ablution preliminary to Shinto prayer. Then they turn their faces to the sunrise and clap their hands 4 times and pray. From the long high white bridge come other clappings, like echoes, and others again from far light graceful craft, curved like new moons, extraordinary boats in which I see bare-limbed fishermen standing with foreheads bowed to the golden east. Now the clappings multiply at last, into an almost continuous volleying of sharp sounds, for all the population are saluting the rising sun, Ohi-san, the Lady of Fire, Amaterasu o Mikami, the Lady of the Great Light. Note: Amaterasu o Mikami literally signifies the heaven-shining great august divinity. See Professor Chamberlain's translation of the Kojiki. End of note. Konnichi-sama! Hail this day to thee, divinest day-maker. Thanks unutterable unto thee, for this thy sweet light, making beautiful the world. So doubtless the thought, if not the utterance, of countless hearts. Some turn to the sun only, clapping their hands, yet many turn also to the west, to holy Kitzuki, the immemorial shrine, and not a few turn their faces successively to all the points of heaven, murmuring the names of 100 gods, and others again, after having saluted the Lady of Fire, look toward high Ichibata, toward the place of the great temple of Yakushi Nyorai, who giveth sight to the blind, not clapping their hands as in Shinto worship, but only rubbing the palms softly together after the Buddhist manner. But all, for in this most antique province of Japan all Buddhists are Shintoists likewise, utter the archaic words of Shinto prayer. Harai tamai kiyome tamai to kami mitami. Prayer to the most ancient gods who reigned before the coming of the Buddha and who still reign here in their own Izumo land, in the land of reed plains, in the place of the issuing of clouds. Prayer to the deities of primal chaos and primeval sea and of the beginnings of the world. Strange gods with long weird names, kindred of Uhiji ni no Kami, the first mud lord, kindred of Tsuhiji ni no Kani, the first sand lady. Prayer to those who came after them, the gods of strength and beauty, the world fashioners, makers of the mountains and the isles, ancestors of those sovereigns whose lineage still is named the sun's succession. Prayer to the 3,000 gods residing within the provinces, and to the 800 myriads who dwell in the azure Takama no Hara, in the blue plain of high heaven. Nippon kokuchu yao yorozu no kami gami-sama. Section 4. Ho kekkyo! My Uguisu is awake at last and utters his morning prayer. You do not know what an Uguisu is? An Uguisu is a holy little bird that professes Buddhism. All Uguisu have professed Buddhism from time immemorial. All Uguisu preach alike to men the excellence of the Divine Sutra. Ho kekkyo! In the Japanese tongue, Ho kekkyo in Sanskrit, Sadharma Pundarika, the Sutra of the Lotus of the Good Law, the divine book of the Nichiren sect. Very brief indeed is my little feathered Buddhist's confession of faith, only the sacred name reiterated over and over again, like a litany, with liquid bursts of twittering between. Ho kekkyo! Only this one phrase, but how deliciously he utters it, with what slow amorous ecstasy he dwells upon its golden syllables. It hath been written, he who shall keep, read, teach, or write this sutra shall obtain 800 good qualities of the eye. He shall see the whole triple universe down to the great hell Aviki, and up to the extremity of existence. He shall obtain 1200 good qualities of the ear. He shall hear all sounds in the triple universe, sounds of gods, goblins, demons, and beings not human. Ho kekkyo! A single word only, but it is also written, he who shall joyfully accept but a single word from this sutra, incalculably greater shall be his merit than the merit of one who should supply all beings in the 400,000 asankheyas of worlds with all the necessaries for happiness. Oh kekkyo! Always he makes a reverent little pause after uttering it, and before shrilling out his ecstatic warble, his bird hymn of praise. First the warble, then a pause of about 5 seconds, then a slow, sweet, solemn utterance of the holy name in a tone as of meditative wonder, then another pause, then another wild, rich, passionate warble. Could you see him, you would marvel how so powerful and penetrating a soprano could ripple, from so minute a throat? For he is one of the very tiniest of all feathered singers, yet his chant can be heard far across the broad river, and children going to school pause daily on the bridge, a whole cho away, to listen to his song. And uncomely withal, a neutral-tinted mite, almost lost in his immense box-cage of hinoki wood, darkened with paper screens over its little wire-grated windows, for he loves the gloom. Delicate he is, and exacting, even to tyranny. All his diet must be laboriously triturated and weighed in scales, and measured out to him at precisely the same hour each day. It demands all possible care and attention merely to keep him alive. He is precious, nevertheless. Far and from the uttermost coasts is the price of him, so rare he is. Indeed, I could not have afforded to buy him. He was sent to me by one of the sweetest ladies in Japan, daughter of the governor of Izumo, who, thinking the foreign teacher might feel lonesome during a brief illness, made him the exquisite gift of this dainty creature. Section 5. The clapping of hands has ceased. The toil of the day begins. Continually louder and louder the pattering of geta over the bridge. It is a sound never to be forgotten, this pattering of geta over the ohashi. Rapid, merry, musical, like the sound of an enormous dance. And the dance it veritably is. The whole population is moving on tiptoe, and the multitudinous twinkling of feet over the verge of the sunlit roadway is an astonishment. All those feet are small, symmetrical, light as the feet of figures painted on Greek vases, and the step is always taken toes first. Indeed, with geta, it could be taken no other way, for the heel touches neither the geta nor the ground, and the foot is tilted forward by the wedge-shaped wooden sole. Merely to stand upon a pair of geta is difficult for one unaccustomed to their use. Yet you see Japanese children running at full speed in geta, with soles at least 3 inches high, held to the foot only by a forestrap fastened between the great toe and the other toes, and they never trip, and the geta never falls off. Still more curious is the spectacle of men walking in bokuri or takageta, a wooden sole with wooden supports at least 5 inches high fitted underneath it, so as to make the whole structure seem the lacquered model of a wooden bench, but the wearers stride as freely as if they had nothing upon their feet. Now children begin to appear, hurrying to school. The undulation of the wide sleeves of their pretty speckled robes as they run looks precisely like a fluttering of extraordinary butterflies. The junks spread their great white or yellow wings, and the funnels of the little streamers, which have been slumbering all night by the wharves, begin to smoke. One of the tiny lake streamers lying at the opposite wharf has just opened its steam throat to utter the most unimaginable, piercing, desperate, furious howl. When that cry is heard, everybody laughs. The other little steamboats utter only plaintive mooings, but unto this particular vessel, newly built and launched by a rival company, there has been given a voice expressive to the most amazing degree of reckless hostility and savage defiance. The good people of Matsue, upon hearing its voice for the first time, gave it forthwith a new and just name, Okami Maru. Maru signifies a steamship. Okami signifies a wolf. Section 6. A very curious little object now comes slowly floating down the river, and I do not think that you could possibly guess what it is. The Hotoke or Buddhas and the beneficent kami are not the only divinities worshipped by the Japanese of the poorer classes. The deities of evil, or at least some of them, are duly propitiated upon certain occasions, and requited by offerings whenever they graciously vouchsafe to inflict a temporary ill instead of an irremediable misfortune. Note: the gods who do harm are to be appeased, so that they may not punish those who have offended them. Such are the words of the great Shinto teacher Hirata, as translated by Mr. Sato in his article, The Revival of Pure Shinto. End of note. After all, this is no more irrational than the Thanksgiving prayer at the close of the hurricane season in the West Indies, after the destruction by storm of 22,000 lives. So men sometimes pray to Ekibi Ogami, the god of pestilence, and to Kaze no Kami, the god of wind and of bad colds, and to Hoso no Kami, the god of smallpox, and to divers evil genii. Now, when a person is certainly going to get well of smallpox, a feast is given to the Hoso no Kami, much as a feast is given to the fox god when a possessing fox has promised to allow himself to be cast out. Upon a sandowara, or small straw mat, such as is used to close the end of a rice bale, one or more kawarake, or small earthenware vessels, are placed. These are filled with a preparation of rice and red beans, called azuki meshi, whereof both Inari-sama and Hoso no Kami are supposed to be very fond. Little bamboo wands with gohei, paper cuttings, fastened to them, are then planted either in the mat or in the azuki meshi, and the color of these gohei must be red. Be it observed that the gohei of other kami are always white. This offering is then either suspended to a tree or set afloat in some running stream at a considerable distance from the home of the convalescent. This is called seeing the god off. Section 7. The long white bridge with its pillars of iron is recognizably modern. It was, in fact, opened to the public only last spring, with great ceremony. According to some most ancient custom, when a new bridge has been built, the first persons to pass over it must be the happiest of the community. So the authorities of Matsue sought for the happiest folk, and selected 2 aged men who had both been married for more than half a century, and who had had not less than 12 children, and had never lost any of them. These good patriarchs first crossed the bridge, accompanied by their venerable wives, and followed by their grown-up children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, amidst a great clamor of rejoicing, the showering of fireworks, and the firing of cannon. But the ancient bridge, so recently replaced by this structure, was much more picturesque, curving across the flood, and supported upon multitudinous feet, like a long-legged centipede of the innocuous kind. For 300 years it had stood over the stream firmly and well, and it had its particular tradition. When Horio Yoshiharu, the great general who became daimyo of Izumo in the Keicho era, first undertook to put a bridge over the mouth of this river, the builders labored in vain, for there appeared to be no solid bottom for the pillars of the bridge to rest upon. Millions of great stones were cast into the river to no purpose, for the work constructed by day was swept away or swallowed up by night. Nevertheless, at last the bridge was built, but the pillars began to sink soon after it was finished. Then a flood carried half of it away, and as often as it was repaired, so often it was wrecked. Then a human sacrifice was made to appease the vexed spirits of the flood. A man was buried alive in the river bed below the place of the middle pillar, where the current is most treacherous, and thereafter the bridge remained immovable for 300 years. The victim was one Gensuke, who had lived in the street Saikamachi, for it had been determined that the first man who should cross the bridge wearing hakama without a machi. Note: machi, a stiff piece of pasteboard or other material sewn into the waist of the hakama at the back, so as to keep the folds of the garment perpendicular and neat-looking. End of note. should be put under the bridge, and Gensuke sought to pass over not having a machi in his hakama, so they sacrificed him. Wherefore the midmost pillar of the bridge was for 300 years called by his name, Gensuke Bashira. It is averred that upon moonless nights a ghostly fire flitted about that pillar, always in the dead watch hour between 2 and 3, and the color of the light was red, though I am assured that in Japan, as in other lands, the fires of the dead are most often blue. Section 8. Now some say that Gensuke was not the name of a man, but the name of an era, corrupted by local dialect into the semblance of a personal appellation. Yet, so profoundly is the legend believed, that when the new bridge was being built, thousands of country folk were afraid to come to town, for a rumor arose that a new victim was needed, who was to be chosen from among them, and that it had been determined to make the choice from those who still wore their hair in queues after the ancient manner, wherefore hundreds of aged men cut off their queues. Then another rumor was circulated to the effect that the police had been secretly instructed to seize the 1,000th person of those who crossed the new bridge the first day, and to treat him after the manner of Gensuke. And at the time of the great festival of the rice god, when the city is usually thronged by farmers coming to worship at the many shrines of Inari this year, there came but few, and the loss to local commerce was estimated at several thousand yen. The vapors have vanished, sharply revealing a beautiful little islet in the lake, lying scarcely half a mile away, a low, narrow strip of land with a Shinto shrine upon it, shadowed by giant pines. Not pines like ours, but huge, gnarled, shaggy, tortuous shapes, vast-reaching like ancient oaks. Through a glass, one can easily discern a torii, and before it 2 symbolic lions of stone, karashishi, one with its head broken off, doubtless by its having been overturned and dashed about by the heavy waves during some great storm. This islet is sacred to Benten, the goddess of eloquence and beauty, wherefore it is called Benten no Shima, but it is more commonly called Yomegashima, or the island of the young wife, by reason of a legend. It is said that it arose in one night, noiselessly as a dream, bearing up from the depths of the lake the body of a drowned woman who had been very lovely, very pious, and very unhappy. The people, deeming this a sign from heaven, consecrated the islet to Benten, and thereon built a shrine unto her, planted trees about it, set a torii before it, and made a rampart about it, with great curiously shaped stones, and there they buried the drowned woman. Now the sky is blue, down to the horizon. The air is a caress of spring. I go forth to wander through the queer old city. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, The Chief City of the Province of the Gods. Section 10. I perceive that upon the sliding doors, or immediately above the principal entrance of nearly every house, are pasted oblong white papers bearing ideographic inscriptions, and overhanging every threshold I see the sacred emblem of Shinto, the little rice straw rope with its long fringe of pendant stalks. The white papers at once interest me, for they are ofuda, or holy texts and charms, of which I am a devout collector. Nearly all are from temples in Matsue or its vicinity, and the Buddhist ones indicate by the sacred words upon them to what particular shu or sect the family belong, for nearly every soul in this community professes some form of Buddhism, as well as the all-dominant and more ancient faith of Shinto. and even one quite ignorant of Japanese ideographs can nearly always distinguish at a glance the formula of the great Nichiren sect from the peculiar appearance of the column of characters composing it, all bristling with long sharp points and banneret zigzags like an army, the famous text Namu Myo Ho Rengekyo, inscribed of old upon the flag of the great captain Kato Kiyomasa, the extirpator of Spanish Christianity, the glorious Virter Execrandus of the Jesuits. Any pilgrim belonging to this sect has the right to call at whatever door bears the above formula and ask for alms or food. But, by far, the greater number of the ofuda are Shinto. Upon almost every door there is one ofuda especially likely to attract the attention of a stranger, because at the foot of the column of ideographs composing its text, there are two small figures of foxes, a black and a white fox, facing each other in a sitting posture, each with a little bunch of rice straw in its mouth, instead of the more usual emblematic key. These ofuda are from the great Inari temple of Oshiroyama. Note: Kushinoki Matsuhira Inari Daimyojin. End of note. Within the castle grounds, and are charms against fire. They represent, indeed, the only form of assurance against fire yet known in Matsue, so far at least as wooden dwellings are concerned. And although a single spark and a high wind are sufficient in combination to obliterate a larger city in one day, great fires are unknown in Matsue, and small ones are of rare occurrence. The charm is peculiar to the city, and of the Inari in question, this tradition exists. When Naomasu, the grandson of Ieyasu, first came to Matsue to rule the province, there entered into his presence a beautiful boy who said, "I came hither from the home of your august father in Echizen to protect you from all harm, but I have no dwelling place, and am staying therefore at the Buddhist temple of Fumon-in. Now, if you will make for me a dwelling within the castle grounds, I will protect from fire the buildings there and the houses of the city, and your other residence likewise, which is in the capital, for I am Inari Shinyemon." With these words, he vanished from sight. Therefore, Naomasu dedicated to him the great temple, which still stands in the castle grounds, surrounded by 1,000 foxes of stone. Section 11. I now turn into a narrow little street, which, although so ancient that its dwarfed two-story houses have the look of things grown up from the ground, is called the Street of the New Timber. New the timber may have been 150 years ago, but the tints of the structures would ravish an artist, the somber ashen tones of the woodwork, the furry browns of old thatch, ribbed and patched and edged with the warm soft green of those velvety herbs and mosses which flourish upon Japanese roofs. However, the perspective of the street frames in a vision more surprising than any details of its moldering homes. Between very lofty bamboo poles, higher than any of the dwellings, and planted on both sides of the street in lines, extraordinary black nets are stretched, like prodigious cobwebs against the sky, evoking sudden memories of those monster spiders which figure in Japanese mythology and in the picture books of the old artists. But these are only fishing nets of silken thread, and this is the street of the fishermen. I take my way to the great bridge. Section 12. A stupendous ghost. Looking eastward from the great bridge over those sharply beautiful mountains, green and blue, which tooth the horizon, I see a glorious spectre towering to the sky. Its base is effaced by far mists. Out of the air the thing would seem to have shaped itself, a phantom cone, diaphanously gray below, vaporously white above, with a dream of perpetual snow, the mighty mountain of Daisen. At the first approach of winter, it will in one night become all blanched from foot to crest, and then its snowy pyramid so much resembles that sacred mountain, often compared by poets to a white inverted fan, half opened, hanging in the sky, that it is called Izumo Fuji, the Fuji of Izumo, but it is really in Hoki, not in Izumo, though it cannot be seen from any part of Hoki to such advantage as from here. It is the one sublime spectacle of this charming land, but it is visible only when the air is very pure. Many are the marvelous legends related concerning it, and somewhere upon its mysterious summit the Tengu are believed to dwell. Section 13. At the farther end of the bridge, close to the wharf where the little steamboats are, is a very small Jizo temple, Jizo-do. Here are kept many bronze drags, and whenever anyone has been drowned and the body not recovered, these are borrowed from the little temple and the river is dragged. If the body be thus found, a new drag must be presented to the temple. From here, half a mile southward to the great Shinto temple of Tenjin, deity of scholarship and calligraphy, broadly stretches Tenjin Machi, the street of the rich merchants, all draped on either side with dark blue hangings, over which undulate, with every windy palpitation from the lake, white wondrous ideographs, which are names and signs, while down the wide way, in white perspective, diminishes a long line of telegraph poles. Beyond the temple of Tenjin, the city is again divided by a river, the Shindo Tegawa, over which arches the bridge Tenjinbashi. Again, beyond this, other large quarters extend to the hills and curve along the lake shore. But in the space between the two rivers is the richest and busiest life of the city, and also the vast and curious quarter of the temples. In this islanded district are likewise the theaters, and the place where wrestling matches are held, and most of the resorts of pleasure. Parallel with Tenjin Machi runs the great street of the Buddhist temples, or Teramachi, of which the eastern side is one unbroken succession of temples, a solid front of court walls tile-capped, with imposing gateways at regular intervals. Above this long stretch of tile-capped wall rise the beautiful tilted massive lines of gray-blue temple roofs against the sky. Here all the sects dwell, side by side in harmony, Nichiren-shu, Shingon-shu, Zen-shu, Tendai-shu, and even that Shin-shu, unpopular in Izumo because those who follow its teaching strictly must not worship the kami. Behind each temple court there is a cemetery or hakaba, and eastward, beyond these, are other temples, and beyond them yet others, masses of Buddhist architecture mixed with shreds of gardens and miniature homesteads, a huge labyrinth of moldering courts and fragments of streets. Today, as usual, I find I can pass a few hours very profitably in visiting the temples, in looking at the ancient images seated within the cups of golden lotus flowers under their aureoles of gold, in buying curious mamori, in examining the sculptures of the cemeteries, where I can nearly always find some dreaming Kwannon or smiling Jizo well worth the visit. The great courts of Buddhist temples are places of rare interest for one who loves to watch the life of the people, for these have been for unremembered centuries the playing places of the children. Generations of happy infants have been amused in them. All the nurses, the little girls who carry tiny brothers or sisters upon their backs, go thither every morning that the sun shines. Hundreds of children join them, and they play at strange, funny games. Onigokko, or the game of the devil, Kage-oni, which signifies the shadow and the demon, and Mekusangokko, which is a sort of blind man's bluff. Also, during the long summer evenings, these temples are wrestling grounds, free to all who love wrestling, and in many of them there is a doyoba, or wrestling ring. Robust young laborers and sinewy artisans come to these courts to test their strength after the day's tasks are done, and here the fame of more than one now noted wrestler was first made. When a youth has shown himself able to overmatch at wrestling all others in his own district, he is challenged by champions of other districts, and if he can overcome these also, he may hope eventually to become a skilled and popular professional wrestler. It is also in the temple courts that the sacred dances are performed and that public speeches are made. It is in the temple courts, too, that the most curious toys are sold on the occasion of the great holidays, toys most of which have a religious signification. There are grand old trees and ponds full of tame fish, which put up their heads to beg for food when your shadow falls upon the water. The holy lotus is cultivated therein. Though growing in the foulest slime, the flower remains pure and undefiled. And the soul of him who remains ever pure in the midst of temptation is likened unto the lotus. Therefore is the lotus carven or painted upon the furniture of temples. Therefore also does it appear in all representations of our Lord Buddha. In paradise the blessed shall sit at ease, enthroned upon the cups of golden lotus flowers. Note: from an English composition by one of my Japanese pupils. End of note. A bugle call rings through the quaint street, and round the corner of the last temple come marching a troop of handsome young riflemen, uniformed somewhat like French light infantry, marching by fours so perfectly that all the gaitered legs move as if belonging to a single body, and every sword bayonet catches the sun at exactly the same angle, as the column wheels into view. These are the students of the Shihangakko, the College of Teachers, performing their daily military exercises. Their professors give them lectures upon the microscopic study of cellular tissues, upon the segregation of developing nerve structure, upon spectrum analysis, upon the evolution of the color sense, and upon the cultivation of bacteria in glycerin infusions, and they are none the less modest and knightly in manner for all their modern knowledge, nor the less reverentially devoted to their dear old fathers and mothers, whose ideas were shaped in the era of feudalism. Section 14. Here come a band of pilgrims, with yellow straw overcoats, raincoats, mino, and enormous yellow straw hats, mushroom-shaped, of which the down-curving rim partly hides the face. All carry staffs, and wear their robes well girded up so as to leave free the lower limbs, which are enclosed in white cotton leggings of a peculiar and indescribable kind. Precisely the same sort of costume was worn by the same class of travelers many centuries ago, and just as you now see them trooping by, whole families wandering together, the pilgrim child clinging to the father's hands, so may you see them pass in quaint procession across the faded pages of Japanese picture books 100 years old. At intervals they halt before some shop front to look at the many curious things which they greatly enjoy seeing, but which they have no money to buy. I myself have become so accustomed to surprises, to interesting or extraordinary sights, that when a day happens to pass during which nothing remarkable has been heard or seen, I feel vaguely discontented. But such blank days are rare. They occur in my own case only when the weather is too detestable to permit of going out of doors, for with ever so little money one can always obtain the pleasure of looking at curious things. And this has been one of the chief pleasures of the people in Japan for centuries and centuries, for the nation has passed its generations of lives in making or seeking such things. To divert one's self seems, indeed, the main purpose of Japanese existence, beginning with the opening of the baby's wondering eyes. The faces of the people have an indescribable look of patient expectancy, the air of waiting for something interesting to make its appearance. If it fail to appear, they will travel to find it. They are astonishing pedestrians and tireless pilgrims, and I think they make pilgrimages not more for the sake of pleasing the gods than of pleasing themselves by the sight of rare and pretty things. For every temple is a museum, and every hill and valley throughout the land has its temple and its wonders. Even the poorest farmer, one so poor that he cannot afford to eat a grain of his own rice, can afford to make a pilgrimage of a month's duration, and during that season when the growing rice needs least attention, hundreds of thousands of the poorest go on pilgrimages. This is possible because from ancient times, it has been the custom for everybody to help pilgrims a little, and they can always find rest and shelter at particular inns, kichin yado, which receive pilgrims only, and where they are charged merely the cost of the wood used to cook their food. But multitudes of the poor undertake pilgrimages requiring much more than a month to perform, such as the pilgrimage to the 33 great temples of Kwannon, or that to do the 88 temples of Kobodaishi, and these, though years be needed to accomplish them, are as nothing compared to the enormous Sengaji, the pilgrimage to the 1,000 temples of the Nichiren sect. The time of a generation may pass ere this can be made. One may begin it in early youth and complete it only when youth is long past. Yet there are several in Matsue, men and women, who have made this tremendous pilgrimage, seeing all Japan, and supporting themselves not merely by begging, but by some kinds of itinerant peddling. The pilgrim who desires to perform this pilgrimage carries on his shoulders a small box, shaped like a Buddhist shrine, in which he keeps his spare clothes and food. He also carries a little brazen gong, which he constantly sounds while passing through a city or village, at the same time chanting the Namu-myo Ho-renge-kyo, and he always bears with him a little blank book, in which the priest of every temple visited stamps the temple seal in red ink. The pilgrimage over, this book, with its 1,000 seal impressions, becomes an heirloom in the family of the pilgrim. Section 15. I too must make diverse pilgrimages, for all about the city, beyond the waters or beyond the hills, lie holy places immemorially old. Kitzuki, founded by the ancient gods, who made stout the pillars upon the nethermost rock bottom, and made high the crossbeams to the plane of high heaven. Kitzuki, the Holy of Holies, whose high priest claims descent from the goddess of the sun, and Ichibata, famed shrine of Yakushi Nyorai, who giveth sight to the blind. Ichibata no Yakushi, whose lofty temple is approached by 640 steps of stone, and Kiyomitsu, shrine of Kwannon of the 11 faces, before whose altar the sacred fire has burned without ceasing for 1,000 years, and Sada, where the sacred snake lies coiled forever on the sambo of the gods, and Oba, with its temples of Izanami and Izanagi, parents of gods and men, the makers of the world, and Yaegaki, whither lovers go to pray for unions with the beloved, and Kaka, Kakaura, Kaka no Kukedo-san. All these I hope to see. But of all places, Kakaura. Assuredly I must go to Kaka. Few pilgrims go thither by sea, and boatmen are forbidden to go there if there be even wind enough to move 3 hairs, so that whosoever wishes to visit Kaka must either wait for a period of dead calm, very rare upon the coast of the Japanese Sea, or journey thereunto by land, and by land the way is difficult and wearisome. But I must see Kaka. For at Kaka, in a great cavern by the sea, there is a famous Jizo of stone, and each night, it is said, the ghosts of little children climb to the high cavern and pile up before the statue small heaps of pebbles, and every morning in the soft sand there may be seen the fresh prints of tiny naked feet, the feet of the infant ghosts. It is also said that in the cavern there is a rock out of which comes a stream of milk, as from a woman's breast, and the white stream flows forever, and the phantom children drink of it. Pilgrims bring with them gifts of small straw sandals, the zori that children wear, and leave them before the cavern, that the feet of the little ghosts may not be wounded by the sharp rocks. and the pilgrim treads with caution, lest he should overturn any of the many heaps of stones. For if this be done, the children cry. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, The Chief City of the Province of the Gods. Section 16. The city proper is as level as a table, but is bounded on two sides by low demilunes of charming hills, shadowed with evergreen foliage and crowned with temples or shrines. There are 35,000 souls dwelling in 10,000 houses, forming 33 principal and many smaller streets. And from each end of almost every street, beyond the hills, the lake, or the eastern rice fields, a mountain summit is always visible, green, blue, or gray according to distance. One may ride, walk, or go by boat to any quarter of the town, for it is not only divided by two rivers, but is also intersected by numbers of canals, crossed by queer little bridges curved like a well-bent bow. Architecturally, despite such constructions in European style as the College of Teachers, the Great Public School, the Kencho, the new post office, it is much like other quaint Japanese towns. The structure of its temples, taverns, shops, and private dwellings is the same as in other cities of the western coast. But doubtless owing to the fact that Matsue remained a feudal stronghold until a time within the memory of thousands still living, those feudal distinctions of caste so sharply drawn in ancient times are yet indicated with singular exactness by the varying architecture of different districts. The city can be definitely divided into three architectural quarters: the district of the merchants and shopkeepers, forming the heart of the settlement, where all the houses are 2 stories high; the district of the temples, including nearly the whole southeastern part of the town; and the district or districts of the Shizoku, formerly called samurai, comprising a vast number of large, roomy, garden-girt, 1-story dwellings. From these elegant homes in feudal days could be summoned at a moment's notice 5,000 two-sworded men, with their armed retainers, making a fighting total for the city alone of probably not less than 13,000 warriors. More than 1/3 of all the city buildings were then samurai homes, for Matsue was a military center of the most ancient province of Japan. At both ends of the town, which curves in a crescent along the lake shore, were the 2 main settlements of samurai. But just as some of the most important temples are situated outside of the temple district, so were many of the finest homesteads of this knightly caste situated in other quarters. They mustered most thickly, however, about the castle, which stands today on the summit of its citadel hill, the Oshiroyama, solid as when first built long centuries ago, a vast and sinister shape, all iron gray, rising against the sky from a cyclopean foundation of stone. Fantastically grim the thing is, and grotesquely complex in detail, looking somewhat like a huge pagoda, of which the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th stories have been squeezed down and telescoped into one another by their own weight. Crested at its summit, like a feudal helmet, with 2 colossal fishes of bronze lifting their curved bodies skyward from either angle of the roof, and bristling with horned gables and gargoyled eaves, and tilted puzzles of tiled roofing at every story, the creation is a veritable architectural dragon, made up of magnificent monstrosities. A dragon, moreover, full of eyes set at all conceivable angles, above, below, and on every side. From under the black scowl of the loftiest eaves, looking east and south, the whole city can be seen at a single glance, as in the vision of a soaring hawk, and from the north angle the view plunges down 300 feet to the castle road, where walking figures of men appear no larger than flies. Section 17. The grim castle has its legend. It is related that, in accordance with some primitive and barbarous custom, precisely like that of which so terrible a souvenir has been preserved for us in the most pathetic of Servian ballads, the foundation of Skadra, a maiden of Matsue was interred alive under the walls of the castle at the time of its erection as a sacrifice to some forgotten gods. Her name has never been recorded. Nothing concerning her is remembered, except that she was beautiful and very fond of dancing. Now, after the castle had been built, it is said that a law had to be passed forbidding that any girl should dance in the streets of Matsue, for whenever any maiden danced, the hill Oshirayama would shudder, and the great castle quiver from basement to summit. Section 18. One may still sometimes hear in the streets a very humorous song, which every one in town formerly knew by heart, celebrating the 7 wonders of Matsue. For Matsue was formerly divided into 7 quarters, in each of which some extraordinary object or person was to be seen. It is now divided into 5 religious districts, each containing a temple of the state religion. People living within those districts are called Ujiko, and the temple the Ujigami, or dwelling place of the tutelary god. The Ujiko must support the Ujigami. Every village and town has at least one Ujigami. There is probably not one of the multitudinous temples of Matsue which has not some marvelous tradition attached to it. Each of the districts has many legends, and I think that each of the 33 streets has its own special ghost story. Of these ghost stories, I cite 2 specimens. They are quite representative of one variety of Japanese folklore. Near to the Fumo-in Temple, which is in the northeastern quarter, there is a bridge called Azuki Togibashi, or the Bridge of the Washing of Peas. For it was said in other years that nightly a phantom woman sat beneath that bridge washing phantom peas. There is an exquisite Japanese iris flower of rainbow violet color, which flower is named Kakitsubata, and there is a song about that flower called Kakitsubata no Ta. Now, this song must never be sung near the Azuki Togibashi, because, for some strange reason, which seems to have been forgotten, the ghosts haunting that place became so angry upon hearing it, that to sing it there is to expose oneself to the most frightful calamities. There was once a samurai who feared nothing, who one night went to that bridge and loudly sang the song. No ghost appearing, he laughed and went home. At the gate of his house, he met a beautiful tall woman whom he had never seen before, and who, bowing, presented him with a lacquered box, fumibako, such as women keep their letters in. He bowed to her in his knightly way, but she said, "I am only the servant. This is my mistress' gift," and vanished out of his sight. Opening the box, he saw the bleeding head of a young child. Entering his house, he found upon the floor of the guest room the dead body of his own infant son, with the head torn off. Of the cemetery Daioji, which is in the street called Nakabaramachi, this story is told. In Nakabaramachi, there is an ameya, or a little shop in which mitsuame is sold. The amber-tinted syrup, made of malt, which is given to children when milk cannot be obtained for them. Every night at a late hour, there came to that shop a very pale woman, all in white, to buy 1 rin. Note: rin, 1/10 of a cent, a small round copper coin with a square hole in the middle. End of note. Worth of mitsuame. The ame seller wondered that she was so thin and pale, and often questioned her kindly, but she answered nothing. At last one night he followed her, out of curiosity. She went to the cemetery, and he became afraid and returned. The next night the woman came again, but bought no mitsuame, and only beckoned to the man to go with her. He followed her with friends into the cemetery. She walked to a certain tomb, and there disappeared, and they heard under the ground the crying of a child. Opening the tomb, they saw within it the corpse of the woman who nightly visited the ameya, with a living infant, laughing to see the lantern light, and beside the infant a little cup of mitsuame. For the mother had been prematurely buried. The child was born in the tomb, and the ghost of the mother had thus provided for it, love being stronger than death. Section 19. Over the Tenjinbashi, or the Bridge of Tenjin, and through small streets and narrow, of densely populated districts, and past many a tenantless and moldering feudal homestead, I make my way to the extreme southwestern end of the city, to watch the sunset from a little sobaya. Note: an inn where soba is sold. End of note. Facing the lake, for to see the sun sink from this sobaya is one of the delights of Matsue. There are no such sunsets in Japan as in the tropics. The light is gentle as a light of dreams. There are no furies of color. There are no chromatic violences in nature in this Orient. All in sea or sky is tint rather than color, and tint vapor-toned. I think that the exquisite taste of the race in the matter of colors and tints, as exemplified in the dyes of their wonderful textures, is largely attributable to the sober and delicate beauty of nature's tones in this all-temperate world where nothing is garish. Before me the fair vast lake sleeps, softly luminous, far ringed with chains of blue volcanic hills shaped like a sierra. On my right, at its eastern end, the most ancient quarter of the city spreads its roofs of blue-gray tile. The houses crowd thickly down to the shore to dip their wooden feet into the flood. With a glass I can see my own windows and the far spreading of the roofs beyond, and above all else the green citadel with its grim castle grotesquely peaked. The sun begins to set, and exquisite astonishments of tinting appear in water and sky. Then rich purples cloud broadly behind and above the indigo blackness of the serrated hills, mist purples fading upwards smokily into faint vermilions and dim gold, which again melt up through ghostliest greens into the blue. The deeper waters of the lake, far away, take a tender violet indescribable, and the silhouette of the pine-shadowed island seems to float in that sea of soft, sweet color. But the shallower and nearer is cut from the deeper water by the current as sharply as by a line drawn, and all the surface on this side of that line is a shimmering bronze, old, rich, ruddy gold bronze. All the fainter colors change every 5 minutes, wondrously change and shift, like tones and shades of fine-shot silks. Section 20. Often in the streets at night, especially on the nights of sacred festivals, matsuri, one's attention will be attracted to some small booth by the spectacle of an admiring and perfectly silent crowd pressing before it. As soon as one can get a chance to look, one finds there is nothing to look at but a few vases containing sprays of flowers, or perhaps some light, gracious branches freshly cut from a blossoming tree. It is simply a little flower show, or more correctly, a free exhibition of master skill in the arrangement of flowers. For the Japanese do not brutally chop off flower heads to work them up into meaningless masses of color as we barbarians do. They love nature too well for that, They know how much the natural charm of the flower depends upon its setting and mounting, its relation to leaf and stem, and they select a single graceful branch or spray just as nature made it. At first, you will not, as a Western stranger, comprehend such an exhibition at all. You are yet a savage in such matters compared with the commonest coolies about you. But even while you are still wondering at popular interest in this simple little show, the charm of it will begin to grow upon you, will become a revelation to you. And, despite your Occidental idea of self-superiority, you will feel humbled by the discovery that all flower displays you have ever seen abroad were only monstrosities in comparison with the natural beauty of those few simple sprays. You will also observe how much the white or pale blue screen behind the flowers enhances the effect by lamp or lantern light, for the screen has been arranged with the special purpose of showing the exquisiteness of plant shadows, and the sharp silhouettes of sprays and blossoms cast thereon are beautiful beyond the imagining of any Western decorative artist. Section 21. It is still the season of mists in this land, whose most ancient name signifies the place of the issuing of clouds. With the passing of twilight, a faint, ghostly brume rises over lake and landscape, spectrally veiling surfaces, slowly obliterating distances. As I lean over the parapet of the Tenjin-bashi on my homeward way to take one last look eastward, I find that the mountains have already been effaced. Before me there is only a shadowy flood, far vanishing into vagueness without a horizon, the phantom of a sea. And I become suddenly aware that little white things are fluttering slowly down into it from the fingers of a woman standing upon the bridge beside me and murmuring something in a low, sweet voice. She is praying for her dead child. Each of those little papers she is dropping into the current bears a tiny picture of Jizo and perhaps a little inscription. For when a child dies, the mother buys a small woodcut hanko of Jizo, and with it prints the image of the divinity upon 100 little papers. And she sometimes also writes upon the papers words signifying, for the sake of, inscribing never the living, but the kaimyo, or the soul name only, which the Buddhist priest has given to the dead, and which is written also upon the little commemorative tablet kept within the Buddhist household shrine, or butsuma. Then, upon a fixed day, most commonly the 49th day after the burial, she goes to some place of running water and drops the little papers therein one by one, repeating, as each slips through her fingers, the holy invocation, Namu Jizo Dai Bosatsu. Doubtless this pious little woman, praying beside me in the dusk, is very poor. Were she not, she would hire a boat and scatter her tiny papers far away upon the bosom of the lake. It is now only after dark that this may be done, for the police, I know not why, have been instructed to prevent this pretty rite, just as in the open ports they have been instructed to prohibit the launching of the little straw boats of the dead, the shoryo bune. But why should the papers be cast into running water? A good old Tendai priest tells me that originally the rite was only for the souls of the drowned, but now these gentle hearts believe that all waters flow downward to the shadow world and through the Sai no Kawara, where Jizo is. Section 22. At home again, I slide open once more my little paper window and look out upon the night. I see the paper lanterns flitting over the bridge like a long shimmering of fireflies. I see the specters of 100 lights trembling upon the black flood. I see the broad shoji of dwellings beyond the river suffused with the soft yellow radiance of invisible lamps, and upon those lighted spaces I can discern slender moving shadows, silhouettes of graceful women. Devoutly do I pray that glass may never become universally adopted in Japan. There would be no more delicious shadows. I listen to the voices of the city a while. I hear the great bell of Tokoji rolling its soft Buddhist thunder across the dark, and the songs of the night walkers whose hearts have been made merry with wine, and the long sonorous chanting of the night peddlers. Don yai, soba yai. It is the seller of hot soba, Japanese buckwheat, making his last round. Umai handa, machibito enda, usemono ninso kaso, kichikyo no urainai. The cry of the itinerant fortune teller. Ameyu, the musical cry of the seller of mitsuame, the sweet amber syrup which children love. Amayu, the shrilling call of the seller of amazake, sweet rice wine. Kawachi no kuni hyotan yama koi no tsujiura, the peddler of love papers, of divining papers, pretty tinted things with little shadowy pictures upon them. When held near a fire or a lamp, words written upon them with invisible ink begin to appear. These are always about sweethearts, and sometimes tell one what he does not wish to know. The fortunate ones who read them believe themselves still more fortunate. The unlucky abandon all hope. The jealous become even more jealous than they were before. From all over the city there rises into the night a sound like the bubbling and booming of great frogs in March, the echoing of the tiny drums of the dancing girls, of the charming geisha. Like the rolling of a waterfall continually reverberates the multitudinous pattering of geta upon the bridge. A new light rises in the east. The moon is wheeling up from behind the peaks, very large and weird and wan through the white vapors. Again I hear the sounds of the clapping of many hands, for the wayfarers are paying obeisance to Otsuki-san. From the long bridge they are saluting the coming of the white moon lady. Note: according to the mythology of the Kojiki, the moon deity is a male divinity, but the common people know nothing of the Kojiki, written in an archaic Japanese, which only the learned can read, and they address the moon as Otsuki-san, or Lady Moon, just as the old Greek idealists did. End of note. I sleep to dream of little children in some moldering mossy temple court, playing at the game of shadows and of demons. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Kitzuki, the most ancient shrine of Japan. Shinkoku is the sacred name of Japan. Shinkoku, the country of the gods, and of all Shinkoku, the most holy ground is the land of Izumo. Hither from the blue plain of high heaven first came to dwell a while the earth makers, Izanagi and Izanami, the parents of gods and of men. Somewhere upon the border of this land was Izanami buried, and out of this land into the black realm of the dead did Izanagi follow after her, and seek in vain to bring her back again. And the tale of this descent into that strange netherworld, and of what there befell him, is it not written in the Kojiki? Note: the most ancient book extant in the archaic tongue of Japan. It is the most sacred scripture of Shinto. It has been admirably translated, with copious notes and commentaries, by Professor Basil Hall Chamberlain of Tokyo. End of note. And of all legends primeval concerning the underworld, this story is one of the weirdest, more weird than even the Assyrian legend of the descent of Ishtar. Even as Izumo is especially the province of the gods, and the place of the childhood of the race by whom Izanagi and Izanami are yet worshipped, so is Kitzuki of Izumo, especially the city of the gods, and its immemorial temple the earliest home of the ancient faith, the great religion of Shinto. Now, to visit Kitzuki has been my most earnest ambition since I learned the legends of the Kojiki concerning it, and this ambition has been stimulated by the discovery that very few Europeans have visited Kitzuki, and that none have been admitted into the great temple itself. Some, indeed, were not allowed even to approach the temple court. But I trust that I shall be somewhat more fortunate, for I have a letter of introduction from my dear friend Nishida Sentaro, who is also a personal friend of the High Pontiff of Kitzuki. I am thus assured that even should I not be permitted to enter the temple, a privilege accorded to but few among the Japanese themselves, I shall at least have the honor of an interview with the Guji, or spiritual governor of Kitzuki, Senke Takanori, whose princely family trace back their descent to the goddess of the sun. Note: the genealogy of the family is published in a curious little book with which I was presented at Kitzuki. Senke Takanori is the 81st pontiff governor, formerly called Kokuzo, of Kitzuki. His lineage is traced back through 65 generations of Kokuzo and 16 generations of earthly deities to Amaterasu and her brother Susanoo no Mikoto. End of note. Section 1. I leave Matsue for Kitzuki early in the afternoon of a beautiful September day, taking passage upon a tiny steamer in which everything, from engines to awnings, is Lilliputian. In the cabin one must kneel. Under the awnings one cannot possibly stand upright, but the miniature craft is neat and pretty as a toy model, and moves with surprising swiftness and steadiness. A handsome naked boy is busy serving the passengers with cups of tea and with cakes, and setting little charcoal furnaces before those who desire to smoke, for all of which a payment of about 3/4 of a cent is expected. I escape from the awnings to climb upon the cabin roof for a view, and the view is indescribably lovely. Over the lucent level of the lake we are steaming toward a far-away heaping of beautiful shapes, colored with that strangely delicate blue which tints all distances in the Japanese atmosphere. Shapes of peaks and headlands looming up from the lake verge against a porcelain white horizon. They show no details whatever. Silhouettes only they are, masses of absolutely pure color. To left and right, framing in the Shinjiko, are superb green surgings of wooded hills. Great Yakuno-san is the loftiest mountain before us, northwest. Southeast, behind us, the city has vanished, but proudly towering beyond looms Daisen, enormous, ghostly blue and ghostly white, lifting the cusps of its dead crater into the region of eternal snow. Over all arches a sky of color, faint as a dream. There seems to be a sense of divine magic in the very atmosphere, through all the luminous day, brooding over the vapory land, over the ghostly blue of the flood, a sense of Shinto. With my fancy full of the legends of the Kojiki, the rhythmic chant of the engines comes to my ears as the rhythm of a Shinto ritual mingled with the names of gods. Koto shiro nushi no kami, oho kuni nushi no kami. Section 2. The great range on the right grows loftier as we steam on, and its hills, always slowly advancing toward us, begin to reveal all the rich details of their foliage, and lo, on the tip of one grand wood-clad peak is visible against the pure sky the many-angled roof of a great Buddhist temple. That is the temple of Ichibata, upon the mountain Ichibata-yama, the temple of Yakushi Nyorai, the physician of souls. But at Ichibata he reveals himself more specially as the healer of bodies, the Buddha who giveth sight unto the blind. It is believed that whosoever has an affection of the eyes will be made well by praying earnestly at that great shrine, and thither from many distant provinces do afflicted thousands make pilgrimage, ascending the long weary mountain path and the 640 steps of stone leading to the windy temple court upon the summit, whence may be seen one of the loveliest landscapes in Japan. There the pilgrims wash their eyes with the water of the sacred spring, and kneel before the shrine and murmur the holy formula of Ichibata, On koro koro sendai mato kisowa ka, words of which the meaning has long been forgotten, like that of many a Buddhist invocation, Sanskrit words transliterated into Chinese and thence into Japanese, which are understood by learned priests alone, yet are known by heart throughout the land and uttered with the utmost fervor of devotion. I descend from the cabin roof and squat upon the deck under the awnings to have a smoke with Akira, and I ask, "How many Buddhas are there, O Akira? Is the number of the enlightened known?" "Countless the Buddhas are," makes answer Akira, "yet there is truly but one Buddha. The many are forms only. Each of us contains a future Buddha. Alike we all are, except in that we are more or less unconscious of the truth. But the vulgar may not understand these things, and so seek refuge in symbols and in forms." "And the kami, the deities of Shinto?" "Of Shinto I know little, but there are 800 myriads of kami in the plane of high heaven, so says the ancient book. Of these, 3,132 dwell in the various provinces of the land, being enshrined in 2,861 temples. And the 10th month of our year is called the No God month, because in that month all the deities leave their temples to assemble in the province of Izumo, at the great temple of Kitzuki. And for the same reason, that month is called in Izumo, and only in Izumo, the God is month, but educated persons sometimes call it the God Present Festival, using Chinese words. Then it is believed the serpents come from the sea to the land and coil upon the Sambo, which is the table of the gods, for the serpents announce the coming, and the Dragon King sends messengers to the temples of Izanagi and Izanami, the parents of gods and men." "Oh, Akira, many millions of kami there must be of whom I shall always remain ignorant, for there is a limit to the power of memory. But tell me something of the gods whose names are most seldom uttered, the deities of strange places and of strange things, the most extraordinary gods." "You cannot learn much about them from me," replies Akira. "You will have to ask others more learned than I. But there are gods with whom it is not desirable to become acquainted. Such are the god of poverty, the god of hunger, and the god of penuriousness, and the god of hindrances and obstacles. These are of dark color, like the clouds of gloomy days, and their faces are like the faces of gaki." Note: in Sanskrit Preface, the gaki are the famished gods of that circle of torment in hell whereof the penance is hunger, and the mouths of some are smaller than the points of needles. End of note. With the god of hindrances and obstacles, O Akira, I have had more than a passing acquaintance. Tell me of the others. "I know little about any of them," answers Akira, "excepting Bimbogami. It is said there are two gods who always go together, Fukunokami, who is the god of luck, and Bimbogami, who is the god of poverty. The first is white, and the second is black." "Because the last," I venture to interrupt, "is only the shadow of the first. Fukunokami is the shadow caster, and Bimbogami the shadow. And I have observed, in wandering about this world, that wherever one goeth eternally followeth after him the other." Akira refuses his assent to this interpretation, and resumes, "When Bimbogami once begins to follow anyone, it is extremely difficult to be free from him again. In the village of Umitsu, which is in the province of Omi and not far from Kyoto, there once lived a Buddhist priest who, during many years, was grievously tormented by Bimbogami. He tried oftentimes without avail to drive him away. Then he strove to deceive him by proclaiming aloud to all the people that he was going to Kyoto. But instead of going to Kyoto, he went to Tsuruga in the province of Echizen. And when he reached the inn at Tsuruga, there came forth to meet him a boy lean and wan like a gaki. The boy said to him, "I have been waiting for you." And the boy was Bimbogami. There was another priest who for 60 years had tried in vain to get rid of Bimbogami, and who resolved at last to go to a distant province. On the night after he had formed this resolve, he had a strange dream in which he saw a very much emaciated boy, naked and dirty, weaving sandals of straw, waraji, such as pilgrims and runners wear. And he made so many that the priest wondered and asked him, "For what purpose are you making so many sandals?" And the boy answered, "I am going to travel with you. I am Bimbogami." "Then is there no way, Akira, by which Bimbogami may be driven away?" "It is written," replies Akira, "in the book called Jizo Kyo Kosui, that the aged Enjobo, a priest dwelling in the province of Owari, was able to get rid of Bimbogami by means of a charm. On the last day of the last month of the year, he and his disciples and other priests of the Shingon sect took branches of peach trees and recited a formula, and then, with the branches, imitated the action of driving a person out of the temple, after which they shut all the gates and recited other formulas. The same night, Enjobo dreamed of a skeleton priest in a broken temple weeping alone, and the skeleton priest said to him, "After I had been with you for so many years, how could you drive me away?" But always thereafter until the day of his death, Enjobo lived in prosperity. Section 3. For an hour and a half the ranges to left and right alternately recede and approach. Beautiful blue shapes glide toward us, change to green, and then, slowly drifting behind us, are all blue again. But the far mountains immediately before us, immovable, unchanging, always remain ghosts. Suddenly the little steamer turns straight into the land, a land so low that it came into sight quite unexpectedly, and we puff up a narrow stream between rice fields to a queer, quaint, pretty village on the canal bank, Shobara. Here I must hire jinrikisha to take us to Kitzuki. There is not time to see much of Shobara if I hope to reach Kitzuki before bedtime, and I have only a flying vision of one long wide street, so picturesque that I wish I could pass a day in it, as our kuruma rush through the little town into the open country, into a vast plain covered with rice fields. The road itself is only a broad dike, barely wide enough for 2 jinrikisha to pass each other upon it. On each side the superb plain is bounded by a mountain range, shutting off the white horizon. There is a vast silence, an immense sense of dreamy peace, and a glorious soft vapory light over everything as we roll into the country of Hyasugi to Kaminaoe. The jagged range on the left is Shusai-yama, all sharply green, with the giant Daikoku-yama overtopping all, and its peaks bear the names of gods. Much more remote upon our right, enormous pansy purple tower the shapes of Kitayama, or northern range, filing away in tremendous procession towards the sunset, fading more and more as they stretch west, to vanish suddenly at last, after the ghostliest conceivable manner, into the uttermost day. All this is beautiful, yet there is no change while hours pass. Always the way winds on through miles of rice fields, white speckled with paper-winged shafts, which are arrows of prayer. Always the voice of frogs, a sound of infinite bubbling. Always the green range on the left, the purple on the right, fading westward into a tall file of tinted spectres, which always melt into nothing at last, as if they were made of air. The monotony of the scene is broken only by our occasional passing through some pretty Japanese village, or by the appearance of a curious statue or monument at an angle of the path, a roadside Jizo, or the grave of a wrestler, such as may be seen on the bank of the Hiyagawa, a huge slab of granite sculptured with the words Ikumo Matsukikisuki. But after reaching Kandogori and passing over a broad but shallow river, a fresh detail appears in the landscape. Above the mountain chain on our left looms a colossal blue silhouette, almost saddle-shaped, recognizable by its outline as a once mighty volcano. It is now known by various names, but it was called in ancient times Sahime-yama, and it has its Shinto legend. It is said that in the beginning the god of Izumo, gazing over the land, said, "This new land of Izumo is a land of but small extent, so I will make it a larger land by adding unto it." Having so said, he looked about him over to Korea, and there he saw land which was good for the purpose. With a great rope he dragged therefrom 4 islands, and added the land of them to Izumo. The first island was called Yaoyone, and it formed the land where Kitzuki now is. The second island was called Sada no Kuni, and is at this day the site of the holy temple where all the gods do yearly hold their second assembly, after having first gathered together at Kitzuki. The third island was called in its new place Kurami no Kuni, which now forms Shimane Gori. The fourth island became that place where stands the temple of the great god at whose shrine are delivered unto the faithful the charms which protect the rice fields. Note: Mio no Seki. End of note. Now in drawing these islands across the sea into their several places, the god looped his rope over the mighty mountain of Daisen and over the mountain Sahime-yama, and they both bear the marks of that wondrous rope even unto this day. As for the rope itself, part of it was changed into the long island of ancient times. Note: now solidly united with the mainland, many extraordinary changes of rare interest to the physiographer and geologist have actually taken place along the coast of Izumo and in the neighborhood of the Great Lake. Even now, each year some change occurs. I have seen several very strange ones. End of note. Called Yomi Gahama, and apart into the long beach of Sono. After we pass the Horikawa, the road narrows and becomes rougher and rougher, but always draws near to the Kitayama range. Towards sundown, we have come close enough to the great hills to discern the details of their foliage. The path begins to rise. We ascend slowly through the gathering dusk. At last there appears before us a great multitude of twinkling lights. We have reached Kitzuki, the holy city. Section 4. Over a long bridge and under a tall torii, we roll into upward sloping streets. Like Enoshima, Kitzuki has a torii for its city gate, but the torii is not of bronze. Then a flying vision of open lamp-lighted shop fronts and lines of luminous shoji under high tilted eaves, and Buddhist gateways guarded by lions of stone, and long low tile-coped walls of temple courts overtopped by garden shrubbery, and Shinto shrines prefaced by other tall torii, but no sign of the great temple itself. It lies toward the rear of the city proper, at the foot of the wooded mountains, and we are too tired and hungry to visit it now. So we halt before a spacious and comfortable-seeming inn, the best indeed in Kitzuki, and rest ourselves and eat, and drink sake out of exquisite little porcelain cups, the gift of some pretty singing girl to the hotel. Thereafter it has become much too late to visit the Guji. I send to his residence by a messenger my letter of introduction, with an humble request in Akira's handwriting that I may be allowed to present myself at the house before noon the next day. Then the landlord of the hotel, who seems to be a very kindly person, comes to us with lighted paper lanterns and invites us to accompany him to the Ooyashiro. Most of the houses have already closed their wooden sliding doors for the night. so that the streets are dark and the lanterns of our landlord indispensable. For there is no moon, and the night is starless. We walk along the main street for a distance of about 6 squares, and then, making a turn, find ourselves before a superb bronze torii, the gateway to the great Temple Avenue. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series, by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Kitzuki, the most ancient shrine of Japan. Section 5. Effacing colors and obliterating distances, night always magnifies by suggestion the aspect of large spaces and the effects of large objects. Viewed by the vague light of paper lanterns, the approach to the great shrine is an imposing surprise, such a surprise that I feel regret at the mere thought of having to see it tomorrow by disenchanting day. A superb avenue lined with colossal trees and ranging away out of sight under a succession of giant torii, from which are suspended enormous shimenawa, well worthy the grasp of that heavenly hand-strength deity whose symbols they are. But more than by the torii and their festooned symbols, the dim majesty of the huge avenue is enhanced by the prodigious trees, many perhaps thousands of years old, gnarled pines whose shaggy summits are lost in darkness. Some of the mighty trunks are surrounded with a rope of straw. These trees are sacred. The vast roots, far-reaching in every direction, look in the lantern light like a writhing and crawling of dragons. The avenue is certainly not less than 1/4 of a mile in length. It crosses 2 bridges and passes between 2 sacred groves. All the broad lands on either side of it belong to the temple. Formerly, no foreigner was permitted to pass beyond the middle torii. The avenue terminates at a lofty wall pierced by a gateway resembling the gateways of Buddhist temple courts, but very massive. This is the entrance to the outer court. The ponderous doors are still open, and many shadowy figures are passing in or out. Within the court all is darkness, against which pale yellow lights are gliding to and fro, like a multitude of enormous fireflies, the lanterns of pilgrims. I can distinguish only the looming of immense buildings to left and right, constructed with colossal timbers. Our guide traverses a very large court, passes into a second, and halts before an imposing structure whose doors are still open. Above them, by the lantern glow, I can see a marvelous frieze of dragons and water, carved in some rich wood by the hand of a master. Within, I can see the symbols of Shinto. In a side shrine on the left, and directly before us, the lanterns reveal a surface of matted floor vaster than anything I had expected to find. Therefrom, I can divine the scale of the edifice, which I suppose to be the temple. But the landlord tells us this is not the temple, but only the haiden, or hall of prayer, before which the people make their orisons. By day, through the open doors, the temple can be seen, but we cannot see it tonight, and but few visitors are permitted to go in. The people do not enter even the court of the great shrine, for the most part, interprets Akira. They pray before it at a distance. Listen. All about me in the shadow, I hear a sound like the plashing and dashing of water, the clapping of many hands in Shinto prayer. But this is nothing, says the landlord. There are but few here now. Wait until tomorrow, which is a festival day. As we wend our way back along the great avenue, under the torii and the giant trees, Akira interprets for me what our landlord tells him about the sacred serpent. The little serpent, he says, is called by the people the august dragon serpent, for it is sent by the Dragon King to announce the coming of the gods. The sea darkens and rises and roars before the coming of Ryuja-sama. Ryuja-sama, we call it because it is the messenger of Ryugujo, the palace of the dragons, but it is also called Hakuja, or the white serpent. Note: the Hakuja, or white serpent, is also the servant of Benten, or Benzaiten, goddess of love, of beauty, of eloquence, and of the sea. The Hakuja has the face of an ancient man, with white eyebrows, and wears upon its head a crown. Both goddess and serpent can be identified with ancient Indian mythological beings, and Buddhism first introduced both into Japan. Among the people, especially perhaps in Izumo, certain divinities of Buddhism are often identified, or rather confused, with certain kami in popular worship and parlance. Since this sketch was written, I have had opportunity of seeing a ryuja within a few hours after its capture. It was between 2 and 3 feet long and about 1 inch in diameter at its thickest girth. The upper part of the body was a very dark brown and the belly yellowish white. Toward the tail, there were some beautiful yellowish mottlings. The body was not cylindrical, but curiously four-sided, like those elaborately woven whiplashes, which have 4 edges. The tail was flat and triangular, like that of certain fish. A Japanese teacher, Mr. Watanabe of the Normal School of Matsue, identified the little creature as a hydrophyte of the species called Pelamis bicolor. It is so seldom seen, however, that I think the foregoing superficial description of it may not be without interest to some readers. End of note. Does the little serpent come to the temple of its own accord? Oh no, it is caught by the fishermen, and only one can be caught in a year, because only one is sent, and whoever catches it brings it either to the Kitzuki no Ohoyashiro, or to the temple Sada Jinja, where the gods hold their second assembly during the Kami Aritsuki, receives 1 hyo. Note: Ippyo, 1 hyo, 2.5 hyo make 1 koku, equal to 5.13 bushels. The word hyo means also the bag made to contain 1 hyo. End of note. Of rice in recompense. It costs much labor and time to catch a serpent, but whoever captures one is sure to become rich in after time. Note: either at Kitzuki or at Sada, it is possible sometimes to buy a serpent. On many a household god shelf in Matsue, the little serpent may be seen. I saw one that had become brittle and black with age, but was excellently preserved by some process of which I did not learn the nature. It had been admirably posed in a tiny wire cage, made to fit exactly into a small shrine of white wood, and must have been, when alive, about 2 feet 4 inches in length. A little lamp was lighted daily before it, and some Shinto formula recited by the poor family to whom it belonged. End of note. There are many deities enshrined at Kitzuki, are there not? I ask. Yes, but the great deity of Kitzuki is O Kuni Nushi no Kami. Note: translated by Professor Chamberlain, the deity master of the great land, one of the most ancient divinities of Japan, but in popular worship confounded with Daikoku, god of wealth. His son, Kotoshiro Nushi no Kami, is similarly confounded with Ebisu or Yebisu, the patron of honest labor. The origin of the Shinto custom of clapping the hands in prayer is said by some Japanese writers to have been a sign given by Kotoshiro Nushi no Kami. Both deities are represented by Japanese art in a variety of ways. Some of the twin images of them sold at Kitzuki are extremely pretty as well as curious. End of note. Whom the people more commonly call Daikoku. Here also is worshipped his son, whom many call Yebisu. These deities are usually pictured together. Daikoku seated upon bales of rice, holding the red sun against his breast with one hand, and in the other grasping the magical mallet of which a single stroke gives wealth, and Yebisu bearing a fishing rod and holding under his arm a great tai fish. These gods are always represented with smiling faces, and both have great ears, which are a sign of wealth and fortune. Section 6. A little wearied by the day's journeying, I get to bed early, and sleep as dreamlessly as a plant until I am awakened about daylight by a heavy, regular bumping sound, shaking the wooden pillow on which my ear rests, the sound of the katsu, of the kometsuki, beginning its eternal labor of rice cleaning. Then the pretty musume of the inn opens the chamber to the fresh mountain air and the early sun, rolls back all the wooden shutters into their casings behind the gallery, takes down the brown mosquito net, and brings a hibachi with freshly kindled charcoal for my morning smoke, and trips away to get our breakfast. Early as it is when she returns, she brings word that a messenger has already arrived from the Guji Senke Takanori, high descendant of the goddess of the sun. The messenger is a dignified young Shinto priest, clad in the ordinary Japanese full costume, but wearing also a superb pair of blue silken hakama, or Japanese ceremonial trousers, widening picturesquely towards the feet. He accepts my invitation to a cup of tea, and informs me that his august master is waiting for us at the temple. This is delightful news, but we cannot go at once. Akira's attire is pronounced by the messenger to be defective. Akira must don fresh white tabi and put on hakama before going into the august presence. No one may enter thereinto without hakama. Happily, Akira is able to borrow a pair of hakama from the landlord, and after having arranged ourselves as neatly as we can, we take our way to the temple, guided by the messenger. Section 7. I am agreeably surprised to find, as we pass again under a magnificent bronze torii which I admired the night before, that the approaches to the temple lose very little of their imposing character when seen for the first time by sunlight. The majesty of the trees remains astonishing, the vista of the avenue is grand, and the vast spaces of groves and grounds to right and left are even more impressive than I had imagined. Multitudes of pilgrims are going and coming, but the whole population of a province might move along such an avenue without jostling. Before the gate of the first court, a Shinto priest in full sacerdotal costume waits to receive us, an elderly man with a pleasant, kindly face. The messenger commits us to his charge and vanishes through the gateway, while the elderly priest, whose name is Sasa, leads the way. Already I can hear a heavy sound, as of surf, within the temple court, and as we advance, the sound becomes sharper and recognizable, a volleying of hand claps. And passing the great gate, I see thousands of pilgrims before the high den, the same huge structure which I visited last night. None enter there. All stand before the dragon's swarming doorway, and cast their offerings into the money chest placed before the threshold, many making contribution of small coin, the very poorest throwing only a handful of rice into the box. Note: very large donations are made to this temple by wealthy men. The wooden tablets without the haiden, on which are recorded the number of gifts and the names of the donors, mention several recent presents of 1,000 yen or dollars, and donations of 500 yen are not uncommon. The gift of a high civil official is rarely less than 50 yen. End of note. Then they clap their hands and bow their heads before the threshold, and reverently gaze through the hall of prayer at the loftier edifice, the Holy of Holies, beyond it. Each pilgrim remains but a little while, and claps his hands but 4 times. Yet so many are coming and going that the sound of the clapping is like the sound of a cataract. Passing by the multitude of worshippers to the other side of the high den, we find ourselves at the foot of a broad flight of iron-bound steps leading to the great sanctuary, steps which I am told no European before me was ever permitted to approach. On the lower steps, the priests of the temple, in full ceremonial costume, are waiting to receive us. Tall men they are, robed in violet and purple silks, shot through with dragon patterns in gold. Their lofty, fantastic headdresses, their voluminous and beautiful costume, and the solemn immobility of their hierophantic attitudes make them at first sight seem marvelous statues only. Somehow or other, there comes suddenly back to me the memory of a strange French print I used to wonder at when a child, representing a group of Assyrian astrologers. Only their eyes move as we approach. But as I reach the steps, all simultaneously salute me with a most gracious bow, for I am the first foreign pilgrim to be honored by the privilege of an interview in the holy shrine itself with the princely hierophant, their master, descendant of the goddess of the sun, he who is still called by myriads of humble worshippers in the remoter districts of this ancient province Ikigami, the living deity. Then all become absolutely statuesque again. I remove my shoes and am about to ascend the steps when the tall priest who first received us before the outer gate indicates, by a single significant gesture, that religion and ancient custom require me, before ascending to the shrine of the god, to perform the ceremonial ablution. I hold out my hands. The priest pours the pure water over them thrice from a ladle-shaped vessel of bamboo with a long handle, and then gives me a little blue towel to wipe them upon, a votive towel with mysterious white characters upon it. Then we all ascend, I feeling very much like a clumsy barbarian in my ungraceful foreign garb. Pausing at the head of the steps, the priest inquires my rank in society, for at Kitzuki, hierarchy and hierarchical forms are maintained with a rigidity as precise as in the period of the gods, and there are special forms and regulations for the reception of visitors of every social grade. I do not know what flattering statements Akira may have made about me to the good priest, but the result is that I can rank only as a common person, which veracious fact doubtless saves me from some formalities which would have proved embarrassing, all ignorant as I still am of that finer and more complex etiquette in which the Japanese are the world's masters. Section 8. The priest leads the way into a vast and lofty apartment opening for its entire length upon the broad gallery to which the stairway ascends. I have barely time to notice, while following him, that the chamber contains 3 immense shrines, forming alcoves on 2 sides of it. Of these, 2 are veiled by white curtains reaching from ceiling to matting, curtains decorated with perpendicular rows of black discs about 4 inches in diameter, each disc having in its center a golden blossom. But from before the 3rd shrine, in the farthest angle of the chamber, the curtains have been withdrawn, and these are of gold brocade, and the shrine before which they hang is the chief shrine, that of O Kuni Nushi no Kami. Within are visible only some of the ordinary emblems of Shinto, and the exterior of that holy of holies into which none may look. Before it a long low bench, covered with strange objects, has been placed, with one end toward the gallery, and one toward the alcove. At the end of this bench, near the gallery, I see a majestic, bearded figure, strangely coiffed and robed all in white, seated upon the matted floor in hierophantic attitude. Our priestly guide motions us to take our places in front of him and to bow down before him, for this is Senke Takanori, the Guji of Kitzuki, to whom even in his own dwelling none may speak save on bended knee. Descendant of the goddess of the sun, and still by multitudes revered in thought as a being superhuman. Prostrating myself before him according to the customary code of Japanese politeness, I am saluted in return with that exquisite courtesy which puts a stranger immediately at ease. The priest who acted as our guide now sits on the floor at the Guji's left hand, while the other priests, who followed us to the entrance of the sanctuary only, take their places upon the gallery without. Section 9. Senke Takanori is a youthful and powerful man. As he sits there before me in his immobile hieratic pose, with his strange lofty headdress, his heavy curling beard, and his ample snowy sacerdotal robe broadly spreading about him in statuesque undulations, he realizes for me all that I had imagined, from the suggestion of old Japanese pictures about the personal majesty of the ancient princes and heroes. The dignity alone of the man would irresistibly compel respect, but with that feeling of respect, there also flashes through me at once the thought of the profound reverence paid him by the population of the most ancient province of Japan, the idea of the immense spiritual power in his hands, the tradition of his divine descent, the sense of the immemorial nobility of his race, and my respect deepens into a feeling closely akin to awe. So motionless he is that he seems a sacred statue only, the temple image of one of his own deified ancestors. But the solemnity of the first few moments is agreeably broken by his first words, uttered in a low, rich basso, while his dark, kindly eyes remain motionlessly fixed upon my face. Then my interpreter translates his greeting, large fine phrases of courtesy, to which I reply as best I know how, expressing my gratitude for the exceptional favor accorded me. "You are, indeed," he responds through Akira, "the first European ever permitted to enter into the Oyashiro. Other Europeans have visited Kitzuki, and a few have been allowed to enter the temple court, but you only have been admitted into the dwelling of the god. In the past years, some strangers who desired to visit the temple out of common curiosity only were not allowed to approach even the court. But the letter of Mr. Nishida, explaining the object of your visit, has made it a pleasure for us to receive you thus." Again I express my thanks, and after a second exchange of courtesies, the conversation continues through the medium of Akira. "Is not this great temple of Kitzuki," I inquire, "older than the temples of Ise?" "Older by far," replies the Guji. "So old, indeed, that we do not well know the age of it, for it was first built by order of the goddess of the sun, in the time when deities alone existed. Then it was exceedingly magnificent. It was 320 feet high. The beams and the pillars were larger than any existing timber could furnish, and the framework was bound together firmly with a rope made of taku." Note: Taku is the Japanese name for the paper mulberry. End of note. "Fiber, 1,000 fathoms long. It was first rebuilt in the time of the Emperor Suinin." Note: See the curious legend in Professor Chamberlain's translation of the Kojiki. End of note. The temple so rebuilt by order of the Emperor Suinin was called the structure of the iron rings, because the pieces of the pillars, which were composed of the wood of many great trees, had been bound fast together with huge rings of iron. This temple was also splendid, but far less splendid than the first, which had been built by the gods, for its height was only 160 feet. A third time the temple was rebuilt, in the reign of the Empress Saimei, but this third edifice was only 80 feet high, Since then, the structure of the temple has never varied, and the plan then followed has been strictly preserved to the least detail in the construction of the present temple. The O Yashiro has been rebuilt 28 times, and it has been the custom to rebuild it every 61 years. But in the long period of civil war, it was not even repaired for more than 100 years. In the 4th year of Taie, one Amako Tsunehisa, becoming Lord of Izumo, committed the great temple to the charge of a Buddhist priest, and even built pagodas about it, to the outrage of the holy traditions. But when the Amako family were succeeded by Moro Mototsugo, this latter purified the temple and restored the ancient festivals and ceremonies which before had been neglected. In the period when the temple was built upon a larger scale, I ask, were the timbers for its construction obtained from the forests of Izumo? The priest Sasa, who guided us into the shrine, makes answer. It is recorded that on the 4th day of the 7th month of the 3rd year of Ten-in, 100 large trees came floating to the sea coast of Kitzuki, and were stranded there by the tide. With these timbers the temple was rebuilt in the 3rd year of AQ, and that structure was called the Building of the Trees Which Came Floating. Also in the same 3rd year of Ten-in, a great tree trunk, 150 feet long, was stranded on the seashore near a shrine called Ubeno Yashiro at Miyanoshita-mura, which is in Inaba. Some people wanted to cut the tree, but they found a great serpent coiled around it, which looked so terrible that they became frightened and prayed to the deity of Ubeno Yashiro to protect them. And the deity revealed himself and said, "Whensoever the great temple in Izumo is to be rebuilt, one of the gods of each province sends timber for the building of it, and this time it is my turn. Build quickly, therefore, with that great tree which is mine." And therewith the god disappeared. From these and from other records we learn that the deities have always superintended or aided the building of the great temple of Kitzuki. In what part of the O Yashiro, I ask, do the august deities assemble during the Kami-Aritsuki? On the east and west sides of the inner court, replies the priest Sasa, there are 2 long buildings called the Jukusha. These contain 19 shrines, no one of which is dedicated to any particular god, and we believe it is in the Jukusha that the gods assemble. And how many pilgrims from other provinces visit the great shrine yearly? I inquire. About 250,000, the Guji answers, but the number increases or diminishes according to the condition of the agricultural classes. The more prosperous the season, the larger number of pilgrims. It rarely falls below 200,000. Section 10. Many other curious things the Guji and his chief priest then related to me, telling me the sacred name of each of the courts, and of the fences and holy groves, and the multitudinous shrines and their divinities, even the names of the great pillars of the temple, which are 9 in number, the central pillar being called the august heart pillar of the middle. All things within the temple grounds have sacred names, even the torii and the bridges. The priest Sasa called my attention to the fact that the great shrine of O-Kuni-nushi no Kami faces west, though the great temple faces east, like all Shinto temples. In the other 2 shrines of the same apartment, both facing east, are the first divine Kokuzo of Izumo, his 17th descendant, and the father of Nominosukune, wise prince and famous wrestler. For in the reign of the Emperor Suinin, one Kehaya of Taima had boasted that no man alive was equal to himself in strength. Nominosukune, by the emperor's command, wrestled with Kehaya and threw him down so mightily that Kehaya's ghost departed from him. This was the beginning of wrestling in Japan, and wrestlers still pray unto Nominosukune for power and skill. There are so many other shrines that I could not enumerate the names of all the deities without wearying those readers unfamiliar with the traditions and legends of Shinto. But nearly all those divinities who appear in the legend of the Master of the Great Land are still believed to dwell here with him, and here their shrines are. The beautiful one magically born from the jewel worn in the tresses of the goddess of the sun, and called by men the Torrent Mist Princess, and the daughter of the Lord of the World of Shadows, she who loved the Master of the Great Land, and followed him out of the place of ghosts to become his wife, and the deity called Wondrous Eight Spirits, grandson of the deity of water gates, who first made a fire drill and platters of red clay for the august banquet of the god at Kitzuki, and many of the heavenly kindred of these. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 3 of Glimpses of Unfamiliar Japan, First Series by Lafcadio HEARN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8, Kitzuki, the most ancient shrine of Japan. Section 11. The priest Sasa also tells me this. When Naomasu, grandson of the great Ieyasu, and first daimyo of that mighty Matsudaira family who ruled Izumo for 250 years, came to this province, he paid a visit to the temple of Kitzuki and demanded that the miya of the shrine within the shrine should be opened, that he might look upon the sacred objects, upon the shintai or body of the deity, and this being an impious desire both of the kokuzo. Note: from a remote period, there have been 2 kokuzo in theory, although but one incumbent. 2 branches of the same family claim ancestral right to the office, the rival houses of Senke and Kitajima. The government has decided always in favor of the former, but the head of the Kitajima family has usually been appointed vice kokuzo. A Kitajima today holds the lesser office. The term kokuzo is not, correctly speaking, a spiritual, but rather a temporal title. The kokuzo has always been the emperor's deputy to Kitzuki, the person appointed to worship the deity in the emperor's stead, but the real spiritual title of such a deputy is that still borne by the present Guji, Mitsuye Shiro. End of note. Unitedly protested against it, but despite their remonstrances and their pleadings, he persisted angrily in his demand, so that the priests found themselves compelled to open the shrine. And the miya being opened, Naomasu saw within it a great awabi. Note: Haliotis tuberculata, or sea ear. The curious shell is pierced with a row of holes, which vary in number with the age and size of the animal it shields. End of note. Of 9 holes, so large that it concealed everything behind it, and when he drew still nearer to look, suddenly the awabi changed itself into a huge serpent more than 50 feet in length. Note: literally 10 hiro, or Japanese fathoms. End of note. And it massed its black coils before the opening of the shrine, and hissed like the sound of raging fire, and looked so terrible that Naomasu and those with him fled away, having been able to see naught else. And ever thereafter Naomasu feared and reverenced the god. Section 12. The Guji then calls my attention to the quaint relics lying upon the long low bench between us, which is covered with white silk, a metal mirror found in preparing the foundation of the temple when rebuilt many hundred years ago, Magatama jewels of onyx and jasper, a Chinese flute made of jade, a few superb swords, the gifts of shoguns and emperors, helmets of splendid antique workmanship, and a bundle of enormous arrows with double-pointed heads of brass, fork-shaped and keenly edged. After I have looked at these relics and learned something of their history, the Guji rises and says to me, "Now we will show you the ancient fire drill of Kitzuki, with which the sacred fire is kindled." Descending the steps, we pass again before the high den, and enter a spacious edifice on one side of the court, of nearly equal size with the hall of prayer. Here I am agreeably surprised to find a long, handsome mahogany table at one end of the main apartment, into which we are ushered, and mahogany chairs placed all about it for the reception of guests. I am motioned to one chair, my interpreter to another, and the Guji and his priests take their seats also at the table. Then an attendant sets before me a handsome bronze stand about 3 feet long, on which rests an oblong something carefully wrapped in snow-white cloths. The Guji removes the wrappings, and I behold the most primitive form of fire drill known to exist in the Orient. Note: the fire drill used at the Shinto temples of Ise is far more complicated in construction, and certainly represents a much more advanced stage of mechanical knowledge than the Kitzuki fire drill indicates. End of note. It is simply a very thick piece of solid white plank, about 2.5 feet long, with a line of holes drilled along its upper edge, so that the upper part of each hole breaks through the sides of the plank. The sticks, which produce the fire when fixed in the holes and rapidly rubbed between the palms of the hands, are made of a lighter kind of white wood. They are about 2 feet long and as thick as a common lead pencil. While I am yet examining this curious simple utensil, the invention of which tradition ascribes to the gods, and modern science to the earliest childhood of the human race, a priest places upon the table a light, large wooden box, about 3 feet long, 18 inches wide, and 4 inches high at the sides, but higher in the middle, as the top is arched like the shell of a tortoise. This object is made of the same hinoki wood as the drill, and 2 long slender sticks are laid beside it. I at first suppose it to be another fire drill, but no human being could guess what it really is. It is called the kotoita, and is one of the most primitive of musical instruments. The little sticks are used to strike it. At a sign from the Guji, 2 priests place the box upon the floor, seat themselves on either side of it, and, taking up the little sticks, begin to strike the lid with them, alternately and slowly, at the same time uttering a most singular and monotonous chant. One intones only the sounds ang, ang, and the other responds ong, ong. The kotoita gives out a sharp, dead, hollow sound as the sticks fall upon it in time to each utterance of ang, ang, ong, ong. Note: during a subsequent visit to Kitzuki, I learned that the kotoita is used only as a sort of primitive tuning instrument. It gives the right tone for the true chant, which I did not hear during my first visit. The true chant, an ancient Shinto hymn, is always preceded by the performance above described. End of note. Section 13. These things I learn. Each year the temple receives a new fire drill, but the fire drill is never made in Kitzuki, but in Kumano, where the traditional regulations as to the manner of making it have been preserved from the time of the gods. For the first Kokuzo of Izumo, on becoming pontiff, received the fire drill for the great temple from the hands of the deity, who was a younger brother of the sun goddess, and is now enshrined at Kumano. And from his time, the fire drills for the O-yashiro of Kitzuki have been made only at Kumano. Until very recent times, the ceremony of delivering the new fire drill to the Guji of Kitzuki always took place at the great temple of Oba, on the occasion of the festival called Unohi Matsuri. This ancient festival, which used to be held in the 11th month, became obsolete after the revolution everywhere except at Oba in Izumo, where Izanami no Kami, the mother of gods and men, is enshrined. Once a year on this festival, the Kokuzo always went to Oba, taking with him a gift of double rice cakes. At Oba, he was met by a personage called Kamedayu, who brought the fire drill from Kumano and delivered it to the priests at Oba. According to tradition, the Kamedayu had to act a somewhat ludicrous role so that no Shinto priest ever cared to perform the part, and a man was hired for it. The duty of the Kamedayu was to find fault with the gift presented to the temple by the Kokuzo, and in this district of Japan, there is still a proverbial saying about one who is prone to find fault without reason. He is like the Kamedayu. The Kamedayu would inspect the rice cakes and begin to criticize them. "They are much smaller this year," he would observe, "than they were last year." The priests would reply, "Oh, you are honorably mistaken. They are in truth very much larger. The color is not so white this year as it was last year, and the rice flour is not finely ground." For all these imaginary faults of the mochi, the priests would offer elaborate explanations or apologies. At the conclusion of the ceremony, the sakaki branches used in it were eagerly bid for and sold at high prices, being believed to possess talismanic virtues. Section 14. It nearly always happened that there was a great storm either on the day the Kokuzo went to Oba or upon the day he returned therefrom. The journey had to be made during what is in Izumo the most stormy season, December by the new calendar. But in popular belief, these storms were in some tremendous way connected with the divine personality of the Kokuzo, whose attributes would thus appear to present some curious analogy with those of the dragon god. Be that as it may, the great periodical storms of the season are still in this province called Kokuzo Are. Note: The Tempest of the Kokuzo. End of note. It is still in the custom in Izumo to say merrily to the guest who arrives or departs in a time of tempest, "Why, you are like the Kokuzo." Section 15. The Guji waves his hand, and from the farther end of the huge apartment there comes a sudden burst of strange music, a sound of drums and bamboo flutes, and turning to look, I see the musicians, 3 men seated upon the matting, and a young girl with them. At another sign from the Guji, the girl rises. She is barefooted and robed in snowy white, a virgin priestess. But below the hem of the white robe I see the gleam of hakama of crimson silk. She advances to a little table in the middle of the apartment, upon which a queer instrument is lying, shaped somewhat like a branch with twigs bent downward, from each of which hangs a little bell. Taking this curious object in both hands, she begins a sacred dance, unlike anything I ever saw before. Her every movement is a poem, because she is very graceful, and yet her performance could scarcely be called a dance, as we understand the word. It is rather a light, swift walk within a circle, during which she shakes the instrument at regular intervals, making all the little bells ring. Her face remains impassive as a beautiful mask, placid and sweet as the face of a dreaming Kwannon, and her white feet are pure of line as the feet of a marble nymph. Altogether with her snowy raiment and white flesh and passionless face, she seems rather a beautiful living statue than a Japanese maiden, and all the while the weird flutes sob and shrill, and the muttering of the drums is like an incantation. What I have seen is called the Dance of the Miko, the Divineress. Section 16. Then we visit the other edifices belonging to the temple, the storehouse, the library, the hall of assembly, a massive structure 2 stories high, where may be seen the portraits of the 36 great poets painted by Tosano Mitsuoki more than 1,000 years ago, and still in an excellent state of preservation. Here we are also shown a curious magazine, published monthly by the temple, a record of Shinto news, and a medium for the discussion of questions relating to the archaic texts. After we have seen all the curiosities of the temple, the Guji invites us to his private residence near the temple to show us other treasures, letters of Yoritomo, of Hideyoshi, of Ieyasu, documents in the handwriting of the ancient emperors and the great shoguns, hundreds of which precious manuscripts he keeps in a cedar chest. In case of fire, the immediate removal of this chest to a place of safety would be the first duty of the servants of the household. Within his own house, the Guji, attired in ordinary Japanese full dress only, appears no less dignified as a private gentleman than he first seemed as pontiff in his voluminous snowy robe, but no host could be more kindly, or more courteous, or more generous. I am also much impressed by the fine appearance of his suite of young priests now dressed like himself in the national costume, by the handsome, aquiline, aristocratic faces, totally different from those of ordinary Japanese, faces suggesting the soldier rather than the priest. One young man has a superb pair of thick black mustaches, which is something rarely to be seen in Japan. At parting, our kind host presents me with the ofuda, or sacred charms given to pilgrims, 2 pretty images of the chief deities of Kitzuki, and a number of documents relating to the history of the temple and of its treasures. Section 17. Having taken our leave of the kind Guji and his suite, we are guided to Inasa no Hama, a little sea bay at the rear of the town by the priest Sasa, and another kannushi. This priest Sasa is a skilled poet and a man of deep learning in Shinto history and the archaic texts of the sacred books. He relates to us many curious legends as we stroll along the shore. This shore, now a popular bathing resort, bordered with airy little inns and pretty tea houses, is called Inasa because of a Shinto tradition that here the god Ohokuni Nushi no Kami, the master of the great land, was first asked to resign his dominion over the land of Izumo in favor of Masaka Akatsukachi Hayabi Ame no Oshi o Mimi no Mikoto, the word Inasa signifying, "Will you consent or not?" Note: that is, according to Motoori, the commentator, or more briefly, no or yes. This is, according to Professor Chamberlain, a mere fanciful etymology, but it is accepted by Shinto faith, and for that reason only is here given. End of note. In the 32nd section of the first volume of the Kojiki, the legend is written. I cite a part thereof. The 2 deities, Toribune no Kami and Takemika Tsuchi no Wo no Kami, descending to the little shore of Inasa in the land of Izumo, drew their swords 10 handbreadths long, and stuck them upside down on the crest of a wave, and seated themselves cross-legged upon the points of the swords, and asked the deity master of the great land, saying, "The heaven-shining great august deity and the high integrating deity have charged us and sent us to ask, saying, We have deigned to charge our august child with thy dominion as the land which he should govern. So how is thy heart?" He replied, saying, "I am unable to say. My son, Yaekoto Shiro Nushi no Kami, will be the one to tell you." So they asked the deity again, saying, "Thy son, Koto Shiro Nushi no Kami, has now spoken thus. Hast thou other sons who should speak?" He spoke again, saying, "There is my other son, Takemi Nagata no Kami. While he was thus speaking, the deity Takemi Nagata no Kami came up from the sea, bearing on the tips of his fingers a rock, which it would take 1,000 men to lift, and said, "I should like to have a trial of strength." Here, close to the beach, stands a little miya called Inasa no Kami no Yashiro, or the Temple of the God of Inasa, and therein Takemika Tsuchi no Kami, who conquered in the trial of strength, is enshrined. And near the shore, the great rock, which Takemi no Gata no Kami lifted upon the tips of his fingers, may be seen rising from the water, and it is called Chiki no Iha. We invite the priest to dine with us at one of the little inns facing the breezy sea, and there we talk about many things, but particularly about Kitzuki and the Kokuzo. Section 18. Only a generation ago, the religious power of the Kokuzo extended over the whole of the province of the gods. He was in fact, as well as in name, the spiritual governor of Izumo. His jurisdiction does not now extend beyond the limits of Kitzuki, and his correct title is no longer Kokuzo, but Guji. Note: the title of Kokuzo indeed still exists, but it is now merely honorary, having no official duties connected with it. It is actually borne by Baron Senke, the father of Senke Takanori, residing in the capital. The active religious duties of the Mitsuya Shiro now devolve upon the Guji. End of note. Yet, to the simple-hearted people of remoter districts, he is still a divine or semi-divine being, and is mentioned by his ancient title, the inheritance of his race from the epoch of the gods. How profound a reverence was paid to him in former ages can scarcely be imagined by any who have not long lived among the country folk of Izumo. Outside of Japan, perhaps no human being, except the Dalai Lama of Tibet, was so humbly venerated and so religiously beloved. Within Japan itself, only the Son of Heaven, the Tenshi-sama, standing as mediator between his people and the sun, received like homage, but the worshipful reverence paid to the Mikado was paid to a dream rather than to a person, to a name rather than to a reality. For the Tenshi-sama was ever invisible as a deity, divinely retired, and in popular belief no man could look upon his face and live. Note: as late as 1890, I was told by a foreign resident who had traveled much in the interior of the country that in certain districts many old people may be met with who still believe that to see the face of the emperor is to become a Buddha, that is, to die. End of note. Invisibility and mystery vastly enhanced the divine legend of the Mikado, but the Kokuzo within his own province, though visible to the multitude and often journeying among the people, received almost equal devotion, so that his material power, though rarely if ever exercised, was scarcely less than that of the daimyo of Izumo himself. It was indeed large enough to render him a person with whom the shogunate would have deemed it wise policy to remain upon good terms. An ancestor of the present Guji even defied the great Taiko, Hideyoshi, refusing to obey his command to furnish troops with the haughty answer that he would receive no order from a man of common birth. Note: Hideyoshi, as is well known, was not of princely extraction. End of note. This defiance cost the family the loss of a large part of its estates by confiscation, but the real power of the Kokuzo remained unchanged until the period of the new civilization. Out of many hundreds of stories of a similar nature, two little traditions may be cited as illustrations of the reverence in which the Kokuzo was formerly held. It is related that there was a man who, believing himself to have become rich by favor of the Daikoku of Kitzuki, desired to express his gratitude by a gift of robes to the Kokuzo. The kokuzo courteously declined the proffer, but the pious worshipper persisted in his purpose and ordered a tailor to make the robes. The tailor, having made them, demanded a price that almost took his patron's breath away. Being asked to give his reason for demanding such a price, he made answer, "Having made robes for the kokuzo, I cannot hereafter make garments for any other person. Therefore, I must have money enough to support me for the rest of my life." The second story dates back to about 170 years ago. Among the samurai of the Matsue clan in the time of Nobukori, fifth daimyo of the Matsudaira family, there was one Sugihara Kitoji, who was stationed in some military capacity at Kitzuki. He was a great favorite with the kokuzo, and often used to play at chess with him. During a game one evening, this officer suddenly became as one paralyzed, unable to move or speak. For a moment, all was anxiety and confusion, but the kokuzo said, "I know the cause. My friend was smoking, and although smoking disagrees with me, I did not wish to spoil his pleasure by telling him so. But the kami, seeing that I felt ill, became angry with him. Now I shall make him well." Whereupon the kokuzo uttered some magical word, and the officer was immediately as well as before. Section 19. Once more we are journeying through the silence of this holy land of mists and of legends, wending our way between green leagues of ripening rice, white sprinkled with arrows of prayer, between the far processions of blue and verdant peaks, whose names are the names of gods. We have left Kitzuki far behind, but as in a dream, I still see the mighty avenue, the long succession of torii with their colossal shimenawa, the majestic face of the Guji, the kindly smile of the priest Sasa, and the girl priestess in her snowy robes, dancing her beautiful ghostly dance. It seems to me that I can still hear the sound of the clapping of hands, like the crashing of a torrent. I cannot suppress some slight exultation at the thought that I have been allowed to see what no other foreigner has been privileged to see, the interior of Japan's most ancient shrine, and those sacred utensils and quaint rites of primitive worship, so well worthy the study of the anthropologist and the evolutionist. But to have seen Kitzuki as I saw it is also to have seen something much more than a single wonderful temple. To see Kitzuki is to see the living center of Shinto, and to feel the life pulse of the ancient faith, throbbing as mightily in this 19th century as ever in that unknown past whereof the Kojiki itself, though written in a tongue no longer spoken, is but a modern record. Note: the Kojiki dates back as a written work only to AD 722, but its legends and records are known to have existed in the form of oral literature from a much more ancient time. End of note. Buddhism, changing form or slowly decaying through the centuries, might seem doomed to pass away at last from this Japan to which it came only as an alien faith, but Shinto, unchanging and vitally unchanged, still remains all dominant in the land of its birth, and only seems to gain in power and dignity with time. Note: in certain provinces of Japan, Buddhism practically absorbed Shinto in other centuries, but in Izumo, Shinto absorbed Buddhism, and now that Shinto is supported by the state, there is a visible tendency to eliminate from its cult certain elements of Buddhist origin. End of note. Buddhism has a voluminous theology, a profound philosophy, a literature as vast as the sea. Shinto has no philosophy, no code of ethics, no metaphysics, and yet, by its very immateriality, it can resist the invasion of Occidental religious thought as no other Orient faith can. Shinto extends a welcome to Western science, but remains the irresistible opponent of Western religion, and the foreign zealots who would strive against it are astounded to find the power that foils their uttermost efforts indefinable as magnetism and invulnerable as air. Indeed, the best of our scholars have never been able to tell us what Shinto is. To some, it appears to be merely ancestor worship. To others, ancestor worship combined with nature worship. To others, again, it seems to be no religion at all. To the missionary of the more ignorant class, it is the worst form of heathenism. Doubtless, the difficulty of explaining Shinto has been due simply to the fact that the sinologists have sought for the source of it in books, in the Kojiki and the Nihongi, which are its histories, in the Norito, which are its prayers, in the commentaries of Motoori and Hirata, who were its greatest scholars. But the reality of Shinto lives not in books, nor in rites, nor in commandments, but in the national heart, of which it is the highest emotional religious expression, immortal and ever young. Far underlying all the surface crop of quaint superstitions, and artless myths, and fantastic magic, there thrills a mighty spiritual force, the whole soul of a race, with all its impulses and powers and intuitions. He who would know what Shinto is must learn to know what that mysterious soul in which the sense of beauty and power of art, and the fire of heroism, and magnetism of loyalty, and the emotion of faith have become inherent, immanent, unconscious, instinctive. Trusting to know something of that oriental soul, in whose joyous love of nature and of life, even the unlearned may discern a strange likeness to the soul of the old Greek race, I trust also that I may presume some day to speak of the great living power of that faith now called Shinto, but more anciently, Kami no Michi, or the Way of the Gods. End of Chapter 8, Part 3.